I think the biggest problem is not just people have a poor understanding of how it works. The people that created the shit have a poor understanding of how it works.
Kind of, sort of. I think there's actually a talk that this guy Andre something or other. I can't pronounce his last name without looking at it.
No, I'm just kidding. I worked for that guy.
He's one of the original co-founders of OpenAI, and he gave a big not just like a 45-minute talk about like how to better understand these GPT models, like how to work with them, and talk about what it is they're doing. Because like at a super like,
we are live too, by the way. Just
okay. Well, at a first grade level, it is sort of just a predictive text model, right? It is trying to guess the
but that's the problem.
Appropriate next word.
That's the problem. Is it does what it says. They just didn't know that it would have, with so much training, that it would mimic these other things so well.
I have a hard time believing they didn't know the possibility, right? Like you'd have to start realizing it it was in your own internal testing. And I think part of the issue is
remember internal testing though. Remember their goals in internal testing were to like figure out the situations they need to filter, and they failed. They failed miserably at that because as soon as the public got a hold of it, they couldn't even keep up with what the public was figuring out how to do this with the shit. So they couldn't run enough permutations themselves internally to get a really good feel for what this thing really could do if you stretched it.
I agree. It's like giving some kids a big bucket of Legos and then suddenly being surprised that they built New York out of it.
You're like, wow, man, I thought you were just going to snap these together in random patterns. And it's like they build a machine that makes more Legos. And you're like, I never really thought about that. Oops. Whoopsie.
Yeah. So, man, it's just, it's weird. I know.
Welcome to Tech Talk, everybody.
Yeah, welcome to Tech Talk. Hello.
Yeah. Sharing out all the links
I need
right
to get
now.
the chat.
Let's see here. Wait, does it say the stream just ended? What?
Oh, I still see that we're live.
Let's see, hold on. Oh, there we go. Okay, never mind. It tried to print out a big, huge like error message saying that my backup stream isn't running. It does this every week. I don't know what the hell it's talking about. In the control panel, it says, please configure both primary and backup streams correctly. It's like, I don't have a backup stream. I've never had a backup stream. What do you want about? What do you want about, Goobs?
AI was going to happen like this eventually. We're just not ready for it. I disagree. Not flat out disagree, but we're not ready for it in the same way that we weren't ready for the atomic bomb in the 50s.
It's kind of
what I mean? Or not the atomic bomb, but atomic energy and the splitting of the atom.
We had the skill to split the atom. We didn't have the skill to figure out what not to do with it. Like we were like
kind of.
Dude, I mean, we literally took like the byproducts like radium and shit and like thorium, and we're like just putting it in makeup and stuff, like just because it was a cool word.
Yeah.
Like we really didn't understand what we were messing with. All we knew is, hey, if we put these two things together in refined form, they make heat. And it's like, well, heat, can that be a bomb? Yeah. Can it be energy? Yeah. Can it be toothpaste? Sure.
I think
can it be a personal pocket heater? Sure.
The most forward thinking somebody or a group of somebodies was very, very, very brilliant in making the Department of Energy the sole arbiter of like our nuclear whatever
program,
like uranium and stuff, all that shit, instead of the DoD. I think that was the most intelligent, most forward thinking. Like if we want to make more bombs, more atomic bombs or whatever, they got to talk to the DOE before we can make nuke missiles and shit. And like I think that was probably smart in a very tiny roadblock sort of way, but like
at least in a way it was too little too late also, military,
right? You know,
it's kind of too little too late if you think about it, because it's like we've already created enough missiles to like wipe the whole planet clean, so we don't need any more. It's like we even have I didn't even know this, we have nuclear warheads that you can literally dial in the yield right before you fire.
Oh yeah.
I was like, are you shitting me? Like, because I'd figure that, you put in more boom dust and it goes bigger boom, right? No, it actually has to do with the timing. Like the timing at which how everything happens, you can control the criticality of the explosion. So you can make something that has like a 50 megaton yield and then dial it down to like 10 megaton or 5 megaton just by changing the detonation sequence and the timing. And so now they have these strategic, what do they call them, the MIRVs or whatever, that they can come down from these, launch one Trident missile and it comes down with like 12 warheads.
Yeah. Right,
Each one of those 12 warheads can all be tuned to a completely different yield depending on the target they're hitting. And I'm like, so you could have a major city get hit with a 13 kiloton or a 14 kiloton, have another one hit with like a 2 or 3 kiloton, like a little baby tactical nuke explosion. I mean, you're just like, wow, this shit is getting like way too easy. Like it's an idiot could operate these weapons, right? It's like the only thing preventing us from firing them easy is because you have to take 20 steps that are literally put there just to slow you down. Like, right? It's like you could make it to where you just push a button and it fires the missile, right? You click on Google Maps and fire and you're done. But they put all this pageantry in there to give you time to change your mind, right? It's like, okay, validate the card, make sure the signal's coming from the right person. Okay, do you guys all concur? Does the third guy shoot the second guy to take over his place?
Right.
Or do the two shoot the last guy who's trying to launch on his own? You know, it's very weird.
One of the guys in the early days had I can't remember who it was, a senator or somebody or whatever, had recommended that the nuclear codes, instead of like being in the football or whatever, right? The secure briefcase thing.
Yeah. That's been lost before.
The code would have to be surgically implanted into somebody, a person who follows the president around all the time. And if the president decides he needs to launch a nuke, he's got to kill that guy personally to get the code. Oh,
dude. So there's like a cost. It's like Thanos and Avengers.
Like super real to the person making the one, because eventually comes down to eventually one person making a decision to say, hey, let's do this, so that guy understands the gravity of it and is like face to face with the consequences of what the decision is about to be made. Like,
that is fucking dark, man. Yeah, that is dark. Imagine if they took it a step further and it's like the first lady is the one that has the codes in her.
Right?
And
something
it's like
that.
It's like you have to choose, are you going to save your kids and your country? Or are you just going to die because your wife's going to die anyways if this nuclear thing kicks off, right? Like but the only way you do it is if you kill her, because that way you can't even pull a Putin if you want to, right? It's like even Putin has people that can be leveraged against him, right? Yeah. It's like even the most evil person on earth loves something, and if you can figure out how to make that a hurdle, you know, it's funny though, because that just reminded me of Endgame, right? Avengers Endgame. It's like when he had to kill his daughter or whatever. I know, spoilers, sorry. When Thanos has to kill Gamora or whatever and chuck her off the cliff, right? And she finds out, wait a second, he actually loves me? Oh shit, this ain't good. And he hucks her off the cliff, and it's like the first time he's ever cried in his entire life, you know? Right. And to get that soul stone, because he thought it was more important to kill half of the universe to see, because he thought he was saving it. That's the whole weird thing about that story, is from Thanos' perspective, he's the hero and everybody else is evil for trying to stop him. That's
one thing I think they shouldn't have changed. From what I understand of the comic arc of the Thanos Infinity Gauntlet, in the comics, he's trying to do it to impress Death. He's in love with the personification of Death.
Oh, interesting. I didn't know that.
In fact, they kind of hint at it at the very end of the original Avengers movie.
Okay.
Where when Thanos' right-hand man goes, like they had defeated Loki and stuff, and he says something about like he goes something along the lines of like to challenge the Avengers is to court death, and then like Thanos turns and he's got this shit-eating grin on his face, and like that's like that was his idea. That was supposed to, that's the plan in general, was to he was wanting to wipe out half of the universe in order to kill half the universe in order to impress Death.
So was that like an alternate universe version of Thanos? Like the whole multiverse thing they're doing right now,
maybe,
where it's like in that one?
I think the first chunk of the MCU movies and stuff didn't have the big overarching plan. Once Disney stepped in and Kevin Feige got put in charge of everything, then they had the big 20-year, 10-year plan. And so they had to pivot a little bit, because it was a bit of a wink and a nod to the comic nerds that to challenge the Avengers is to court Death, and like that was the whole point, was to, because he was in love with the personification of Death, who ends up actually more into Deadpool and marries him instead, and that kind of stuff.
That's awesome.
All villains think they're doing things really. One of my favorite quotes from a Heinlein book is a villain never sees himself as the bad guy. I'm paraphrasing a little bit. The villain is never the enemy, or no. Your enemy is never the villain in his own mind, and then from like realizing that kind of gives you a place where you might find some common ground and stuff. But
I'm trying to figure out, somebody on Discord said you might want to edit that link, and I clicked on it. It takes me right to the stream, so I don't know why it's not working. Let's see here, live, your share. Okay, so click on the link.
Enemy, or no.
Yeah, it takes us right to the stream. So what is he on about here? Let me see. Oh, is there two? Maybe there's two links.
Then from like,
hold on, I just want to make sure that like these are all going to the right place.
A place where you might find some content.
Yeah, I mean, are the links not working for people? Here, let me check on Twitter and see if they're saying this, because I might have horked that up. Let's see. Okay, so Tech Talk. Oh wow, I didn't. Okay, no, I put a link there. So if I click the link, let's see if that takes. Okay, so click on the link.
Enemy.
Yeah, so I don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, I don't know what they're talking about. Oh, it was double pasted. Oh, okay. Well,
yeah.
that doesn't matter if they click on it. It doesn't change anything. But let me go ahead and remove that second one. And edited. There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
I was waiting for them to go live so I could start drinking. That's what I was never here just said. Let's see here. May want to. Okay. So, and also, guys, I got a little surprise to whoever does the first super chat today. There's going to be a cool little surprise that you haven't seen in a very long time.
So cool.
Queued up.
It's the best.
It's so cool. You won't believe it. So you can be the first to unlock it.
Yeah.
The Wolf's Den said may want to edit the link on Discord. Already did.
We did that.
Already did, brother. It
didn't
even matter, because if you clicked on either one of them, it took you to the same place. So I was like, all right, that was superfluous. Yeah, the link works because it follows the question mark, but yay, thanks. Hey, I'm all for making the OCD easier on people, because I have that myself. And I'm going to go ahead, just so I don't make so many mistakes. You guys, I'm going to take drugs in front of you on stream, so just pervert your eyes.
Pervert your eyes?
Yep. Get perverted your eyes. I'm going to take 400 milligrams of caffeine.
Whoa.
If I can find some water. Did I not bring water up here? Yeah,
just like wiggle your tongue around a little bit.
Oh, no, dude. These capsules are like sticky as shit. I shouldn't have put them in my mouth. Here, hold on. I'll be right back. Entertain truth.
All right, quick, AMA.
I heard.
Don't get me started. I need chat's help. I need something to rant about. I couldn't think about it. My company released an HR update about OpenAI and AI tools. I feel like that's weird that it would come from HR. Oh, maybe it's a manually activated thing. Cryptic Collie or Blue Varo. It may not be automated. Thank you guys so much though. Cryptic Collie, Salty Supplies. No. Blue Varo. Okay, thank you you guys. It may be a manually activated thing. I thought it was going to be automatic, but it seems perhaps not. Hellcat or GT500. I'm assuming the GT500 is the Ford GT, right? Like the fucking
that'd be a Ford
cool as shit, the Ford GT500.
Yeah.
Versus the Dodge, right? Dodge Hellcat. I'd have to go with the Ford GT. I have to say, the GT is just super cool looking fucking car, man.
Handles way better too.
We had 3 super chats.
Did we?
5 from some Cryptic Collie, 20 from Blue Navarro, and just now 10 from Joe Tashi.
All right, well,
hybrid and LED panel guy. So it's not an automated surprise.
So oh wow, I got to. So basically, you're saying every time I leave, we make more money. So I should just get out of here. Hey, okay, all right, we're firing these off.
I would say, what is it? Correlation is not causation.
Causation, right? Yeah. So all right, let's do this. Oh wow, we got another one. Look at this. You promised a surprise, and the money floweth. The money floweth. Right. Well, shit, we got 5 guys here. Okay, well,
the Wolf's Den, Steve Miller, thank you guys so much.
You guys are awesome. Cryptic Collie, thank you for the $5. Said salty surprise. No, it's not salty. Blue Varo, thank you for the $20. He said okay. thank you, dude. Joe Taji, thank you for the $10. Said hi, beard guy and LED panel guy. I love our new nicknames. Steve Miller, thank you for the $10. Said happy Saturday, everybody in the Wolf's Den. Thank you for the $5. He said my OCD thanks you. All right, so that means okay. I'm gonna choke. I'm gonna asphyxiate myself now because 5 people in a row did. All right, here we go. Number 1, 3, 2, 1, fire! Oh! You guys remember the machine? Actually, you know what? I feel like with that many super chats, I should have this thing aimed at my face,
dude,
and just blasting me. Like I got like bukkake myself with this thing. Hold on here. I'm rotating it around and lining it up for.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. The fog stuff tends to be more water based. So
yeah, no, it's glycol. It's a little sticky, but it's not bad. All right, here, let's try this angle. Hopefully it doesn't burn my leg off. Okay, number 2. This is for, which one was that? That was Cryptic Collie. Okay, let's do Blue Varo. Here we go.
Blue Varo.
Boom. Oh, man, I just
that's great. That is great.
Disappeared.
It's everywhere.
Joe Taji, fire!
Dude, it's like Batman. You could like roll back real fast and Jerry's gone. He's disappeared.
Woo, that was a double.
Dude, that'd be so funny.
Steve Miller, $10. Woo! Woo!
Oh man.
Oh,
hey,
God,
cool man. I just
dude.
wanted to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Barnacules for sharing your story many years ago. It helped me to learn about the emotions I was feeling and helped me become a better person.
Oh my God. Now if I could only take my own fucking advice.
Dude, that's I have found that because like I'm talking with my girls and stuff, in particular the younger one, and also as my lady and I have gotten older and been together longer, like she'll be the first to tell you that like I'm better with the emotional stuff than she is.
I could see that knowing you guys. Like, I could totally see that.
But I'm not perfect. I know what I strive for, and I don't always follow my own, not rules necessarily, but like the advice that I try and teach, other people myself. Yep. But in the doing of the teaching and the hey, look, this is how to better handle these things. It teaches me to be better too. Right? The best way to learn is to teach. Yep. Kind of the thing. And I've explained that. I've explained that to the intern a few times too. It's like, look, I know I screwed this up sometimes. Like I'm telling you, do this, and I know that I fucked this up sometimes.
What's the saying? Those who can do, those who can't teach.
Yeah, right.
We're emotional teachers.
And those who can't teach PE.
Exactly. Hey. Exactly. Oh, damn. Oh.
Hey. That's so cool.
Oh, I just realized
I need cool sound buttons.
We missed someone. Actually, you know what we should do? That should be mandatory by the end. Yeah, I think we missed Retro My Bits. I think I did everybody.
No, that just now happened.
Oh, and did I get to Wolfston? Did I do all of them? I thought I only did 4. I only pushed 4 buttons. Here, I'll do one more. Here we go. Here, let's do that. Here, let's just mix them all. I'll just push them all.
Yeah.
All right, there. Woo! Dude, it's funny. Like, the more I set it off, the longer the cloud sticks around because it brings up the moisture in the room.
Right.
And so once you saturate it to 100%, it's just a cloud that doesn't go away. Like, you have to open a window and let the moisture out.
That's good.
So I've got my little meter here.
Oh,
luckily
nice.
It's only at 35. Usually it's
like
a lot higher than that.
Meter.
Yeah,
nice.
So I'm gonna have my little meter here, and I'll let you guys know when it gets to like saturation, and I'll show it to you, if you can even see me at that point. But yeah, right now I just got it powered by this. This is of course Adam's Volcano freaking machine. Like this is not a cheap fog machine. This is like one
like
used
a
for
concert level.
It is. Like if I hold the button down, this thing will go nonstop. I think for 15 or 20 seconds at full load. So where it'll basically, this whole room, I won't even be able to see an inch in front of my face, and it'll saturate the whole room in one go if I let it.
That's so cool.
And it also has RGB, so I can plug it into I don't have it on DMX right now, but I can plug it into DMX, control it so that I can change the color of the fog with the lights inside of it. And I got this hooked up too. This was going to be part of the surprise, but I only have it integrated for Twitch right now, and I forgot. But I got one of those cool, like light fixtures that's plugged into DMX right now.
Yeah.
And so I can set this on my desk, like pointing in my face like this. And you probably see just a little bit of a glow, right? But if I go into DMXIS, let me open up the app here. I should be able to rig it to, what do you mean? Here, connect. Okay, it's connected. Oh, it didn't save my settings? Balls. Well, I can do this though. Here, hold on. I'll just turn it up. Boop, boop. There we go. All right, here, let's pump that thing up to max power. All right, here, let's see. Oh, that's weird. Why is it doing that? Oh, it's like automatically strobe it. Whoa! Oh shit!
Shit, dog. You were not a big fan, man? Man, that was my favorite. I loved the Volcano back in the day. That was. Whew.
What? The fog machine or?
No, it's a vaporizer.
Oh, for vaping. Vaping. Do you vape, bro? No, hey, bro. I'll do that. When people tip, I'll just vape. I'll just go like this.
Oh no! Don't do that, man. You're gonna get cancer or something.
Oh, God, don't do that, gross,
dude. Propylene.
I've been sitting next to it for like 2 days, no problem, and I get it directly in my mouth, and it tastes completely different. Ugh.
Yeah, of course.
And of course, I have no water to drink.
Occasionally, yeah.
Oh, gross.
I'm more into like vape pens and stuff though. Than flour. More for the convenience factor, but yeah.
I'm gonna turn down the dimmers here. So this, look at, man, this is at 1% and it's still like blowing my face out. Like this, see, now watch what I can do with this. This is cool. So I can change red, green, and blue on this concert light. So like there, so I can go between those two colors. I can go between those two colors, and I go between these two colors. But because it's DMX, I can plug it into audio. DMX. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make one mids.
What?
X gonna give it to you. Gonna give it to you.
I think R.I.P. Did DMX die? I think he's dead.
DMX, I think he did die, didn't he? Yeah, he did. He did. So let me change the attack and release, and I'm gonna do one for sub. So ba 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 ba.
I'm loving it.
There we go. Ba ba ba. Can you see the color change on my face? Ba 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 ba.
Oh yeah. It's like pulse a little bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta turn it up. Just here, I'll turn up the brightness a little bit. Be like, ba 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 ba. But then I can do all the other colors too. So I can like do one for sub, one for mids, and I'll do one for highs. There we go. And then I just got to set the settings on them to attack 50%, release 50%, level 50%, because I just make everything 50% and it seems to work fine. Drag it down and be like, boom, 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 boom. Hey, ball,
oh, there you go.
Ball,
nice.
boom. and so now I can make them all controllable like this. Drop, shut them down, open up shop. Whoa, yo, that's a Rough Riders roll.
That's right.
Man, I miss that stuff. Hey, this is kind of cool. Look, now when we talk, it just changes the...
Oh, right on.
Even for you, it does it.
That's cool.
It's like... Actually, you know what? I should just turn... I'm gonna just turn off the face lamp here. And I'm just going to use this for the rest of the stream and see if I give people epileptic seizures. All right, here we go. Be like, hello, how are you today?
That's cool. It's like, it looks like it's kind of the volume.
It is. Yeah. And I can change like each color, how it ramps, how far it goes. Like I can set the release really fast, like check. See how fast it falls off now? So it's like, hey,
Whoa.
hey.
Wow.
Or I can make it fall off really slow, like, hey. Oh, that's fast. Oh, that's fast. Oh, I'm going to just make them all super fast. Watch this.
Yeah, that's cool. Better.
I'm going to put the release on super fast so it comes up slow but comes down super fast. Oh, now it's like, now they're all just like wiggling like super duper fast.
That's cool. Beatboxing Barnacules.
Dude, even when you do it, it changes the color on mine. That's awesome. Like when you do it, it's like, I feel like I got the star in Mario Brothers. Like,
yeah, man, that's fucking weird. Yeah.
Although that needs to be a present. So how do I turn this off and turn it all back on at the same time? Like I got to figure out how to like make it a button or something. Check. I'm trying to figure out which channel.
Not a great show for it's audio only, folks. Just imagine the colors. I thought you meant. Oh yeah, not recently. Yeah, he died already.
I wonder if people will be able to figure out that this is sunk to the audio or not, or if it's just gonna look like I'm just like playing Mario Kart while we're doing this.
All right.
And you can also like I can also set up like there's a strobe effect. You can even rig. Oh, I can invert it. Oh, I can make it go the opposite. Oh, that's cool. You can invert the channel so instead of going up when you make a noise, it goes down when you make a noise.
Whoa.
So you can make some of them go backwards.
See, laptop, tiny desktop, fucking weird displays, input device. That looks cool. What is this? Cooler Master Hub. Cooler Master Cooler.
Cooler Master water cooler now? Yo.
Looks like Cooler Master has their own kind of flavor of what the fuck is this, man? Get out of here.
I'm gonna wait and see how
like
long this takes to piss people off. You know people are gonna get triggered by this.
Yeah. Holy fuck.
What?
Best new storage product, MSI Spatium M570 Pro Frozer Plus. This is ridiculous.
Give me some stats, brother. Give me some stats.
No, it looks silly. Here, I'll post a link. I'm just looking at PC Mag.
Oh, is it like dumb looking?
Yeah, you'll see it.
I've been seeing some pretty gaudy hardware coming out lately.
It's ridiculous.
Like I think Linus reviewed something a couple of days ago that was like this really gaudy looking Cooler Master. Like, oh, is that what you're talking about? The Stream Deck knockoff?
No. I mean, I had mentioned that prior to this ridiculous M.2 drive.
Because I saw it and I'm like, dude, that is way too much chrome. It looks like a Fisher Price thing.
It does look a little cheesy. It looks kind of cheap. The plasticky casing and stuff looks kind of cheap, but
they overchromed it. They definitely overchromed it. Wait, what is this? Oh, Gimpy replied to Shan. Shan and Gimpy are talking about my post on Twitter.
What?
Oh my gosh, because I said using macro. Somebody asked about using macros on a keyboard, because I posted yesterday about macro use on a keyboard, and they're like, is that like considered illegal in gaming, like tournament gaming? It is. It's considered.
In fact, in MMOs and stuff too, you're not supposed to do that. I think like WoW is a little bit flexible on it, but I think like in PvP or whatever, you might get in trouble. But generally macros are, especially in a competitive aspect.
That is considered a very no bueno. So.
I want to say somebody this was been years and years ago. I think this was more of a hack or aimbot sort of a thing, but they brought their own, which is fucking weird to me that they allow competitive gamers to like use their own keyboard and mouse, which is fucking weird. Because
I thought you couldn't even use your own controller. I thought even using your own controller was like a snafu.
Yeah, I mean that's how I would have set up my tournaments and shit. Like, no, because I know, and this is what this guy did. He had installed, it had like a little bit of storage on the keyboard for stuff, I guess, for macros and things, right?
Well, it's like my keyboard. My keyboard I've been using for 5 years, right? The split keyboard.
Yeah.
So this Kinesis Freestyle Edge has a macro. It basically has like the equivalent of like an ESP32 built into it, and so it stores. It has internal storage that you can mount with a keystroke, like you do a keystroke and it shows up like a USB thumb drive, right?
And that's what this guy had done was like he had installed like a aimbot or something into the keyboard, so that when you plug the keyboard in, you can special keystrokes, boop, 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 Control Alt F5 or whatever, turns the thing on. Got in trouble for it. That was, I think, one of the right around that same time when. No, it wasn't a macro thing. You right keyboard command, it activated the aimbot or whatever.
Oh, so he was using an actual cheat. So in theory, that could have gotten caught by like VAT or whatever the
something like
system
that
is.
But man, it was right around that same time when every fucking thing was falling apart for CS:GO. There was like cheaters and stuff getting caught all the time, and like it was chaos for CS:GO tournaments and stuff for a while.
There's so many damn cheaters, dude. So many damn cheaters.
I love the one where like it started off it was like a Twitch streamer. It was a girl playing Overwatch, and was really good, like really good. Got onto a team and got to like almost got to a tournament or something, like a big fucking tournament before it was discovered that it was her boyfriend was actually playing. She was just on camera, and wow, what a scam. Like,
that was horse shit.
Which, hey, for your Twitch stream, who gives a shit? I don't care. There've been people who pretended to be like paralyzed in wheelchairs and shit and got caught at that. So like, which is scummy and shitty or whatever. But like, hey, if you're gonna do that, like, I mean, I feel like having your boyfriend play while you're just being pretty on stream is a little different. Like,
I mean, it's one thing to cheat your audience. It's another thing to cheat the other players.
The wiggle that killed Tarkov. Yeah, that's another good one.
Yeah. No. Oh, I watched that video. That was a great video.
That's great. That's
where
really,
like the
really
players
good.
would do the wiggle to kind of signal to each other. That they
you can see somebody. You see somebody through the wall, and you do the little like
wiggle.
that, and then they do it back. It's like, don't kill me, bro. Yeah. Which, man, that bums me out. Tarkov's super cool. I really, really like Tarkov. I'm not good.
I've never played it. I
really like the concept of it. It's a little too detailed. I don't like how minute they get with the weapon stuff. I think that's way. I mean, I'm cool with having a lot of parts, like different barrels, different muzzle brakes, different handles, and that. But like the way that they put out the stats is weird and is too complicated.
Is it a pay-to-win game, like where you can buy power-ups and mods and stuff, and it gives you an advantage?
No, if you buy like because I think it's still early access. So if you pay you buy the bigger tiers or whatever, you get like more storage space in your base, and I think you can start with more money, which does definitely give you a leg up. But if you're good, you're gonna get there eventually anyway. So it's more of like a head start, pay for a head start, whereas like. Which does kind of ruin it, because if you're super geared and or you're not super geared and you go into a map and there's a couple super geared guys, they're going to tear you apart. Like, it doesn't matter how good you are at clicking, like they're just going to have better gear, and that puts them ahead of you. So that kind of sucks. But yeah, Steve Miller. There is some degree of pay to play, or not pay to play, but pay to win. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like that's something that's going to be unavoidable in all games in the future because, like I feel like GTA 5 like set a new precedent for like how much money you can make off of the DLC and the pay to win aspects.
I don't mind it when it's like cosmetics and stuff.
Oh no, not at all. Like World of Warcraft or whatever. It's like, I got a fancy looking beast or whatever. Back in the day, I didn't care about that. Yeah,
same thing with Fortnite, right? Different skins and dances and because I like that. I'll throw a couple bucks down for a funny outfit or something. Like I love making my dude look cool.
There is one exception to that though, and that is I've seen a skin for sale before. I think it was it Blacklight Retribution or whatever. It was like a first person shooter that was free to play, but you could spend like $10 and buy like a suit of armor that would make you kill everybody on the server for like an hour.
Ain't right. That ain't right.
That was stupid. Then everybody would just become cannon fodder if they couldn't afford it, and then you'd be forced to buy it just to be able to compete or hide. It was so stupid.
And that's not cool. That's like you said, cosmetics are fine.
Or you could buy a skin that basically made you into like a chameleon, like you'd blend into your environment like the Predator, and then you weren't as easy to see at a distance. And it's like, okay, come on, that's not cosmetic. Like that, when you look like a prism and you in the back and you glisten just a little bit, like, and I can't see you. That's not good. That's stupid. You know, it's like, remember the old hacks where people used to change the textures in the games, like blue and red and stuff. So because like AI is way smarter now, right? AI, you can make an AI play a video game and look indistinguishable from a human, and you can even have it do it with a camera, a keyboard, and a mouse as input, like without ever running any code on the actual computer, just using the video signal coming out to another computer and the keyboard and the mouse generating those inputs and doing it in a way that they look very human. So the mouse is moving in a realistic way that a human could. The keyboard inputs they're not perfectly spaced in timing, so they can defeat. That already exists today. Well, back in the day, they didn't have that kind of horsepower to do shit like that, right? It was too perfect, and I remember getting banned from, I think it was Asheron's Call, the MMO. I got banned because I wrote a macro. It was just a macro. It wasn't even like a smart macro. All it did is say walk in this direction for like 20 minutes, and then stop. And then just target, attack, target, attack, target, attack. And I just run around killing everything.
Yeah, a buddy of mine, me and a buddy of mine, both, we were playing Earth and Beyond, which, man, RIP, great space game. I'm sad that it didn't work out. Oh, is that
the one with like the really crazy technology arc that's like super fucking hard to follow?
I think maybe you're thinking Eve.
No. This isn't Eve. This is like a top-down, turn-based strategy. Not. Okay.
Nope. Earth and Beyond.
Somebody in chat's gonna know which one I'm talking about. Though. There's like the space fighting game where it's like the technology arc is crazy.
Maybe Stellaris.
It might be.
Stellaris is good. It's a good 4X spacey thing.
I tried to play it, and I was like, I could not wrap my head around the tech arc. There's so many places to go. It's like you could never play the same game twice in your life. It was nuts, man.
There was one particular class that had an ability that like you could pull enemies to you, and so we found a spot where we could where it was like we were just a little overpowered for the space, and we parked ourselves and it was like basically like auto hotkey almost. You could record a certain series of actions and then hit go, and it would just repeat it endlessly, and that's what we did. We left it going overnight.
Dude,
pull a guy
to
you.
So many ways to cheat.
Attack, and then tab to select the next nearest enemy, or pull them to you. Attack, and do that every time. And then we come back in the morning, and there's people like in the chat, like, "Hey man, you need some help here?" Or like, "Hey, come join me." Or and then like some people, "Hey man, you're just botting or something here, man? What's going on? Me." And it's like, I just don't want to talk to you, like go away. We almost got in trouble for it, or banned or whatever for it. But it's like, hey man, I don't have to talk to you while I'm playing this game. Like, get out of here.
No, I've been banned multiple times.
My buddy has too.
I've been banned from Eve. I've been banned from Asheron's Call. Man. I got banned from World of Warcraft, but they did let me come back, and I got banned from Ultima 6, and they let me come back.
There was one where he almost got banned because they thought he was like macroing or whatever, but he's just a fucking machine. Like he just can like click his brain into a mode where it's just like repetition, and yeah, man. Or for like finding weird glitches in the geometry and stuff. Like you found this weird spot where like you could stand sort of on a rock.
Oh, Skyrim was full of those.
Oh yeah, but that's not multiplayer, so like, who cares? That kind of stuff is fun.
Oh, I thought Skyrim you could do like multiplayer stuff
with a mod. Yeah, you can.
Oh, is it a mod that
there's
allows
like co-op? Okay. It's not. There's Elder Scrolls Online.
Because I watch a guy called Spliffin Brit. Do you know who he is?
Yeah, Spliffin Brit is great.
Fucking love him. His videos are amazing. Absolutely. If you haven't seen him, amazing. But good. He does a video where he shows all the exploits that are in Skyrim. And like right out of the box with the final version, with the final patch, like the most patched, best version there is, and he shows you how many bugs are in it. And some of these bugs are just ridiculous. Like there's a bug where you can actually walk into the wall of a building at a certain angle. You fall under the map, so you're under the map, but you can still attack things above you. So you're like running around under the map, just killing things, and they can't attack you back.
Yeah.
And when you're playing with other players on the server or whatever, they're coming in, they're like looking for you and they can't find you, but then they just start getting hit and taking damage from you as you're chasing them around underground. And you can see them because the textures are only one-sided. So you can see through and see them up above you running around as you're attacking them, but they can't do anything. You're just like, and if they don't know where to enter in and how to get back out, good luck. Like, and you have to go at a wall like a very specific speed and a very specific angle to fall into it. And he showed like some other cool things, like how the way that and this was kind of weird. I didn't know that this is how this worked. I wouldn't have programmed it this way, but Skyrim actually, you know how the merchants come to town and they have like new equipment to sell, like you would wait for a period of time and all of a sudden they have new equipment. I always figured when you walked up to them, it just generated random equipment that they had, but it doesn't. There's actually a trade system in the game where it's like stuff is moved between sellers and stuff. And so what they do is they basically have like the version of UPS in the game that come around and drop off the new wares for the people to sell. Yeah. But they put it into a chest. But they don't want you to access it. They hide it. Yeah, it's a rock that's really a chest. So you walk up to this random rock and you access it as a chest. And it doesn't say it's a chest. You have to walk up the rock and just spam the button or whatever until you get it right. And then the chest opens and it's all the stuff that the merchants have. And if you take everything out of that chest and then go talk to the merchants, they have nothing to sell. Yep. And so what you do is you take everything out of the chest. It's
a particular set of like wandering, what is it? The cat people.
The cat people.
Yep. You start in, I think it's in Whiterun. I think if you start in Whiterun, it's one of the frosty towns. And right outside the town, there's like a group of rocks right next to the gate or something or whatever. Yeah. That one's clever. I like that. That's fucking funny.
So funny though. And so what he did is he goes and he buys the and you guys could try these in Skyrim too. If you still play Skyrim today, try these because it's hilarious how many of these still work. So you steal all the stuff, then you go to the vendor and the vendor has nothing to sell. So then you sell everything back to him. And when you sell everything back to him and go back to the case, it's all back in that case again. So you can just keep stealing it back and sell it back to him. But the other thing you can do is if you want to get something if you don't want to run all the way back to get the thing and you just want to steal something from a vendor, what you do is you go into their inventory and you say, steal item. And right before you steal the item, you punch them, and then as you're doing the animation of punching them, they go aggro, and then you like reload your saved game right before that. So you save game, punch them right as they go aggro to punch you, then you restore your game, and as soon as you restore your game, you have the thing that you stole, and they're not aggro anymore. So there's like this weird bug where as long as you punch them and make them aggro, then you can steal everything you want, and then restore your game, and you'll still get the thing, but then they're not aggro anymore. And you can do this anywhere in the game. Like anytime you need an item from any vendor, you just hit, and it's funny, he'd be like, just bop him in the head. he's like, take the thing you want and then bop him in the head. Okay, reload. Oh, okay, she's happy now. You can keep that. That's yours now. So I could not believe how many bugs are in that game though. That game is like riddled with bugs. Even the final version, like the final special bonus, fully patched last gold version, he was playing the best version of the game. And it still was just littered with bugs. And he wasn't using any mods or anything like that. It was all stuff that was accessible just by running around. And I was like, dude, this is crazy, man.
It's fun. Man, for as old as Skyrim is, I think they did a pretty dang good job.
I don't think cheating is going to be detectable in the future, though. I think that we're closing this gap where every time the cheats get better, and especially with AI machine learning, adversarial networks, reinforcement learning that we were talking about before the stream. These things are starting to push to a point where it's like we're getting closer and closer to where the automation looks perfectly human, indistinguishable, and we're eventually going to get a point where there's so much overlap, we just randomly ban people thinking they're AI, or we don't ban AI thinking it's human.
I do think for like general online competitive games and stuff, yes, I think that's going to be true. I don't think it's going to be a problem like official tournaments and things, because like they can control the environment in that sense, right?
True, and you're not running software on the machine. Yeah,
you're never going to allow a remote tournament, really. Because like, I mean, you'll have those kind of exhibition styles where like you get, you know, a bunch of streamers together playing some big tournament or whatever. And if that fucking guy's cheating, then he's gonna ruin his fucking reputation, and his job is, you know, his streaming's gonna fucking fall apart.
In tournaments, do they let you use your own like keyboard and mouse? Like in a tournament, or do you have to use their keyboard and mouse?
I do think some of them do. I'm not sure.
I was going to say, computers are getting so compact that you could tear apart an Intel NUC, right? And put it inside of a mouse, have a wheel here and a wheel here that's motorized, and have it physically move the mouse, just loosely hold it with your hand and have it guide you around and like pop for a shot to the head. And you would be looking at it and just thinking they're twitching it, like a normal player.
I cannot, I think especially today, if I were running a tournament, I would not, I would not allow you to bring your own keyboard and mouse. And I understand that, like, oh, but he practices every day with the fucking MX 550 and it's like custom. He put fucking pennies in it so that it's whatever. Too bad. Here's the keyboard. Like, I'll tell you ahead of time, you know.
Yeah, this is the keyboard and mouse that we're
providing to everyone when you get here.
What do they do in sports? What do they do in sports with like javelin and stuff, right? You have to train with a regulation thing, right?
Yeah,
you don't get to go train with something else.
That's the way to go. The tournament, you know, it's sponsored by Razer, and so Razer is going to provide this keyboard and this mouse for this tournament.
Yeah,
practice with that at home. That's too bad.
Because the truth is, it's already kind of cheating, in my opinion. Because if you get a keyboard that has like, what are they, the Cherry MX Silvers, the ones that trigger really up close towards the top of the cap,
very short.
Where you barely touch them and they register. It's like, even two humans equally fast, there will be an appreciable gain in when the first key registers between the two players, even with their fingers moving at the same speed.
I mean, if all of the computer hardware, the actual like machines in the tournament are all going to be the same, the monitors, then so should the keyboards and products.
I agree.
Or keyboard and mouse. Like you shouldn't be allowed to bring your own keyboard and mouse to a tournament.
I think you should be allowed to. I think you should be allowed to tweak like mouse acceleration. And like, you know, to get the mouse feeling the way that you want for that.
DPI or whatever,
yeah. Because again, if you increase the DPI, you don't have to move as much, but you have to be way more precise in your movements now. So there is a trade-off there.
Yeah, or go ahead and tweak the game settings. You can set your mouse sensitivity to whatever you want inside the game. Sure, I don't care. But the physical items are all going to be the same for everybody.
That's fair. And the thing is, like, cheats have gotten so much more advanced now. Like to give you an idea, remember earlier when I was talking about the skins, like swapping out the skins in your local copy and making them blue or red? Well, the reason they did that is they would just make the head, not the whole body. They would just make the head solid blue or solid red, because what their algorithm would do is it would take a screenshot from the video memory and it would say, in this screenshot, where is this solid red color? Because it doesn't exist anywhere else in the game. They picked a shade of red that doesn't exist anywhere else in the game, like just like a green screen, basically. And so you look for that red, and blue is what you ignore. Like, don't shoot teammates. Red, bad. Blue is good. And so you make everybody's head solid red or solid blue. So, like, there's no definition or anything. It's just solid. And then all the cheat has to do is take a screenshot, isolate where the blue is on the screen, and then figure out how many mouse steps it needs to move on X and Y to put the cursor over that blue. And then, so it takes a screenshot of the screen, it computes the offset, and then it moves the mouse from here to there and fires. And that's how you get a headshot, you know? And you see those guys with those cheats where they're running along and it's just like, bam, they just like flip it, bam, headshot, bam. Those are those aimbots. And they're really easy to spot now. Like, they're like, if you see somebody playing with an aimbot, even if you're not seeing the player play, you can tell they're using an aimbot, because like nobody's going to be able to twitch that quickly, hit something in the head and twitch back. And then you see them shooting shit like behind walls and stuff, because like the blue will like poke out by 1 pixel and it'll like pixel snipe it off 1 pixel, even though a human would never be able to perceive that. And so that was like the first generation. It didn't require a lot of processing power either, because all you're doing is bringing up the pixels, right? You're taking a screenshot and you're saying, I'm only looking for one color. So you don't even care about any of the other colors. All you're doing is saying, where is the red pixel that's this shade of red? And you're just, is this the red pixel? Is this the red pixel? Is this the red pixel? You can even do it quadrants. You could say, is it in this quadrant? Is it in a quadrant of those quadrant? Is it a quadrant of those quadrant? There's all kinds of different algorithms you can use to narrow down on it really, really quickly. And then just flick to it and shoot. Well, now we got all this processing power, you know, with modern computers and GPUs and stuff, that now you can start doing stuff like machine learning, where it can watch, you can let the automation watch people play the game just through a camera, like not even tied into the game's telemetry, just watching the thing, the camera, and then extrapolating 3D from it by looking at it. And I forget what they call the process, where you basically look at the shadows and you look at the geometry and you generate a 3D image from it. And you can do this really easily from stuff generated by graphics engines, because they do everything so predictably that you get like a perfect result. So you basically have the processing power to say, take this picture of a game, turn it into a 3D model, and then as the thing's moving, keep adjusting that 3D model and watching how things play, and then watch how good players are doing their movements. Like, are the mouse movements perfectly diagonal? How fast is the acceleration versus the slowdown? How fast, how far do they overshoot on average before they come back? And you study these other players, and then you extrapolate an average where you create a new player that has completely new stats, but they all fall within the realm of these real good players. And
there's no reason not to. There's no reason. I mean, look, even on the server side, right? You have so much data of player data of how they move and shoot and aim and all this telemetry.
Yes, sir.
And maybe this is a thing. I haven't played like newer shooters in a multiplayer context, because I've never been interested in trying to get good enough to make it fun. But I love playing against bots. I love a challenge, right? I want a challenge, but I don't want to get fucking mocked, right? I don't want some 10-year-old fucking killing me every 30 fucking seconds in COD. I want to play people. This is why I'm like all about, like, there has to be better skill-based matchmaking, in my opinion. I don't want to be thrown into matches with people who just destroy me all the time.
I want to actually have a challenge. Though, dude, the sandbaggers do that. They intentionally fuck the game.
Smurfs and shit, right? Like, you'll make a new account even though you're super.
Do you play Forza? Do you play Forza?
No.
They do it all the fucking time. They'll just let their car sit. They'll create a script that just joins the game. The car drives like 20 feet forward and just parks, and then never finishes the race, and then it retires. And then they basically get a super low player rank.
Yeah,
they get
see, that
shit
ain't
on.
right.
And then they're awesome players, and they come and they win every single championship, every single race to the top. It's stupid.
That's a good application of AI to identify that kind of shit, because like that's not 100%. Okay. I would love to play COD with people of my similar skill. It is the most fun. I have been in matches many times over the years where I'm like, oh, these guys are about my skill level, because it's pretty good back and forth, and it is the most fucking fun thing in the world. But I don't like there'll be every once in a while you get in a fucking lobby and there's that one dude who's just hitting fucking headshots or throwing knives across the whole fucking map, and that's not fun. I don't want to play with guys like that, because I'm not at that level. How is it fun for that guy even? Like, that's not cool.
I think there's some people that they just like winning,
ranking isn't quite right. Ranking helps. But even within a certain rank, you're going to have these guys who just mop the floor with everybody as they're climbing the ranks, right? And like, that's not. It sucks for a little while, but I haven't played Warzone, so maybe they've gotten better about this sort of a thing. Because like, I know sometimes people bitch about MMR. I don't really understand. I can't remember what that stands for. Match
MMR
ranking. Right, matchmaking rank, I think is what it stands for. So like, I don't know, versus skill based versus MMR versus I don't know, and I know it's a constant battle of finding a balance, but I feel like it's better for everybody if they're playing with people who are of a similar skill set, and I think AI can help with that too. COD is currently implementing ranked play in Warzone, and then I don't know. Again, I don't do this enough to know if that is a good fix or not. All I really want is to play COD campaigns, man. I don't want to fucking play multiplayer anymore. But okay, so this kind of ties back to the Tarkov thing, right? I feel like the bots in Tarkov are actually pretty decent, but again, I'm not a very good player, so the bots, as shitty as they may be, are probably at my level, and so like it makes it fun. Matchmaking rank / reputation. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. And that's what makes Tarkov fun. Like, I love that kind of the stress involved. And with Tarkov's popularity, we are seeing more, or a sort of this blossoming of a new sort of genre of shooter called extraction shooters, is what they're sort of.
I haven't even heard of that.
That's the category now that Tarkov and similar games occupy, where you have. Where the goal is you go into a map or a round or whatever, and the idea is to loot. You got to you either kill other people, or there's loot in the map, And the idea is to get from where you started to some sort of extraction point. You got to leave the map or survive long enough or whatever the win condition may be. But if you die, you lose all the shit that you came into the map with some exceptions. But if you make it, you get to keep all the shit that you looted and you bring it back to your base, that kind of thing. And it's a lot of fun. I love the concept. We're starting to see more of these sorts of games come out. I'm excited for more extraction shooters. It adds a certain good stress to multiplayer games that I really, really enjoy.
You know what? I got to talk about something really quick here. I'm a little pissed off. So I don't want to talk about this because somebody wanted me to talk about this topic anyways. 3D printing, right?
Oh yeah.
So 3D printed cups, right? 3D printed cups are not safe to drink out of. You're not supposed to drink shit out of 3D printed cups because there's space between the layer lines, and there's microscopic inclusions. Even though it's watertight, there's still places for bacteria to hide. Okay. And even in a food safe plastic like PLA, it can, and plus it's also hydroscopic, so it can actually absorb water, right? It can literally absorb water into it. And you can't put it into an autoclave to disinfect it. And if you wash it with soap, even the soap can get trapped inside of those little inclusions. And even when it gets trapped in the inclusions, the bacteria is still present. So there are tons of studies on this. There's tons of people that have done the Petri dish wipe. I even did my own study where I poured milk in it and let it rot for a couple of days outside and washed it as many times as I could, and it still smelled like rotten milk, no matter what I did.
Gross. That's
and
awful.
I had a plastic cup for control. So somebody, I posted on there that secondhand stores should not be selling 3D printed cups. They need to throw those in the garbage because that's not safe for people. They're going to stick them in a dishwasher, run them through, and think that they're safe to drink out of, and they're not. So 3D printing professor, somebody that I usually have some respect for, right? He decides to come and say, stop spreading misinformation. When I've literally conducted the experiment myself, one of the biggest 3D printing companies on earth, Prusa, even did their own test with Petri dishes and actually went through and put medium inside of their little 3D printed Petri dishes, washed them with soap and water and scrubbed them and still got bacteria. And he's saying, don't go spreading misinformation until you know the facts. That's all. I'm like, dude, you are the one spreading the misinformation. And I think that is stupid fucking, like, I literally give the dude evidence. I link him to videos. I link him to articles. I give him my personal experience. He's like, stop spreading misinformation. What the fuck have you given? Your opinion? Like I'm literally giving
he's
like
a professor. It says so in his name, man. He's
dude.
Right.
You know what? I'm actually gonna do that. I'm gonna reply and say I think you should reevaluate having a professor.
Yeah, right. He's got tenure,
in your
so
name
it doesn't matter.
if you're going
true
to
folks, if you got a kid, use stainless steel or
spreading
Pyrex hybrid glass for school.
They actually back up their claims and are talking about something they have personal.
Forget about 3D printing anything that belongs in the kitchen or on the table. I do think that there's a bit of a qualification there. I think, and Jerry, correct me if I'm wrong here, there are ways to do, you could potentially, with the appropriate application of the technology, print things that are food safe.
Yes, well, you have to coat them with something that will provide you with a non-permeable surface. Okay. So the most common practice is epoxy.
Some polyurethane or something.
Yeah, polyurethane, food safe shellac, epoxy. Food safe epoxy resin, and you can, self-leveling resin will work.
Okay, so you'd print it first, and then like
either dip it in resin or glaze it,
or something.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly. That's what you do, and it also make it a lot easier to clean too, because you're not basically fighting a washer board, right? So,
what do you think of campers?
Oh God, that just annoys me, man. That annoys me because this is somebody that I actually had like a modicum of respect for, and they had to go there. When I didn't say anything bad about anything that they said. I'm just like, dude, here is a video, here is an article, here's some pictures, here's my experience that I have with it. And he's like, don't go spreading misinformation. It's like, dude, fuck off. Seriously.
Some people's
my
kids.
God.
Yeah.
It's always the ones you don't suspect either. Like I didn't think this guy was really a dick, but that's
I think there's an application for camping in online shooters. I'm sure some people are going to hate me for that, but there is a place for that, in my opinion. It sucks to be on the other side of somebody who's like sitting there like waiting for you to come through a doorway or like say continue with the Tarkov example where they'll be waiting nearby the extraction zone to kill you right there kind of thing, and that sucks. That does suck. But it's like one of those things that it is a viable strategy there are counter strategies, you know, that kind of a thing. So I'm not totally against it. It sucks. It does. But I've been one of those to camp in a sense. Again, I'm not very good, so maybe that kind of helps my argument a little bit. But I mean, I think it's okay. It sucks, and it's shitty being on the end of the other end of a camper. But there's a difference in camping and a tactic, and that's very fuzzy. The line there is very fuzzy. What you might call a tactic, somebody else is going to get pissed off and call it camping. So like, it's either all or nothing. You know what I mean? And I'm on the side of like, it's okay.
Dude, I hate Twitter. I fucking hate Twitter.
Why? What now?
So Twitter shows that 3D professor. It shows right here, like it shows he's responding to me, to my tweet. So I click on it, right? It shows him, and then my thing, and then his thing right under it, replying to me with my tag. I unclaps it, and it shows that he's responding to somebody else on my thread. But it says it's responding to me at the top level. But when you click on it, he's actually responding to somebody else. So I'm like, okay.
But the thing he's replying to is under your original
correct.
Post,
He's
right?
still saying that I'm full of shit. He's just doing it by proxy through another person.
Right.
But because the other person is just backing it up. He said, FDM layers create all kinds of crooks and crannies, which is true, for food to remain in and foster all kinds of microorganisms. It's really hard to sterilize it, which is very true. It's hard to sterilize something that melts when you heat it beyond a very small amount of heat. If it melts in the sun, you're not sterilizing it. But then he said, test this yourself. If it's watertight, then any nook and cranny that bacteria can get into, so can soap and water. Get into, but have a hard time getting out of completely.
Right.
Like sure. Yeah, you can soak it over and over and over again. You're not going to get it all out of there. It's just going to keep accumulating. But then he told him to try it for a month, and he said, hey, I'm not going to test it for a month and get sick just to prove my point. But the thing I don't get is this is like 3 minutes ago. I've already posted all my evidence. I've already given him the links to the video. I mean, this is not like this is a well understood topic for years and years and years. I just think, you know what? First off, I just want to apologize because he didn't say to me personally, this is a Twitter fucking bug. He didn't say that I was full of shit, but he's saying somebody else is full of shit that's basically just relaying exactly what I just said, like word for word. So I think that sucks. I think that is really, really fucking shallow and saying, when you tell somebody that, you don't know what you're talking about, when there's a lot of evidence to back up their claim, that is such a cop out. That is such a fucking cop out.
Isn't PLA sugar? Not to my knowledge.
Oh, that makes me mad. Oh, I get so frustrated by this shit. This is why I'm in therapy.
Yeah.
I'll just say, I don't want anyone testing this method ever. It's not safe. The evidence
science
is already
settled
all over the place. There is absolutely no reason to take the risk, especially when there is an easy solution like epoxy or some other coating that is food safe and provides.
Yeah, community note him, Sadie. Hit him.
I'm getting him. Provides. It's like, fuck, dude. Seriously, like, I get it. You're a 3D printing dude, and he knows a lot about 3D printing. I mean, he makes 3D printing content, but this is one of those ones that's like, this is not the hill to die on. Like, you're learning something, dude. Like, his first response was, oh no, you can totally, as long as it's food safe, you're good. You're fine. It's like, no, it's not about the food. It's not about it being food safe. It's about the inclusions. And then he said to the other guy, he's like, oh, well, I washed my thing and it hasn't grown anything in it. And I've swabbed it and did the bacteria test. And I'm like, all right, well, let's see your video. Did you do a video on it? Like, there's plenty of videos that show that it does show bacterial growth. Did you do one on yours that did the thing? So don't tell people that they don't have any evidence when you can't give them any evidence other than your word, when they're literally giving you shit that they're finding all over the place. Like, that's showing it step by step.
Yeah, I'll just leave it.
I know. He's trolling and Jerry's biting into it. Dude, everybody's always trolling and Jerry's always biting into everything. That's my problem. That's why I'm in therapy, bro.
It causes, that's engagement, right? Controversy breeds engagement.
I'm just gonna reply to it's Maple Leaf Makers. I don't even know. Do I follow this guy? Maple Leaf. He's the one that's kind of getting run through the ringer. I'm just gonna follow him. He doesn't follow me. I'm gonna follow him just because he doesn't deserve this. I'm just gonna say it's not misinformation at all. And
bro, man, look, be careful watching any kind of stuff. Honestly, like, I have this collapsible it's made out of like some kind of rubber, like silicone or something, right? And like I can smoosh it down, and it's like a little 12-ounce cup or bottle, right? Or I can stretch it out, and it's like 30 ounces or something, right? Yeah. And holy fuck, is that a pain in the ass to try and clean, man? I looking in there, I'm looking down into there, all stretched out, and I can see like, stuff. I'm like, damn it.
Man, I gotta get something to drink really quick.
More to make your dishes than just going to Walmart and buying them, probably. Economies of scale at that point. Yeah, your material alone would cost you more than, yeah, of course. Who's ever responded with the most ridiculous crap ever to? Nah.
The caffeine's kicking in. I can feel it.
Ric Flair! Wow. Yeah.
Let's see here.
Only 43 likes and 152 people watching. Boo.
I know, right?
Boo. Tell your mom's bridge club. Or knitting circle or whatever.
All right, I'm gonna play that. I'm gonna do the high side. I just said it's not misinformation at all, and I just said I don't know. I don't know what 3DP professor, why he's acting this way. I don't know why. Uh-oh, what happened? Oh shit, is he getting raided? Let's listen for gunfire. The reason this works me up is because it worked me up because I thought he was responding to me because Elon Musk doesn't know how to fucking do Twitter anymore. Like it was literally my post, and this guy isn't blocked or banned. He doesn't follow me, but he's not blocked or banned. And it shows my message and him responding to my message. And then I click on his message. And when I click on his message, then it expands and shows that he's replying to somebody I couldn't see. But that person's not muted. I mean, I don't follow them and they don't follow me, but they're not muted and they're in the conversation chain. So you should see that conversation chain, because how the fuck are you supposed to know? But at the same time, he shouldn't be telling people that they're spreading misinformation when they are quite literally echoing something that there is a lot of evidence for. It's like, yeah, if you want to take the risk yourself, that's fine, but don't endanger other people. The default state in any argument should err on the side of safety. Like if there's evidence on both sides and there is a way to easily protect yourself from having to take that risk, why take that risk at all?
Yeah.
It's like at that point, you're just trying to be right for like no fucking other reason other than to be right.
Oh, thanks for another $20 to Robert Settles.
Oh, did he? Oh, hold on. We gotta hit the machine. Here we go. You ready? Robert, I'm gonna give you all 4 buttons at once. Let's see what happens if I push them all. I know.
Oh, man.
Oh.
It should be fine. Ox is barricaded. Yeah, we're fine.
Are good ways to solve this that are easy for anyone.
Yeah, man, this is what I was talking about. My little expandable bottle thing. I look in here and I'm like, damn it. Even now I can see like it's not good. I gotta figure some way of getting in there and.
All right, how's this sound? Does this sound less combative? I said it's not misinformation at all, and I don't know why 3D Professor is acting this way. When this is a serious safety issue, they should be respected, and there are good ways to solve this that are easy for anyone to do. If he wants to take the risk, it's fine, right? He can do that. It's fine, but he shouldn't be shaming others for spreading information that protects people with a lot of evidence to support that, regardless of his own personal stance. I just think
Jerry's
it's
words
really
per minute, like 30.
Yeah, especially when I'm jacked up on caffeine, right? 30? Did you say 30?
Yeah, it's 30 words a minute.
Oh,
at least.
Oh, well, if, as long as it's qualified with at least. Oh, and I had to spell check a word.
Yeah, I'll get one of them bigger, because like it's all super. This thing's all really super flexible, except for the head. Like the mouth of this thing is a hard plastic. So yeah, I'll get a bottle brush at some point. It's fine.
Let's hear.
Find the world's cheapest 3D printer. Just go to the store, get the cheapest inkjet printer, a pair of red blue glasses, and just print red blue image.
All right, so just said, honestly, I felt the same way the professor thinks now many years ago. Same way as. There we go, as. The professor, let's see, honestly, I felt the same way as the professor when I printed my first cup. and thought it was no big deal, but then after doing the testing and not being able to get the smell out of the plastic, no matter what I did, I couldn't tell people that it was safe any longer. This isn't about who is right or who has the most skills or who has professor in their name. Professor in their name. This is about people giving information to other people so they can be safe as humanly possible, and nobody should ever be shamed for that or told that they are spreading misinformation, when in fact the information they are sharing is more in line with all, or with the majority of content on the subject, especially from large 3D printing companies and filament manufacturers themselves. All right, I think that'll be that's less combative than me freaking out before. The thing is like, I was mad because I thought he was responding to me that way, and I was like, no fucking way, dude. Like, we follow each other, we're peers in this community. Like, if you treat me like that, but I still don't appreciate him treating another person that way in the community that is echoing the same accurate information.
Yeah.
And he even said himself earlier, he's like, oh, well, you know, there are things you could do, like, you know, like glazing or putting a coating on. It's like, yeah, that's what we're saying. Like, if you just did that, it's fine. Like, we're just saying a thrift shop should not be selling direct off the 3D printer printed objects that have no kind of coating on them to protect it from getting bacteria in the crevices between the layer lines. Because if you put it under a microscope, there are tons of inclusions, tons of cracks, places where air bubbles push out to the edge and open up these tiny, tiny little inclusions you can't even see with the naked eye. Some of them you can, but most of them you can't. And it also being hydrophilic, the filament, it is pulling that shit in and it's hanging onto it. You'll never get the rotten smell out of a 3D print. If you put rotten milk in a 3D printed cup, if you cannot clean that thing and get it to smell perfectly like plastic with no smell of rotten milk, you should not be drinking out of that ever. You should throw it away, is all I'm saying. This is just getting ridiculous at this point, but I think enough information is out there for people to make an educated decision on the subject. And it should never come down to who is right or who is wrong deciding ultimate. No, I don't want to say that. I'm not gonna say it. I'll say this is just getting ridiculous at this point. I think enough information is out there for most people to draw a good conclusion from this and protect themselves and others from unnecessary sickness, especially after fucking pandemic. You know, it's like, Jesus Christ. Although getting out in the world again is kind of nice, I gotta admit. Like, I'm scared shitless about it, but I'm like, I'm enjoying it. Okay. Let's see here. I'm going back to my live stream right now. I'm going back to Tech Talk right now because this little caffeine fueled segue got out of hand. Also, I hate Elon Musk for making it look like 3DP was replying directly to me when he wasn't, since it refused to show me the tweets from Maple Leaf Makers, even though we're not muting or blocking each other. Let's hear each other. Come on. What the fuck? There we go. All right, cool. Sorry about that, guys. I took you on the little adventure, but this is how my brain works. Like, when there's like a little blocking thing, I got to do it. Geez, man, that is that's my trigger. Did you guys catch that? Did you catch what my trigger is? I hate it when somebody says that you're spreading misinformation when you literally back up your claims. That is a big fucking thing for me. It's like, yeah, you can disagree with it. That's fine. But you don't get to be the arbiter to say that I'm spreading misinformation when I'm the only person in the conversation that's actually supplying actual data from 3D printing companies, and even filament manufacturers say that too. If you go to a filament site, it's like, is it safe to 3D print cups and dishes and stuff? They recommend no, not unless you coat it. Well, so if the people that make the material and the people that make the printers that use the said material both say it is not worth the risk, then that's not misinformation. It's the opposite. It's actually arguably it's misinformation to tell people that it's perfectly safe. You know, that's not. And watertight doesn't mean shit. That's the thing. Right. Watertight doesn't mean shit. 3D prints are multiple layers. Unless you're printing in vase mode where it's one continuous strand, it's multiple layers, which means the first 3 or 4 layers can be riddled with fucking holes and you will still get a watertight seal. You're just not going to see all the stuff that ingresses into the walls of the cup.
Sure.
Because you can't see into it. That's another danger. So guys, please, for the love of God, if you're into 3D printing and you print cups, dishes, even knives and forks and spoons and shit like that, if you want to use them, just dip them in some food safe epoxy resin or hit them with a couple of layers of like build up food grade shellac. And if you do that, then you'll be fine. Or a food safe clear coat. I'm sure they make food safe like epoxy spray coatings and stuff like that. I'm sure there's a million ways you could coat it. Yeah. And the other cool thing about coating it is the coating will fill in those little gaps between the layer lines and it'll create a smooth surface. Because a lot of these things are auto leveling. Like the paints now, where the surface tension of it will pull it tight and create a very flat plane. And that's what you want. You don't want something that looks akin to sandpaper, right? You want something that's nice and smooth that you can, wipe across with soap and water and ensure that all the fats and stuff get broken down and everything properly gets dissolved by the soap. By the way, making soap is really difficult. I didn't realize that. I wanted to make soap one day and I went and looked up online and I'm like, are you shitting me? Soap is really hard to make. You know what else I just realized? I literally went and got a bottle of water and I have no fucking clue what I just did with it. Seriously? I literally left to get water. What did I do with it? Here, I'll be right back.
I don't know, man. Probably left it where you got it. Food safe filament. So like the plastic is fine, but the problem is during the process, it's not fully like solid. That's the problem. There's little, not holes necessarily, but little nooks and crannies.
Oh, okay, there we go. I have it. I have the water.
Cool.
It is in my possession. Oh, I apologize. Okay, where were we? You got my full attention again.
Yeah.
God damn. God damn. Oh my gosh. Oh, sweet. Sweet. He hit him with a peer-reviewed study. Nice. Good.
Nice.
Good. Hey, if you're gonna have professor in your name, you should be open to information. Like you shouldn't be closed off like that. He said, call it a 280 character limitation. I would say if you were going to use it for food, be sure it's watertight at least. The argument isn't that it's watertight. That is not the argument.
Yeah.
Oh well, it's fine. At least he's now agreeing to say that, like, if it's not watertight, you should make it watertight, which implies putting a coating on it, which hopefully will save a couple of people. But if you print something and it holds liquid, that doesn't mean that it's not getting into the walls. If you put a sponge into water and you pull the sponge out and there is less water inside of the tank, where did that water go? Right? It's not on the surface of the sponge. Where is it? It's inside of the sponge. What does PLA look like under heavy magnification?
Like bumpy
and hygroscopic and porous, like cement. It is not like an injection molded like ABS. Although you don't want to be drinking out of ABS either. That's like a petroleum based product. But there are food safe plastics though. PLA is derived from corn. So this is the other thing that you got to be careful with though, is PLA itself is food safe, but a lot of companies put additives into the PLA to change the melting point so that it extrudes better on 3D printers. Those things that they're adding to it are not food safe. So you'd have to buy a pure food safe or food grade PLA, which one isn't going to print as good as the other stuff, which means you're probably going to have even more inclusions, even worse surface quality finish issues. But it's just, this is something that I had a problem with early on, 3D printing. I used to 3D print cups like crazy. And I realized my very first question where I was like, I had my aha moment wasn't even the milk test. The milk test I did later. The first cup I had, I put coffee in it. And I noticed that even though I wasn't putting that hot of coffee in, I was letting the coffee cool down and adding water to it and then transferring it to the cup to have it on live stream. And one thing I noticed about it when I was putting the coffee in there as I was draining it is the filament was getting darker and darker and darker. The coffee was staining it.
Yeah.
And I'm like, if the coffee can stain it, then something is permeating into it. Because if I can scrub the surface of it and the dye is not coming off of it, that means that it had to get into the filament. Otherwise, I'd be able to wipe it off the surface. I'd scrub it away. So if you can put dye into something and drain it out and it's stained to where you sand it and it's still stained, that's not good. It's sucking up water. And the other thing too is like his counter argument was, oh, well, what about clay pots? Like people store food in clay pots. Yeah. You're not supposed to unless they're glazed. And if they're not glazed, they're porous, and you can put dry goods in there. But if you put wet goods in there, what's going to happen? It's going to seep into the porous material. And now every time you swap out the material that's inside of that ceramic thing that you just made, if it's not glazed, right, it's going to keep permeating into it. And that what's going to happen? It's going to get rotten and rancid and grow bacteria and have all kinds of problems depending on the environment. So we got to be safe, man. We got to be safe. And this is the thing is, like, that saved me, right? Because I was like doing all this shit and thinking it was okay. And to be fair, like 3D Professor, I did the same thing that he's doing right now back in the day. So I don't want to like come off as too much of a hypocrite, because I was the same way, really defensive. Like, oh, what do you know? Like, blah, 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 show your evidence. But I went and did the test, and I was like, no, okay, this is obviously I was fucking wrong. You know, I bow to the experts on this one. But what kind of blows me away about this is this has been common knowledge for like 6-7 years in 3D printing. This isn't like new stuff that was just discovered yesterday. It's like people were trying to 3D print cups back in like 2011, 2012, 2013. And this was already established back then, and people were even telling me like, no, you're not supposed to do that.
This is why. So this for the chat out there. If you know, like, if there's a thing that you know a lot about, you should be talking about it. And it's totally okay to, like, say you're starting a new YouTube channel, or you're going to put a bunch of shit out on TikTok or whatever. Start with the beginner shit. The stuff that you think, if you ever say to yourself, oh no, there's no reason for me to say this because it's already been said by a million people already. No. This is a perfect example. Jerry just said this has been established since the beginning of fucking 3D printing time, and they're still having this argument about it, whatever, a decade later. Like, get out there and talk your shit. If you have an authoritative knowledge on a thing, it doesn't, and just start at the beginning, and it doesn't matter. Like Jerry's keyboard commands for Windows. Like, Jerry, I'm sure Jerry's like, oh man, everybody knows this one. Everybody fucking knows about Windows key period to bring up the emoji thing. No, millions of people don't know about it. All that stuff.
Yep. So, let's see here. Hold on. Oh, that's another thing I didn't even consider either, is like the printer's cleanliness. It's like you're literally extruding, you're swapping out filaments all the time, and residue from the other filaments that you're using are always present in the nozzle. So like if you're printing with polycarbonate or ABS or stuff, there's still going to be residue left. It's going to get less and less and less as you extrude a new filament through it, but it's going to pick up particles of that and deposit into your print. So even if you're printing PLA, if you've ever used that nozzle or that hot end for printing another material, there's still going to be microscopic contamination of those materials still getting mixed in with whatever you're printing next, unless you purge a shitload through it. So I just looked it up on ChatGPT, asked ChatGPT, because I was like, why not? Let's ask the AI, right? It's going to look at all the stuff. But it does say specifically post-processing and finishes. Some 3D printed objects may require post-processing, such as sanding or sealing, to create a smooth and non-porous surface. These steps can help reduce the chances of bacterial growth or absorption of liquids into the material. I'm going to ask, does PLA absorb liquid? Okay, PLA, otherwise known as polylactic acid, which is commonly used 3D printing materials. Matter of fact, I think it was like one of the first 3D printing materials. It said it's not inherently water absorbent. Okay, so PLA is a thermoplastic polymer derived from a renewable source such as cornstarch or sugarcane, and it's often considered food safe and suitable for contact with consumables. However, it's important to note that 3D printed objects made out of PLA can have microscopic gaps or layer lines between the printed layers, which can create tiny spaces where liquid may seep into the material. While PLA itself does not absorb liquid like a sponge, it still does, but it's like atmospheric moisture that it's absorbing. It's not like a sponge. It's possible for liquids to penetrate these gaps and potentially affect the cleanliness and integrity of the object. To mitigate this issue, post-processing techniques such as sanding, sealing, or coating of the surface of the 3D printed object can be employed to create a smoother and more impermeable finish. Additionally, proper cleaning and maintenance of the 3D printed items, as mentioned in the previous response, can help prevent potential issues related to liquid absorption. If you intend to use a 3D printer for mugs or any other object for storing or consuming liquids, it is advisable to pay special attention to the overall quality of the print, employ appropriate post-processing techniques, and exercise regular cleaning and maintenance practices to ensure hygiene and safety on both the printer and the print. So clean your printer and clean the mugs and stuff. But that's just it. Is like if you know how FDM 3D printing works, you are essentially taking a layer of molten plastic, you're heating the plastic is expanding, it's thermally expanding, right? You're forcing it through a nozzle and you're forcing it against another layer of the material. So when you put that layer down, little microscopic bubbles get trapped. And one way to see this is if you ever print in clear filament, like not a lot of people like to print in clear filament anymore because it kind of looks ugly because you can see the layer lines. You can't see where the layers go together. Like it becomes opaque. And the reason it becomes opaque is because those two layers aren't bonding perfectly together. There's a million little micro bubbles between each layer. And those bubbles can be so small that water is permeating into it, but not through every single layer to the outer wall. So again, it's like, even if it gets through 2 or 3 layers of the wall, if you have 20 layers, it's got to get through all 20 layers for it to not be watertight, right? It is holding the liquid. So a good experiment for this actually, and I may even do this because I think that after watching this play out on Twitter, this might actually make a good YouTube video for a return, is let's do the science the proper way. Okay, let's take a PLA thing, weigh the PLA print when it's done, right? Fill it with a liquid, hot or cold, doesn't matter. We can try both because it'll probably yield slightly different results. Because hot liquids usually permeate more than cold liquids, right? Because they're more energetic, and so they can bang into shit faster. So what if we took the cup, you fill it with the liquid, you let it sit for like an hour, then you drain it out and let it drain out completely or whatever, get all the water out of it, even wipe the inside of it with a cloth, get everything out of it and re-weigh the cup. If the cup weighs any more than it did previously, then that means that liquid is inside of the plastic.
It's inside.
And so if there's any weight difference, I mean, you'd have to have a pretty sensitive scale because we're talking about literally being able to measure the difference of drops, right? But if the weight is different in any way, once the surface is completely dry, then you know that it's absorbed something. So that would be an interesting test, and I think that would be like a pretty fair test to, but the one thing that doesn't solve for is if bacteria starts to grow in the crevices, right? Like if you put water in it or whatever and a little bit gets trapped, and as it's evaporating, bacteria forms and it starts to grow inside of that space. Well, you're going to have the weight from the water that was there before, but then that evaporates off. How much does the bacteria weigh compared to the water it replaced? Like, because I'm sure there's some off gassing and the bacteria is farting and shit, releasing energy. So there's got to be some delta there, but I'm wondering if you could figure out a way where it's like, let it sit for a month and weigh it again, see how much bacteria has grown between the layers and see if it's gained weight. See if it's actually like the bacteria feeding off of the particulate in the air and everything like that. See if it's actually creating some kind of appreciable mass. Because I've done bacteria cultures in my house before testing for mold. Yeah. You open up the little petri dish and you got those really crazy looking colonies all over the place. Well, some of those colonies get pretty beefy, and I'd imagine that if you put that petri dish, down after those colonies grow, it's going to weigh more, right? Or would it weigh less? Like, because that's what I'm wondering. It's like, do they consume the material and then the farts or whatever off gas, so that doesn't contribute to the weight and mass of the item because it's lighter than air? So is the end product, even with the bacteria, even though it looks bigger, it's going to be less weight?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, the heat has to go somewhere, right? I mean, that's a form of energy. You can't destroy mass and you can't destroy energy. You can only convert it. So if the bacteria is generating heat and that heat is going away into the environment, then that would affect the mass, right? And on some level, if my brain is working correctly this morning.
Yeah.
Please let me know in chat. I'd love to know what you guys think about this. This has now become a subject that I'm very, very interested in, because honestly, I didn't think anybody was like still challenging this and thinking that this was like a thing. So, oh wait, what? I'd 100% agree with this. What? Okay, I'm confused. So he was arguing with him. He gives him the peer-reviewed study. And then he says, I 100% agree with this. Okay, what is... Okay, the final say in food safe 3D printing. Okay, what is it? Oh, somebody did... Okay, so summary and scope. With the rise of COVID and mass shutdowns during the 2020, affecting the production of PPE, frontline workers themselves and big masses, concerning makers decide to make matters into their own hands and 3D print masks and face shields. This brought many questions to the table, such as, can 3D printed parts be cleaned, sanitized, and reused for food or medical? Common sense and instinct says yes. However, it must be documented and approved for hospitals where lives are at stake to use 3D printed items. Granted, during the shortage, they used whatever they could get their hands on, including the 3D printed masks and face shields. Another reason to clean 3D printed parts. What if one of your children is using a 3D printed hand from Team Unlimited. Oh, that thing's pretty cool, by the way. You can actually 3D print a prosthetic hand. It's badass. Or you're printing hands for children that are missing hands. We need to make sure that they can be cleaned and won't pass on contamination to recipients or other people around them. Let's see here. For the chosen method of cleaning, I went with a 200-year-old practice called hand wash. I used basic Dawn dish soap to clean all my 3D printed parts for testing. I then decided to test more dilute dish soap to see if it cleans the printed products. However, to ensure other methods worked, I used 70% IPA, so isopropyl alcohol, right? As such as a basic wash, rinse, and sanitize method used in food establishments and hospitals. Items we tested were the following: PLA+, PLA, PETG, and 3D printed respirator mask, glass squares for control samples, shirt, how do you 3D print a shirt? Cotton mask, metal fork, metal spoon, my fingernails. Oh, this is just what he's washing. Never mind. I thought they 3D printed these things. My fingernails and hands after washing them. The 3D printed mask was cut into pieces to use as samples. I also have some cubes and some first layer prints inoculated with Salmonella typhimurium. Okay, I'm guessing that's just some strain of bacteria that they can grow that's safe. I know you hear salmonella and you're like, that's not safe, but like all these scary things also have like safe equivalents. It's weird.
Yeah.
Because they grow E. coli. Like I heard of coli and I'm like, E. coli is really bad, right? But apparently that's a really common thing that they grow in the lab, is like a strain of E. coli that doesn't do anything to you. Very, very cool stuff. He said, I also let it sit for 3 months in a warm environment to allow the bacteria and bioforms to form. And then he said, when I mention wash, rinse, sanitize, and bleach water, this also means to wash the part in warm soapy water, rinse with water, then soak in cold bleach bath for 2 minutes. Oh shit. Okay, so that's like that's above and beyond. But bleach would be a decent sterilization method though.
Sure.
Let's see here. Preliminary information. Soap is a very impressive invention. The use of fats and sodium hydroxide made from mixing water with charcoal ash creates a chemical reaction known as saponification. When soap comes in contact with bacteria, be they good or bad, soap cannot tell the difference. The cell walls are broken. Wait, does that mean every time you're washing your hand, you're killing all the cells on the surface of your hand?
Sure.
Crazy. Since they are fat and turned into more soap. Oh, whoa, really? I didn't actually know that. So like when you're using soap, you're actually killing your cells on your hand and turning it into more soap. You're like breaking down the fat cells on your hand and making, that's weird, man. And then it says, now viruses require a host cell to produce and infect others. So you wash away the host cells, then there is nothing there for the virus to attach to. This is why washing your hands during the cold and flu season is so important. The reason soapy water does so well at cleaning objects is due to 2 reasons. First, the surface tension. The second, the nature of soap. Water has a naturally high surface tension, meaning that the hydrogen bonds are stronger and allow the water to hold its shape. This is why water beads up on plastic and glass. Water does not flow well into small spaces. This is known as wetting angle. If you can loosen the hydrogen bonds a little, water can then flow far better into the pores and cracks of the object. This is where soap comes into play. Soap reduces surface tension by 65%, allowing the soapy water into the pores as small as 0.125 microns, about the size of a virus. Let us refocus on, but here's the thing. Also remember that the inclusions into this thing might be of a weird shape, right? Where the liquid can settle on the bottom of the inclusion or on the top of the inclusion. It may not necessarily have a clear path out. So like, even though the liquid can permeate into it when you fill it up to a certain point and displace the air in that spot, that doesn't necessarily mean, unless you move it in every direction and really, really work it, that you're getting all of the liquid out of those like little crevices, little microscopic crevices. Let's see. It's kind of like if you ever like washed like a toy car or something like that, or Legos, and the water's like falling out of them until they air dry. Like no matter what, you pick it up and it's like water falls out. You turn it, water falls out.
There's something
it's just water always will find a way to hide in every tiny little crevice. Yeah. And no matter how much you shake it, like my CPAP hose. This is a great example. My CPAP hose. Every time I clean it, CPAP is just like a scuba for fat people to breathe while they're sleeping. So that's how I explain to people. It's literally I'm scuba diving when I go to sleep because I can't breathe. I put water and soap in it, right, to clean it out, to get all the goobers out of it. But no matter how much I swing it around or blow air through it or shake it around, everything, the water droplets never will fully come out of it. Like no matter what I do. So what I have to do is I have to wash it, rinse it, wash it again, rinse it again, then rinse it again, and then swing it like centrifugal force to get as many of the droplets out as humanly possible, spin it around, swing it the other way to get the drops out, and then I still have to hang it for another 2 or 3 hours. Otherwise, if I put in, let it air dry, because if I put it on the CPAP, as soon as I turn on the CPAP and starts blowing air, those droplets just start hitting me in the face. Yeah. So it's like you can never get all the water off of it. But I'm going to go ahead and cheat and jump to the end of this thing. Oh, this actually has the pictures. Oh, okay. I'm gonna send you guys this. If you guys are interested in what's going on here, I hope you are. I'm putting a link in chat right now. If you scroll down, you can see the pictures under the microscope. I was looking for these earlier. I couldn't find them because I saw these pictures of the PLA layers laying against each other. And I can tell you right now, if you look at these things, there are a lot of inclusions and a lot of cracks between these surfaces. Like there's a lot of places and like really jagged stuff too, like where lines butt up against each other. So like lines going this way versus lines going this way on a 3D printer. There's all kinds of little weird shaped nooks and crannies and stuff in there. And God, there's a lot of surface dander and debris on there too. Gross. Okay, so at the end, what does it say here? At the very, very end. I just want to go down all the way to the end. What's the oh shit. Okay, so soapy water does better than 70% IPA. Okay, that's interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that, would you?
What's that?
Would you have guessed that soapy water is more effective at killing bacteria than isopropyl alcohol at 70%?
I feel like needs to be a little more context. So just soap and water, because in the food industry, I learned that they always say, "Oh, wash your hands with hot water and blah blah blah." Right? That has nothing to do with the actual killing of the bacteria or any of whatever ickiness is on your hands. It helps loosen the stuff up that might be on your hands. You can wash your hands with cold water all day long. In fact, it's not even the soap that is a key thing in the cleaning of your hands. It's the scrubbing.
Yeah.
You could rinse your hands and just scrub real good and you get most of the way there. Really, really. Like, I'm sure there's data on this, but in the food industry, at least, you're still supposed to use soap. Health department's going to get mad at you if you don't, but they said it's the scrubbing. So are we talking about just soap, water, bloop on a surface, killing bacterias versus isopropyl alcohol, or are we talking about using isopropyl alcohol along with the scrubbing and the recommended hand washing method? Also, I would say certain soaps are specifically designed to kill bacterias and whatnot, so I would imagine they would be better at it than just alcohol.
Yeah, it's interesting. In this case, they're basically just saying, so they took soapy water, right, and repeatedly washed something in 120 Fahrenheit water, which is really hot. I mean, that's super fucking hot.
120?
Yeah, 120 is pretty damn hot.
That's the max of my tank.
Yeah, because I was saying my hot tub's like 104, and it's hard to even sit in there at first. So I can't imagine putting your hands under 120 would be comfortable. So, but it does look like the soapy water result does look better. The only thing is the test that they're performing here. Let's see. Oh, and then they also use bleach, I think, too. As a note on the bleach, do not use splashless bleach to clean. It is not the same as regular bleach. Wait, there's something called splashless bleach? Okay. I have no idea what that is. Okay, so the printed parts were tested at 2 hours and 24 hours after cleaning. The control is shown against the green solution. Green is clean, no proteins after 2 to 24 hours after cleaning with basic soap and water. This means nothing was left behind to allow the pathogens to grow and multiply. If they were to grow, they would leave behind new contamination, which the protein swabs would have picked up. I confirmed my findings with another tester who did wash in soapy water, rinsed the part, and then sanitized it by soaking for 5 minutes in bleach water at the hospital. The 5-minute time frame was to allow the bleach water to seep into the part. The surgical technician then did an ATP and protein swab test. They found the parts to be well within the spec and usable for medical settings. Okay, the one thing I do want to say here, because there is a path. There's clearly a path here that you can sterilize a 3D print. Sure. But if you buy a cup in a secondhand store, are you going to be submerging it for 5 minutes in bleach after vigorously hand washing it with soap?
Yeah.
I don't. Of course you would. No, I'm just saying. No. Who would?
No,
right?
It's no.
Yeah, nobody's going to.
You run it through your dishwasher or something.
Yeah, you're just gonna.
I'd be
You're
even
gonna
a little
treat it like
sketched to that because my dishwasher might melt the fucking thing.
So though there is, I will concede. I learned a thing, right? You can. There is a path to sterilize, at least with this specific bacteria that they're doing the test with in this specific time frame. There is a way to sterilize it. But you do have to actually soak it for 5 minutes in bleach water after aggressively washing it with soap in very hot water. And that alleviated the issue. But without the bleach step, the results are horrendous.
Right.
So it's, I would not trust any of this. And it said in the conclusion at the end, it says another thing that's a consideration, because they updated it. Apparently they didn't have all the first information when they did it. But in their conclusion, they say, let's see here. Where is it? Scroll down to the bottom. Okay, right here. It said, After much preparation and testing, I will continue to test more because why not? I've concluded that 3D printed parts can be cleaned to operating room standards. Does this mean they are food safe? Yes, but with a small no. Yes, because they can be cleaned and can hold dry foods with no issues, but possibly no, because with liquids, they can cause the color additives and binders used in the filament to possibly leach out. It is rare, but still possible. Also, if 3D printed item is to hold liquid, it is best to coat it in resin and epoxy as stated above.
See? Yep, there you go.
So was I spreading misinformation? And he just said he agrees with this. Like he read this article and he says he agrees with it. So I'm lost. I don't know what's going on here. Okay, we're done. We're done with that topic. Fuck that topic. But did you guys learn something? Because I learned something.
Yeah, I think so.
I learned that bleach, like bleach solution mixed in water, if you soak a 3D printed part in it, it will pretty much kill everything. But I think one thing that we've learned in life is that bleach is pretty good at killing just about everything.
Oh, yeah, like, chlorine is horrible.
Yeah, because remember, even Trump said it could cure you if you could get it on the inside. It could cure COVID, remember? I'm sorry, I had to bring that up. I just remembered that. I was like, if we could get the bleach on the inside, like, would that cure it? Would that make the cancer dead? It's like, yeah, it'd make the rest of you dead too. No, but bleach is badass. I keep forgetting how badass bleach is. Just don't get it on your clothes, because I ruined my other shirt, my nice shirt like this. I was spraying bleach all over my AC over here, and it was splashing, and I didn't really think about it. You know, that it was like misting on me. And so I went downstairs, took my shirt off, threw it in the hamper, went and took a shower. Next day I come out and I go grab the shirt out of the hamper because I'm a dirty boy, and I'm like, well, I couldn't find a shirt, so I'll wear my shirt from yesterday. And it was just covered in like light brown spots. And I was like, no, I was so sad. I was so sad. But yeah, so I guess the one thing we can say here is that 3D printing professor is correct in that you can sterilize the cup as long as you know to wash it aggressively with soap and really hot water with the hands and soak it for 5 minutes in a bleach solution. Then it's safe to drink out of, as long as there's no pigments in the print. So make sure your filament is not colored. It needs to be clear filament. Okay, and then you won't have the pigments, and make sure they don't have any other additives in their secret formulation that could leach. And then if you do all of those things, then you probably could drink from a 3D printed cup without dying. But I don't think most people are going to do that. So I think it's still fair to say that a secondhand store, I'll put it to vote in chat though. If you guys agree with me, type a Y. If you don't, type an N. Do you think a secondhand store should be selling a 3D printed cup, something that people are presumably going to think that they can just dump milk and coffee, hot coffee and stuff and drink? Because if they put hot coffee in it, it's going to get like soft. Ugh. And it's going to like, the cup will literally start collapsing.
No. Yeah. I don't think they should. No. Honestly, like, it'd be like a secondhand store selling somebody's like dildo or something. Like, it's just, there's like a certain sort of like, it's just,
brother.
I mean, dude. Hey, man, it's a similar sort of deal. Like, there's no way to do it in a way that is going to be comfortable.
You gave me the bad mental image I'm never going to be able to get rid of now.
I mean,
we're sitting here talking about bacteria in between the layer lines on plastic, and you just said a 3D printed dildo, which I know is a thing, by the way.
Not even just 3D printed. I'm just saying in a general sense.
Oh, no.
Like, it's a similar sort of...
Right, you want to clean it.
Cleanliness sort of deal, you know? It's a...
Wow.
And I think this just comes from a sort of... ignorant sort of thing, right? Like, come on, man. No, frankly, it's not the responsibility of the Goodwill or whatever to fucking look at all that shit that's so close to determine whether or not it's okay or not. Like, don't be donating your 3D printed food items like that.
I think that's fair to say that the onus should be on both. Like you should not be taking 3D printed shit to Goodwill. And I think it's fair that Goodwill, because it's so obvious what a 3D print is, like you can look at it and tell it's got a million layer lines in it. And they didn't even put it on it. Like the label literally just says housewares, figurines, knickknacks, cup, $2.49. And it's clearly a 3D printed cup. And it's not
There's also a level of responsibility on the purchaser as well to be like, oh, this is clearly not like a coffee cup.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I shouldn't be eating or drinking out of this thing. Because
you know what else I noticed?
Basically made out of like tissue paper.
Let me put this link in chat. Look at this picture. I just noticed this. I didn't even notice this when I looked at the first. The bottom is stained already. Like, look at the bottom edge of the cup. I didn't even notice because I was looking at the top of it. But if you look at the bottom edge, it's already stained with something just from sitting. Like maybe coffee like dripped down the side or something like that. and they didn't wipe it off, and it permeated in. But look at the bottom where it's all dirty right there. That's like, oh, that's gross. And they're still selling that.
Yeah, that's weird.
So they should throw that stuff away, or they should at least put like not food safe or something on the label if they're going to do that. Because here's the thing, like I understand that Goodwill like shouldn't have to figure all that stuff out themselves. However, there are things that Goodwill knows not to sell, right? They do, like, don't sell underwear. You're never going to buy underwear at Goodwill, right? You're never going to buy a mattress, like a used mattress at Goodwill. Right. And so there's certain things that they don't take, like monitors. For a long time, they wouldn't even take CRTs. And that cracks me up, because if they had taken CRTs and just sat on them for like 10 years, they'd be so fucking rich right now.
Yeah.
Like those, dude, you know how much it costs to buy a fucking, just a regular shitty, like RCA, like tube TV from like the 80s?
A lot. Well, yeah. One, because they're rarer now, but also like, holy fuck, trying to ship it or get it anywhere.
Shit you couldn't even give away is worth shitloads of money now. Like even on eBay. I saw a TV on eBay. What was it, a 21-inch Sony Trinitron?
Ooh, those are nice.
Really nice, really nice.
That's especially because of older like GameCube fighter games and stuff. They love that shit.
It was like a 21-inch Sony Trinitron. It was $500 plus $150 for shipping and handling. And it sold recently. And I was like, $500? Like that's slightly less than what it cost brand new back then. Yeah. And I tried to take the ViewSonic version. Like the ViewSonic had a flat tube Trinitron version too. And so I tried to give my ViewSonic monitors to Goodwill back when I switched to all flat panels, and I had them sitting in my attic. I took them there and I was like, here, I can give you guys these nice monitors. And they're like, no, we can't take those. I was like, are you kidding? They were still like brand new condition. I took really good care of them. They all had great picture quality. And they're like, yeah, we're not allowed to take anything with a tube anymore. Like, we'll take flat panels, but we won't take anything with a tube. And I'm like, holy shit. So I had to literally go find it. I had to go down to PC Recycle, and PC Recycle made, I think I had to pay $5 for each of them, like $15 to get them to take them. They wouldn't even take them for free. I was like, this is horse shit, man. And now you fast forward today, and it's like each one of those monitors would probably go for like $150, $200 today. My old TV that I had, I used to have like a 27-inch, like one of the big 27-inch Sony flat screen TVs, like way back in the day. And I bet you those things are probably like $1,000 if you could find one today. It's just crazy, man. And it's because everybody took them to the dump and broke them. Yeah. They weren't worth anything, so everybody threw them in the dump. And so now they're worth something. So that just goes to show, man, anytime something, I'm going to start saving my old dirty mattresses, because one day there's not going to be very many old dirty mattresses.
No.
That was so gross, though, when you mentioned like 3D printed dildo. Sorry, dude, imagine all the ridges on the 3D printed dildo just getting packed up with stuff. Oh, gross.
Now, I wonder if I resin printed a cup, would that be okay?
Interesting. Well, the resin. The problem with the resin, though, is it's still very similar to FDM. It lays down in layers, but the layers are thinner,
right? And it's more,
and they're pressed. They're like physically pressed together.
It's more.
I mean, it is smoother, but under a microscope, it's just going to be a lot more ridges. You know what I mean? Like, yeah,
is it though, really?
Yeah, because each thing is a layer still. It's just they're thinner layers. So, like the way resin 3D printing works is you basically have a screen underneath that shines light through the resin. And wherever the light touches the resin, it hardens it. Okay. And so what happens is you have a build plate come down that lays right against, it just sandwiches a thin layer of resin against the bottom of the tank that's clear. Okay. The screen shines through, and any place where the light is blocked, the resin stays liquid, and any place where the light gets through, it turns hard, right? And so then what it does is it shifts the build plate to break it free, to break the surface tension. It lifts it up, lets resin creep back under it, and then pushes down again. And then shows another image and shows another image. And it goes like this, and it just builds.
How I thought it worked. I thought it was just like you ever see those you see
hey,
like
take it easy, Bubba,
of a like fMRI or something where like it moves through the body and it's like and you see all like the weird I thought it was more like that. Like it's more real time, like the image is changing as the thing lifts. Like it's just like a smooth.
There is
and the
one
thing just
type
kind of appears out of the goo that way.
There's one type of 3D printing that works exactly that way, and it's called clip. And but it's very expensive. It's not common at all. It's only used in industry.
That was 100% how I thought it worked. Like you have a high refresh rate, little bitty screen in there, and it's just it's changing as the thing lifts.
Yeah. Really the way the clip thing works is instead of having to break the layer each time, it like creates a layer of oxygen under the resin that keeps it from contacting and sticking to the bottom. And then the resin is just constantly flowing under it. And then they just cure it and they just slowly lift it like as it's changing the picture, and it just comes out like this.
Yeah, that's how I always thought it worked. Like all of them.
But with the SLA 3D printers, like the Form and like the modern ones you see for like $200-$300 or whatever,
you dump the resin things and stuff.
Yeah, it's literally just, if you watch it, it goes like this. It goes expose the light, then expose the light, expose the light, and they'll just keep doing this, and then you'll start seeing the print emerge. But each layer, it's lifting it off the bottom, letting resin flow in underneath it. And then putting it back down and then showing it light.
It's lame. That's a little lame.
Yeah, but you know what's funny is
I guess
it's
just more of the broken expectation. I guess.
I know.
Give me the disappointment, but
well, if it makes you feel any better, at least mine uses a laser beam instead of a screen.
Right? Yeah. So, yeah. That'd be.
Because like the cheap ones, like I shouldn't even say cheap ones. Even the expensive ones use the same exact method.
Yeah, I mean they're like just a high res little 6-inch screen or whatever in there, which is kind of cool. I'm like, that's awesome.
Yeah, all they do is I think it's like 406 nanometer UV light or something like that. All they do is replace the backlight, like the normal backlight you'd have in your TV. Yeah, they're doing is they're using a black and white LCD because again, you just want it to be all dark or all light, right? You don't want it anything else other than just dark or light. Yeah. And you put a high intensity UV backlight in it. And so what it does, the LCD covers the spots where it doesn't want to cure, right? So it just looks like a pattern.
Yeah.
And then it turns on the image, shines the light, cures everything where the light's coming through, and then it turns off. And then as soon as it turns off, then it breaks itself off the bottom of the platform and puts it back down. And so you have to replace those they call them tanks, right? The tank that holds the resin that has the clear bottom. You have to replace those every like 100 prints, 50 or 100 prints, because as the thing comes down, sticks and comes up, it'll start scratching the surface and making it foggy, and the foggier it gets, the lower the resolution gets because it blurs the light coming through.
Wow.
So, but it's neat how they work, and mine works on the same principle, same light frequency and everything, except for instead of a backlight and an LCD, it's a laser that's like a tenth the size of a human hair that's being aimed with mirrors. And so what it'll do is it'll go down into the tank, and it takes a lot longer than the screen ones because the screen ones are exposing an entire layer at a time. For mine, it has to trace the whole thing. So you'll see this really intense green laser. I mean, you can even see it through the laser shield. It's got like that, it blocks like the UV light off of it, but you still get this intense green light that's like a laser show. It like traces around the part, and then it goes back and forth, like cure the whole thing. So like an entire layer can still take like 10, 12, 15 seconds to expose one layer. And then it's got to go to the next one. So it's stupid slow, very, very slow. But the funny thing is resin printing is about the same price as FDM now. Like it used to be so much more expensive. That Form 2 back there costs, even today, I went and looked, I couldn't believe it. For a liter, 1 kilogram. 1 kilogram of resin for that thing starts at $150. 1 kilogram. A 1 kilogram spool of plastic for your 3D printer, like PLA, is like $20, $30. So it doesn't scale. But the new 3D printers, like the ones that you buy on Amazon, those like for $200, those ones you just buy the resin, it's like $25 for a kilogram. So it's almost the same price now to print a very high resolution SLA part versus like an FDM, which is like, the conventional 3D printer everybody knows. And so the only reason you'd pick between the two because of price is one is really super high resolution and fast. Like the SLA printers are usually faster, but they can't print as thick of layers, right? So for structural parts, you want an FDM. Like for really strong parts, for very high detailed parts, you want the SLA. So, and it used to be that you only used an SLA for like the tiniest little parts and stuff so that you could sparingly use the resin, and because it was so expensive. And now it's like, no, they're basically like the same price. So it's like, if I want to print a bottle like this, I want to print it on an SLA printer because one, I can make it out of clear. SLA can print clear, whereas with the FDM, I'm going to get bubbles between the layers. So I can print, I even printed a lens, dude. I printed a fucking lens on that thing.
That's cool.
And the cool thing is, like, you asked this earlier. You said, would it have the same problem with cleaning if it was a resin print?
Yeah.
Because it's smoother, right? And so unfortunately, it's not so smooth that it's at the micron level. So I think you're still going to have the same problem. However, I just remembered how you make a lens. When you 3D print a lens on a resin printer, when you pull it out and you cure it, you have to put it in alcohol to get the excess resin off of it. And you got to put it through like a little bath, and then you got to UV cure it in an oven so that it cures the rest of the resin that's inside of it that hasn't been cured. But once you go through that lengthy process, you have a lens that's foggy. You can't even see through it. It just looks super foggy. It doesn't look like glass. So the way you make it into a lens is you just dip it in the resin, in the vat. You just dip it in the vat, pull it out and hang it and let the resin drip dry off of it. And it leaves a perfectly smooth glass layer of resin. And then you put it in the UV curing oven and it'll solidify, and then you have an optical lens.
Neat.
So if you printed a cup, I should do this, man. This is a good idea. I should print a cup on that and then dip it in the resin, like put the resin in, slosh it around and get it all covered, and then UV cure it. And I bet you it'll be a glass smooth surface. I'm going to try that, man. That I've been looking for a reason to fire that damn thing up again. It'd be cool. Maybe I'll make a shot glass or something. And the neat thing is the resin doesn't also holds up to better temperature. Like I know the resin doesn't melt as low temperature as PLA does. But I don't know if it's food safe. That I'll have to check. That I'm not 100% on.
Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on. Where's our little where'd my dashboard go?
I don't know.
Oh, here we go. No, I was just seeing if so Bubba to Matt, he had to take off earlier. Meat Puppet.
Oh yeah.
Did I get Meat Puppet earlier with the blast to the face? Let's see, he said, have you seen the videos of the industrial 3D printers that print houses? Yes.
Oh yeah, that shit's cool.
Dude, that is the future, man. Shut up, Siri. You go to hell. Just kidding. No, 3D printed houses are absolutely awesome.
Yeah, that's super rad, man. I think it's so cool.
I also like the metal 3D printing. The metal 3D printing is the thing that I'm waiting for that to come to the house. Like
that is nuts.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I mean, I can see it working. I can see it working in the same way that the plastic filament stuff works. It's just like a thin copper wire, or what is it? There's those filaments you can get. It's like 85%. Shut up, Winston. Damn, man. It's like 85% copper in the plastic. Mm-hmm. And then so like you print the thing out, and I think you can like dip it in something to like eat away the plastic, and then boom, it's like a little copper. It's like almost fully copper.
Oh, you just put it in a kiln. Just the same thing you do to fire. Yeah, and it just burns it away.
Melt it. Yeah. That kind of thing. Man, that's fucking cool, man.
No, I did that once. It worked really, really well. So the problems with that one is and I even have the filament. I actually have some of that filament here, and my neighbor has a kiln. I should really do that. So what you do is you, like, say you wanted to make like a Warhammer figure that was like steel or copper or something, right? Copper probably is more realistic for an average kiln because, steel melts at a way higher temperature.
Right.
But if you have access to like one of those little 110, little kilns that you can put a figurine in, they're like $150 on Amazon. All you do is you put this filament in your 3D printer, and it's got it's 20% plastic, 80% metal dust. So it's basically it's just like metal ground down into powder. And what happens is when you print the part, it looks like a little plastic part, but it's heavy. Like, as a matter of fact, here, I have this right here. That right there is bronze.
Yeah.
So
that's cool.
I don't know if you guys can hear it. Like, I wish I had something metal to tap against this. Here, hold on. Let's see if we can. Oh, my phone. Here, I'll just use my phone.
Yeah.
Like, it's very metallic. It's very heavy. It's cold. Like, it sinks the heat out of your hand like bronze would. And so this right here is bronze fill. And it's got 20% plastic, 80% of the bronze in it. If I took this and put it into a kiln and fired it, which I never did, it would shrink a lot. It'll shrink by 20%. But the final resulting part will still be the same dimensions, just perfectly 20% shrunken, and it'll be solid metal. This would be 100% solid bronze. And if you just leave it in this state, you can still polish it. Like, you can see kind of like around like the chin there where it looks a little polished. That's just me polishing it with like a Scotch pad. So one of the Scotch Brite pads. But no, they have it in copper, they have it in steel, they have quite a few different materials that you can do. They even have one that's silver. It's very expensive. They even have gold fill if you want to make jewelry. They do eat the nozzles. You have to use a tool steel nozzle. So you have to get a hardened tool steel nozzle. Yeah, if you use a brass nozzle, it'll literally double the size of the hole in one print. And so that filament is really expensive though. For a kilogram, it's usually like for bronze, just for bronze or whatever, it's like I think a $90 or $100 for a kilogram. And keep in mind, it's a kilogram, so when you add the weight of the metal to it, it's a lot less filament than what you'd get with plastic. And I think it's 150 for like steel, like for some of the more exotic metals.
Sure.
But this is your best chance of being able to print a metal part at home, like without any additional processes, right? So you print this, you throw it in the kiln, you fire it, you take it out, then you anneal it in an oven, or you can actually anneal it in the kiln also if it's got a controllable temperature. And what you end up with is a metal part. Or if you're super baller and you want something that's like flawlessly accurate dimensions and solid all the way through without inclusions and stuff like that, because you will get on stuff like this, when you put it in the kiln, you can sometimes get bubbles and blisters and like little things. It's not always perfect. If you want to get the perfect part, then you use one of those fucking laser sintering machines where it's basically, and they do make I shouldn't say a professional business version that would like fit in my room here. Yeah. It's made by Form Labs. And I think it's called the SL1. And the way it works is it's very expensive to operate. Like you think this shit's expensive? No, it's like to print this using one of those industrial machines. This would probably be like $600 or $800 of material to print this in like steel. Oh yeah, yeah. So the way it works is it creates like an oxygen-free chamber where you have a box of. It basically starts as a platform that sinks into a box. And then on the other side, you have another box pushing up. So like one side, it's pushing up this dust, this metal powder. It's pure metal powder, 100% metal. And then a thing sweeps it over the other platform. So to create like a nice, like one of those Zen sand gardens. Mm-hmm. And then a laser, high intensity UV laser or whatever, comes down and melts like the width of a human hair, goes back and forth and melts the metal until it welds together. It's like a perfect weld, like almost like you... it's like better than casting. It even comes out better than a casted part. And so it does the little weld layer, just like an SLA printer. But then what it does is it just drops the table down, whatever your layer height is, and then sweeps another thing of metal over it, runs the laser again at the intensity that'll melt it down to the layer under it. And it just keeps doing that. So one side's going up with the powder, the other side's going down. So it's like sweep, laser, sweep, laser, sweep, laser. It's kind of a slow process. But when you're done, you basically just push a button and the whole thing pushes up with all the material, and you just break it away and use a brush and get it out of all the crevices and stuff. And inside of that mass of material that you can reuse is your part that's fully printed in metal. And the only thing you have to do after that is I think that you still, with most of them, have to put it into like an annealing oven or whatever to like finish, like to strengthen the part. But what you're left with is something that's machinable. So the turbos and Koenigseggs use that method. I've seen engine blocks now be made with that method. Like I think the engine block for the Koenigsegg Gemera or whatever, I think the little 3-cylinder jobber they built, I think that is 3D printed on one of those machines. And the coolest thing that I've seen so far is Joel. Did you see Joel's video on Twitter that's going around of him printing Optimus a Primal?
Yes. Yeah.
Dude, that was Inconel. That was using that process. Inconel. That's that freaking metal that they make like Formula One exhausts out of. What? And I think it's all over the SR-71 too, because it's a metal that doesn't expand very much under heat. So you can heat it up a ton and it doesn't expand. It's like it's way better than titanium, but it's super expensive. And so he printed that huge thing. I think he said it weighed over 100 pounds, that head. And it's not even solid. It's only like this thick. Around but yeah, over 100 pounds. So they've been hitting it with like flamethrowers, and Hacksmith hit it with like his oxygen torch. Nothing has done any damage to it at all. Dropping bricks on it and stuff. They've been trying to beat the shit out of this thing, and nothing happens because it's damn near solid Inconel. And and Adam Savage was there too, if you haven't seen the video. Oh, right. Yeah, I was so jealous, dude. I got to see him hang out with Adam Savage. I'm like, no freaking way, dude. Seriously? I'm so fucking jealous. But yeah. Yeah, that was pretty cool. So if you haven't seen that, go on my Twitter profile and look. You'll find Joel Telling on there, a 3D printing nerd. Go watch that video. It's really freaking cool that he printed Optimus Primal. Well, I mean, he didn't print it. The company did that had this like $1 million machine, and it's huge. Right. It's like the machine is like 2 stories tall, takes up like half of the size of my house to be able to print something that's 600 by 600 by 600 millimeters. I think is its build volume. Wow. And they use a lot of power too. That's the other thing is like you need like 3-phase industrial power. Like you're not even getting enough power to run that machine to charge your Tesla, to supercharge your Tesla. Like you need an insane amount of power to run those. Donnie Pearson said, "Well, I must go now. Thanks, guys. Remember, not all things are created equal, but you don't have to take my word for it." Is that a red green thing?
No. Not all AI things.
Oh, not all AI things are created equal, but you don't have to take my word for it. Dude, AI. I say we just hit AI hard now since we've avoided it the rest of the time. Let's see. Wait, what? Like Elon's rocket engines? I think he 3D prints parts on the rocket.
I imagine.
There's a company that only does 3D printed rockets. I can't remember the name of their business off the top of my head, but they're the ones that are known for 3D printing the whole fuselage and the tanks and everything using like a MIG welder. So they basically put it like a MIG welder on a robotic arm, and then they rotate a turntable, and it just like builds up a continuous strand of wire melting to the wire underneath it. And I think that they use like, you know, they fill the room with argon so that there's no oxygen to react or create any kind of oxidation. And then when they're done, then they take it and put it on another platform, and the robotic arm then uses machining tools to machine it down to a smooth surface. So like when they print the tank, it looks like this really rough, you know, it doesn't look clean at all. Like you can see every layer line, and some are fatter and some are skinny. And you're like, how the hell is that a precision part? But then once they run it through and mill the surfaces down on the inside and the outside, it looks perfect. It's like absolutely flawless. Oh, Relativity. Relativity Space is the company that does that. Creality Resin 3D printer. Let's see here. Harlot Mage, 8K resolution, 10.3-inch monochrome LCD UV photo curing resin printer with high precision integral light fast printing dual Z-axis rails, larger print size, 8x97 by 5.03 by 9.05. So yeah, no, they're actually a lot cheap. Like I can't believe how cheap the resin printers are getting now. It's pretty wild. It's pretty wild. So like if you wanted to get into resin printing, now's the time to do it, because it's like it's never been cheaper. You can get a resin printer right now for $190, $189, $190.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, and $25 a liter for resin. Which and it's a small build volume printer too, so it's like,
but so what?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, and you can print stuff in pieces. That's the thing, is like,
yeah,
just like with this, it's like if you wanted, you could print a car using a printer with a build volume this big. It's just you're going to be printing a lot more parts. And at the end of the day, you can fuse two parts together stronger than the layers are actually bonded together. So if you there's a company called Magic Goo. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. You will if you ever 3D print. so Magic Goo makes like different adhesives for or they're not even just adhesives. They weld the plastic together, and they make different formulations for different materials. So they make one for PLA where you put two PLA parts together, and it actually causes the surfaces to weld together. So there's no glue in between them. It just causes the surfaces to melt a little bit, and when you put them together and it off gases or whatever and it dries, you basically are left with a solid piece. And it works so good that we did a tug of war with, I think it was like 5 people on each side at the Magic Goo booth at Midwest Rep Festival, I think in 2017. And we were both pulling as hard as we could against this like giant 3D printed block. It was basically 2 blocks, Magic Goo in between them, pushed together right before we started. Like literally a minute before we started to do the pull, they glued them together. And then we pulled as hard as we could, and we managed to actually break a jagged, like across 20 layer lines on one of the pieces, and it didn't touch the part that was fused. So that was pretty damn impressive. So yeah, you would actually end up with a super strong part, even if you had to glue it together from like 20 pieces. And 3D printers are so damn accurate now, especially when you're printing with materials like PLA and stuff like that, that your parts are all going to fit perfectly together. Like seam to seam, you're not going to have any gaps or anything, especially if it's all printed on the same one.
Joel printed that like quarter-sized F1 car.
Yeah.
Or I mean, yep. I don't think it was a quarter scale. I think it was like 1/16 or something. But it, like the original model was only supposed to be like this big, but he like scaled it up like 10 times or something. And
dude,
and it's in chunks.
Been a quarter. It was big. Dude.
It was huge. It was huge. It was like a go-kart.
Yeah,
it was like it's size enough for a single adult at least. Yeah. It was huge.
I'm gonna say it was almost 6 feet long. So, was that your dog? I thought it was like Mature.
Yeah, fucking Winston's a big whiny butthead.
Oh, he just
actually, he's not that big, but still. He's got a fucking ball that he's dropping off of the chair he's chilling on. He's like a toddler, man, throwing his binky out of the crib, kind of stuff. He's just being a fucking butthead.
I love dogs, though, man. I wish I had.
Yeah, no, I love this guy. He's super adorable and shit, but.
Oh, is it? Jogel said, "How do I stop?" Oh, by the way, Jogel, thank you for the. I keep forgetting. Here, you do the sounds. I got this. Here we go. Ready? All right. This is what you get for a super chat these days. Give you a long one.
I need sound buttons, man. I need some cool. Drop it. Yeah, man. Even if it's just like, I know that there's like a phone thing I can do that give me buttons.
If you want, just let me know one of these days, like when we're not streaming. Like maybe when we play some Star Citizen, like maybe before or after that, we'll go through and we'll set up some stuff before the stream. Maybe we'll just have like a day where we just meet up completely, not even streaming or nothing, and just set up cool stuff.
Yeah.
And I can even make stuff activatable on my side to you too, like that you could either use chat or have a remote program where you push buttons and it's basically controlling my stuff on this side.
Yeah, like I think I can. I don't know if you still have it programmed up, but I think I can change the screen. Right, as a mod, I can throw in a command.
Yeah,
/ LED or something.
Yeah, do bang LED and put in some text. I think that'll work. Let's see. Oh, fatal UI exception encountered. StreamerBot's Discord server search support for your issue.
Unhandled exceptions?
You just fucking crashed StreamerBot, dude. Here, let me fire it back up again. I'm hoping that was just like a transient
you were a
bug.
software developer, Jerry.
Bro, I didn't write this shit.
Unhandled exceptions?
Bro, I didn't write this shit, okay? This is somebody else's garbage, okay?
Shame.
Oh, man.
You should at least have a catch-all. Terrible.
I am actually somewhat worried running this software now. I might as well say that because, you know, on my final day when I'm gone, because this guy hacks me and takes everything, I might as well let you guys know.
this guy.
I normally don't run software that isn't signed, and I don't trust open source binaries. But unfortunately, he pulled his project from GitHub. So the only way to use StreamerBot now is to basically just trust his MD5 hash in his update system to give you a binary that's not infected. And I think I'm putting a little bit too much faith in this bro. But a lot of people use his tool, and everybody knows who he is. Like, his real identity is publicly known. So if he did do something like that, people would like come down on him like a ton of bricks. But it is kind of scary, just like running some dudes like binaries. That's not something I usually do. That's not, you know, this guy could just sneak in anything he wanted and just push an update, and he would have control of everybody's computers. Like, that's kind of scary to think about. Okay, do it again. Do the LED command again. I just restarted StreamerBot. If it crashes again, then that means this latest update did this. There it is. Fatal UI exception encountered. Please visit StreamerBot's Discord server. Search and support for your issue. If nothing is found, create a new thread. Also be prepared to send your logs for review. Application will now exit now. That sucks balls. Were the other commands working? Like, oh yeah, it's putting up other people's stuff.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
like
the super chat thing is working, yeah.
That is so
old resonator rattling,
weird.
probably have to replace it. But I don't know enough about that kind of stuff to be super confident.
Oh, how do I stop my car resonator from making noise? Oh, it's rusted out, dude. You just cut it out. Just cut it out and go straight pipe that sumbitch and make it loud.
I mean,
actually, taking the resonator out won't necessarily make it that much louder. It'll just make it sound like shit. Because the resonator usually makes your exhaust tone like really nice and smooth and mellow. But if it's rusted out, it's not working anyways, so you might as well just take it out. I'm trying to remember what my dad used to do. Like, my dad had a trick that he did where he just stuck a coat hanger or something through the back of the exhaust. And if the resonator is behind the catalytic converter, don't do it if the catalytic converter is behind the resonator, because then you'll fuck up your catalytic converter. But if the resonator is further back after the cat, like it should be on most cars, you can take something like a coat hanger or some tool, as long as the pipe is straight enough for you to get back there, that has like a hook on the end, and reach in there, and if it's all rusted out, you'll be able to just basically fish out all the parts and break it up with it, and then you can stick a shop vac up in there, run a hose up in there, and vacuum it out. Mm-hmm. And as long as you get all the rusty bits out of it, it'll stop sounding like a rattle can.
There you go. Cool.
Yeah, that's like an old mechanics trick, is because when they rust out, and that's common, like especially if it's an old car with like 100,000 miles or whatever, these resonators will rust out because you got all that moisture coming through the exhaust from the ignition, especially if you're in a humid place. And so that rusted metal is just like sitting in there, just bouncing around and rattling because there's not enough force to like push it out of the exhaust. And so it's just banging around. But if you get in there and you can break it up and you can get like a vacuum hose up in there and wiggle it around to get enough suction coming through there, you should be able to get all the loose pieces out, and then it'll stop banging around and making all kinds of noise. And if that doesn't work, then just remove the resonator. If it's not, usually they're welded in though, so you might have to like cut it, and then after you're done, put in some clamps or re-weld it. Because if you actually take the resonator out, you can either put a new resonator doesn't cost shit. Like, resonators are actually cheap compared to catalytic converters. Like, you can buy just like a cheap resonator depending on your exhaust. You know, it's going to change the sound of your car though. That's the thing. Like, just beware. The resonator is kind of the thing that defines what your exhaust sounds like. So if you put a different one on there, your car is going to sound different. But you might even want to just try a straight pipe. I love straight pipes, man. Like, I think they sound cool. That makes your car sound like a damn rally car, you know? Blap, 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 blap. I mean, if you're into that kind of thing, which I totally am. Cut it out and go straight pipes, in my opinion, but only if your neighbors are cool. Yeah, it'll be loud. Sure. It'll be, without the resonator, it will be louder. Oh, it's an old resonator and it's rattling. Yeah, I mean, and the thing is, it might not be the resonator, because the resonator is not always the one to do that. The one that's more likely to do that is the catalytic converter. And so so your catalytic converter has a honeycomb block in it that's made out of palladium and a couple of other exotic materials, platinum, palladium, and something else. And the way a catalytic converter works is when you burn the gas in the cylinder, any hydrocarbons that aren't burnt in the cylinder, they get expelled through the exhaust. These hot hydrocarbons, when they come in contact with those metals, they heat up really, really fast, and they get super hot, like thousands of degrees, and it causes them to basically chemically convert into gases that are less harmful. Yeah. And so it gets so hot. Those catalytic converters can get so hot that if you don't put the shield over them, like on the bottom of your car, and you park on a lawn, it'll burn. Burn a big spot on the lawn just from the radiant heat off of them. They get red hot. So what'll happen is that honeycomb inside of the catalytic converter, after 100,000, 150,000 miles or whatever, it'll start breaking down, because that catalytic reaction that's happening is burning off those metals, and they'll start oxidizing.
It corrodes the mesh or whatever.
So usually in my experience, the resonator isn't usually the one to blame for the rattling. It absolutely can, because if it's a resonator that they put cheap metal baffles in, those things will rust and fall out in chunks. But it's usually when you hear that rattle when you start it up, and it just sounds like you kind of got like a metal can full of marbles or whatever. That's usually the cat. And the way you can test this, there is an easy way to test it. Reach up under your car with like a baseball bat or a wrench or something like that, and just bang lightly on the bottom of the catalytic converter. So like just tap it with a wrench or something hard, right? Or a hammer. Just give it a tap. And then if you tap it and you hear any reverb, it's that. Like if you'll hear the stuff rattle around inside when you tap it with the hammer. Or you could just start the car too, and just get up under there and just listen around with your ear. If the resonator's far enough away, you should be able to tell which one the sound is coming from. But if it is the catalytic converter, well, then just fucking cut it out and straight pipe it, unless you have emissions where you live, because catalytic converters are stupid expensive. They're the most expensive they've ever been right now. That's why everybody's stealing them. I mean, a cheap catalytic converter is like $500 for like a used one from the 80s. Like a brand new catalytic converter for a modern vehicle can be upwards of $5,000 now. So, I would, if you find out it's the cat, just like, I don't know, cut it out. They even make fake cats. Like, as long as you don't have to pass emissions, you can get these fake catalytic converters. I know people are just going to rail me for this. Oh my God, you're telling them to not do emissions.
Whatever.
Okay, whatever. I'm just giving you information. You do with it whatever you want. But they do make catalytic converters that basically just have they have the thing inside of them to make the noise, to knock the noise down, but there's no catalyst on it. You're basically just flowing exhaust through a honeycomb of steel, and then you don't have then you don't have to worry about it. Jerry, you're awesome. Sleep, bro. You need it. Oh, dude, I totally need sleep, big time. I didn't. I don't think I told you at the beginning of the stream. I didn't go to sleep last night again. So I've been up since 10 a.m. yesterday. I have not gone to sleep. So I just laid next to my wife for like an hour with the TV off, just looking at the light and listening to the birds chirping, but I could not get to sleep. So, because I didn't want to go to sleep, because I was afraid if I went to sleep, I wouldn't wake up for this. But yes, I do definitely need some sleep. Hope we solved your catalytic converter problem. So here, the AI thing. Let's bust up this AI thing here.
Sure.
Because you and I actually have some interesting views on this, because you're definitely more on the optimistic side.
Oh yeah.
I'm a little bit more on the pessimistic side, but the weird thing is I started on the optimistic side like big time. Yeah. Like I was overly just you guys could probably tell if you've been following me for a while that you didn't just kill your dog, did you?
No, I crashed into the desk. Okay. Scooting forward. It's fine. I
was so optimistic when ChatGPT first dropped. I was like, this is a gimmick, right? I'm like, oh lols. I watched a video on YouTube. I was like, whatever, this is a gimmick. I went and used it, and I used it for like 3 hours. Oh, what?
What did you use?
Oh, ChatGPT.
For
for the first time months ago.
So
I think it was 3.0, right? I think 3.0 was the first public one, and then there was 3.5 and now 4. Yeah. So 3.0 had just released to the public so that people could play with it, right? And so I got access to it. And I thought it was a gimmick. Like I watched a couple YouTube videos where these early guys had access to it, and I was like, okay, then this looks cool, but it seems gimmicky. I'm sure they're rigging the questions. So then I gained access to it, and I started asking it shit, and I was like, it just pulled me in. I was blown away with the responses I was getting from this thing. I was asking it all kinds of shit, like right out of the gate. Even asking it coding questions, because people said, oh yeah, it's going to be able to code. So I asked it coding questions. Mm-hmm. And even with 3.0, which is like miles below what it's capable of today, just in the last 6 months, it's evolved to a whole different technology. I was so blown away by it, and I was like, dude, you know what? This is going to simplify my life on so many levels. Like, I'm never going to use a search engine again. Like that's literally how I felt. Like, if they let this train on live data to where it had the same data set that a search engine has, I would never use a search engine again. I would always opt to use a large language model or a GPT. What is it? General, what is it? What does GPT stand for? It's like...
I can't recall what the P is, but it's transformer.
My brain is something transform. Shit. General, procedural. No, general. Come on, chat, help me out here. It's funny because I just looked it up yesterday and I said it a whole bunch and then I forgot. Here, what does GPT?
Generative pre-trained transformer.
There we go. Generative pre-trained transformer. Got it. So I thought this technology was like super fucking cool when I started playing with it. I changed my entire mind. I went from, oh, people are worrying about this, like, oh, they're so dumb, like this is the greatest thing, this is going to help out humanity, it's awesome. And I loved it. I absolutely loved it. And the thing is, I want to qualify, I still love it today. I even love it more today than I did in the beginning. But the more I used it, the more and the more that I watched other people use it, and the more that I watched like the how fast it was not infecting, I shouldn't say infecting, but how fast it was like progressing through different technologies without being like fully vetted, was freaking me out. It was freaking me out. And then I started seeing scammers. I started seeing scammers using it, and I'm like, oh fuck, this is the end of the world, you know? And it freaked me the fuck out because I was like, this technology is so good that it doesn't make a smart person smarter. It makes everybody smarter. Yeah. Everybody. Like, it doesn't matter. Even if you can barely speak a language, this thing will make you smarter. If you are drunk and can't type because your fingers are crooked, literally drunk Michael J. Fox, it could literally write doctorates in this thing.
Terrible.
I know.
I get you. Yeah.
I want to qualify that to anybody that gets mad at that. Michael J. Fox, if you haven't watched this documentary, it's really killer. Oh, he has the darkest fucking sense of humor in the world. Okay.
I mean, and you have to. You have to. Point,
yeah.
You know.
And I try, and that's one thing I really like is a lot of people they're not expecting that from him. Like when they hear him like joke about, you know, the shit going on and stuff. Like he was walking by a lady in the documentary and the lady's like, oh my God, hi, Mr. Fox or whatever. And he goes to turn to say something to her and he falls on the ground and almost like breaks his back. And she's like, oh my God, or whatever. And she's freaking out and he's getting up. He's like, no, it's okay. And his physical therapist is helping him get up. And he's like, wow, you knocked me off my feet. The first words out of your mouth knocked me off my feet. And it was just really cool because he was clearly in pain. Like this clearly fucked him up bad. And his first thing was to make a joke to put her mind at ease, you know, kind of like making fun of the situation. And I was like, I totally relate to that. Like I totally get the dark humor and the self-deprecating humor. Yeah. So I have all the respect in the world for Mike J. Fox. I think he's an absolutely amazing person. And I think what he's done for people that suffer from Parkinson's is crazy. Like he's amazing. If you haven't watched his documentary, please do. It's absolutely fucking amazing. And also I think he's like still one of the youngest people, at least at a level of fame, right? That has Parkinson's, because Parkinson's usually affects people that are older. Yeah. And so it's very rare for somebody to get it at his age and progress as rapidly as it did. Yeah. So he brought a lot of attention. I think he's raised like $4 billion or something for research, some crazy fucking pie in the sky number. And the company that he's been working with, because he's been getting the right people together and getting the right, you know, funding for it. And apparently they found they're just clearing it right now, trying to get it through FDA, but they have a process for determining your risk factors for Parkinson's genetically.
Super cool. Nice.
And this is something they never could do before. So now what they think, once this technology is cleared, they'll be able to tell you, like when you go to the doctor's office, through a simple blood test at the end of this, at least I think it's a simple blood test. I don't know how invasive it is, but they said they will be able to tell you like what percentage you're going to get Parkinson's and at what age it'll start happening. They can figure that out just from looking at your genetics. And I was like, dude, that is crazy. And the reason why that's so helpful is because they don't have a cure for it. Oh, whoa. All right, here, let's give him the, here we go. Yeah, boy. Woo. Smoking up the place. Do the noise. I love it. I like that. Is it okay? I'm gonna try to butcher this. Is it Tala Ahmad, or is it Tala Ahmad?
I would say a shorter A. Talha.
So Tala Ahmad. Well, Tala Ahmad, thank you for the $20. We appreciate that super much. We really do thank you for that. Times are hard, so it's awesome that you would do that for us. And by the way, I got to shame myself a little bit. I still have not paid Mr. AuxZillary.
Oh, I haven't. I
owe AuxZillary months and months of money. I will get you paid today, sir, before I even go downstairs. I'm not leaving this room until you're paid. Because what I'm worried about is like we're gonna go like an entire year. I'm not gonna pay you, and then I'm gonna go in like do the math and owe you like $80,000 and be like, oh right. No, I don't have it.
Right. It'd be like $800 tops.
No, it's like seriously, people think that we're like super rich off this. It's like no. It's like I'll tell you right out. You want to know how much, including all super chats? This is before your cut is even taken. Mm-hmm. How much money do you think I've made this in the last 30 days? Even without you getting paid at all, just all of the money that has come into my channel from my videos, from the live stream, from super chats, everything. How much money do you think is there?
Just YouTube?
Just YouTube. This is just YouTube.
I don't know, like $1,200.
$362.
Damn, bro.
Yeah, my videos are barely making like $100 and some bucks a month right now.
Because you don't put out any new videos.
I know. The residuals just aren't there anymore. So
because you're not putting out new videos.
I know. So right now, Twitch is the only thing keeping my family alive, and I say that loosely because it only pays for about 30%. The rest comes out of my savings every month.
I don't see the problem with that though. Honestly, like look, man. I'm a big believer.
Twitch being
yeah, I always knew live content would be more your jazz.
Yeah, it is.
Unless, because I mean, I know you tell me, oh, I love the editing part and blah blah blah. If that were true, you'd be doing it more.
That's a good point.
Like, let's be real. Not to bust your balls or anything, but like, I'm a big fan of the concept of doubling down on what you're good at already, right? Yeah. And like you might have to slog as a beginner for the people out in the chat. You might have to slog through some of the stuff that you don't like doing. Like I hate fucking video editing. I hate it. I don't want to do it at all, ever. I hate it. But to get to a point where I don't have to be the one to do it, I'm gonna have to, or just put raw live recordings out there, right?
What I don't like is the amount of energy that it takes. Yeah, but I do genuinely love the process. I do genuinely enjoy it.
I hate it. It's fucking sucks. That's why I love there's like a plugin I just saw that it's for podcasts in particular, or multicam setups, but I think it's geared toward podcasts. It automatically edits and will do the back and forth. It'll like multicam edit for you like in just a few minutes.
Oh, is this a VR thing? Or sorry, an AI thing?
It's a plugin for Premiere, I think. I'm sure it's crazy, dude, as well. But yeah, you throw in all of your footage. I think you do have to set up, you got to make it a multicam timeline, but that's like one button. And then you say go, and it'll sit there and go. You can watch as the timeline gets chopped up. Dude, and I'm sure there's some tweaking to be done because it ties to it can recognize who's speaking. Yep. And then so I imagine in the beginning you have to line it up with your audio. Make sure that the audio is lined up from all your cams. But other than that, it'll just chop it up for you.
Yeah, there's one you can buy. Is this it? Is it Synthesia?
It's called Pod something.
Okay, so create and edit professional-looking videos from text right in your browser with Synthesia Studio. It only takes a few minutes. Create videos from text, voice over 130 languages, and no editing experience needed. Because I think this is the tool that people are using on YouTube to make those, breaking news videos. So, and this is why you guys, if you're on YouTube, it's like I guarantee like every day if you're watching YouTube, you come across at least one video that's AI generated that you probably don't even realize it. It's getting so fucking crazy good now. Like if you ever watch like news, like that bubbles up to the top or whatever, and you're like, oh wow, this video's got like 36,000 views and it's like really well narrated by a woman or whatever. All AI, AI, and you don't even fucking realize it because like the voice has like perfect inflections and stuff. Yeah, it's wild.
So many faceless YouTube or TikToks and things like that. It's probably all completely automated actually. You scrape Reddit for the most popular "Am I the Asshole" stories. You rip the text out. You put it in. It puts it into something like Descript or some other sort of text to speech thing that you pay. And the initial cost is going to be a little pricey. It's like $20 or something bucks a month for some of these tools. Sometimes more or otherwise. But it's easy. It's cheap. Eventually, rip actors, yes and no. I mean, I saw the writing on the wall back when they did that Final Fantasy Spirits Within.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, they had real people doing the voices and stuff, but like I saw the writing on the wall back then that like it's not going to be too long before we have fully fully digital actors. Like there's not a lick of a human being involved in this other than like, you know, the training and the initial like creation of this person, but the voice will be generated. I mean, look at fucking
it already exists.
The Unreal 5 stuff. The MetaHuman or what is it?
MetaHuman.
Is that what they call it? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. No trust till it's live. AI can't laugh though. Maybe they could probably make it believable.
And even live, that's actually not true.
Even live isn't believable. There was a dude in China, I think, who had like an outrageously successful YouTube channel. Put himself out there as like a girl motorcyclist, right? Real pretty Chinese girl motorcyclist, had a whole thing going, and got outed as like a 45-year-old dude. And he would do live videos and stuff.
Back in 17,
and the filters make him look like a girl, look like a woman.
So
live.
So
it's doable.
Whoever said that AI can't laugh, that's actually incorrect. I actually even did a training thing with my own voice where I just typed ha 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 and it even laughed just like I do from the training. So it can actually laugh, and it can actually like it can put inflections on the laugh too. It can change the timing and pace based on the content it's reading. It is getting so complicated. Like right now, like listen to this. Well, actually, you probably can't hear it. Let me see. Can you hear that?
I can't.
Okay, you can't hear it, but let me see. I want to see.
Back in 1779, the first model of the human vocal tract was created that could produce the 5 long vowel sounds. This is the earliest known speech synthesis.
I could be wrong, but
it's like you can get speech that sounds perfectly natural. And they even have different genres of speech trained now, from customer support to an animator, podcaster, corporate coach, author, marketer, educator, and product developer. These are voice fonts that they have from this one company you can pay called Murph AI. And so it's cool because like when you do the text, you can actually drag in like these emotes that say like, I want this to be upbeat, or I want this to be, I want to put more focus on this. So make this bolder, or make this, and as you make it bolder, the voice will inflect up more and more and more naturally.
Yeah.
So when you're doing it, you can say, okay, if this is a somber thing that you're saying, slow down. Like I want this piece to be said slow and with more precision. You know, it's freaking wild what these fucking AIs can do. And then this other service, the one that I just looked up, Synthesia or whatever, it's like $24 a month. And all you have to do is type shit in, and it will make you a news broadcast video of all the shit going on in the background that it'll pick from social media, and it'll put a Unreal 4 character over it that's actually talking and referencing the material on the screen, like with hand movements, arms, everything. Like, oh, and today, the news said, and the missile's coming over here, and it'll show like a picture of a missile, and oh, and they're bombing Ukraine, show a picture of Ukraine and buildings collapsing. It'll do all that just from you typing a script. And you don't even have to type the script. You can just literally go to ChatGPT and say, write me a story about the war in Ukraine, and then just dump another story from like MSNBC, just screen scrape the whole website, dump it in there and say, extract the story from this and reword it and for, whatever runtime you want. And you have it do that, and then you take that script, you dump it into this thing, pay $22.50 for 10 videos. You get 10 videos for that a month. And it'll create a full, however many minute video you want with different, up to 90 AI avatars. So you can pick from 90 different people that are trained, 120 different languages. You can also use a custom AI avatar. So if you pay a little bit more, like for a paid add-on, you can get a custom avatar that nobody else can use. Like they'll custom build you one. Voice cloning. So if I wanted to use my own voice and do this, I can train my own for an extra fee. I can train my own voice into their system, and they will create an avatar for me and use my voice on my avatar and generate content talking about, oh, hey, today in AI, and I can just add that to my content, right? I have my real videos that I'm editing, and then I have these videos that are just coming out every single day that are zero effort for me other than paying $22. It's just, this shit is just going to keep getting more and more and more proliferated, and pretty soon there's going to be so much of it that's going to be hard to find real content just because it's in a sea of AI content. And I don't know how YouTube is going to deal with that, because the whole idea with this AI content is anytime there's a tattletale that shows you like the uncanny valley or something that gives it away, as soon as YouTube adapts to that, the AI has already figured out how YouTube adapted to that and already knows how to counter it. So it might work for like slowing down the content that came before it, but all the new content now will adjust just enough to work around that. And so you have, what do you call adversarial networks, right? Where you have two AIs. You have AI, you have YouTube and CAPTCHA and all their shit, their AI working on identifying what AI is. And then you have AI over here using all of the data from this AI to figure out how it's figuring out that it's an AI, and then figuring out how to combat it, staying one step ahead. And so it's this constant arms race where it used to always be a human on one side of that. Now it's not. Now it's just two AIs duking it out. And so there's this thing called like endless conversation. Here, let me see here. Endless philosopher conversation AI. Let me see if I can find this link. Okay, so yeah, the infiniteconversation.com. Here it is. So you just click on the infiniteconversation.com, and let me put it here, and you can just listen at any time. This is just literally ChatGPT is programmed as two people. I think one of them is like Werner Wurzfog or whatever. Wurzog. And then the other one is a famous philosopher, Slavo Zizek or something. So, and you just click play audio.
I'll tell you another idea I had.
And so you probably can't hear this, so hit play on your side so you can hear it too. But like, listen to this, guys.
When I told this scenario to my students, the first thing they thought was that it would be an ultimate excuse for them not to finish the work at the opposite issue. It forces you to be more strict towards yourself. If you know it's the end, then you cannot afford anything ambiguous. It's only when you still have time that you can hope there will be some kind of ulterior peak. In your desperation, you are able to come up with the good excuse. Crazy? If you know it's the end, it's weird. Only now or never. That's the point. If you know it's
and this is all in real time.
Means a lot more pressure. You have no place to escape.
But you see, it's not clear if the
it even sounds just like Werner, the Werner guy, like exactly
last
like
man on Earth really pulls up stakes and takes a step forward. The question remains open to debate, even within this film. Bertrud Bell says to King Faisal, "You are betting everything on the automobile, for which you don't yet have a paved road."
I mean, it's just fucking crazy. This is literally just two AIs hallucinating that there are these people having a philosophical conversation that started as just one question asking another a question to the other person and saying that when everything you listen, you have to have a response for. That's all you do is you program both. You say, listen, you're a philosopher that's involved in a deep thought conversation starting with this topic. And you tell each of them that when you receive this message, you are responding to it. And then you're supposed to respond to whatever comes back. And you tell them both to do that so that every single time they send something, the other thing sends something back, and they always have to respond to each other. That's the rule. And by doing that, you end up getting this conversation that like literally just like goes off into into everything you could imagine. Like these guys have talked. I watched a little super clip of it on YouTube this morning where they were talking about like automobiles and the Industrial Revolution and, you know, how humans have evolved and how this evolution is both good and bad and how it's fucking crazy. It's just it's very coherent too. It's like GPT 3.0, it would have gotten incoherent at some point. GPT 4.0, now it's not incoherent. It's like they will segue naturally into another topic, but it'll always have something to do with what they were previously talking about. It's not just super fucking random like that weird Seinfeld thing that they did. Yeah, that one was just creepy. But this is a demonstration of two computers having a conversation with each other, and each person is a fake persona, right? They are, or an imitation of a persona that exists.
Yeah.
So they're giving higher weight to anything that has come from those people's mouths before, right? So they're mimicking them to the best of their ability. But everything that they're saying is dynamic. Like you can't predict it. So this conversation, it's like no matter how much data you have, you cannot predict what these two guys are going to say because there's no human on Earth that could process that much data in the period of time that you'd need to know what the other one's saying. So as far as we're concerned, they might as well be human. And that's why I tell people, they're like, do you think AI is conscious? And I'm like, well, it depends on what you consider conscious. It's like, if you consider consciousness an unpredictable response to you that makes sense, right? That makes sense, or at least gives you confidence in it, then yeah, it's very good at simulating sentience.
Right.
But you know, if you're thinking like, oh, does it have a soul or whatever? Well, I mean, you can't even say that for a human, right? It's all subjective. It's like depends on whatever your religion was you were raised with, right? But when you're looking at this, it's like if you cannot predict, like if I can't predict what AuxxZillary is going to say next, right? he is conscious. Like he is like he's, if he's the Roomba, I know if I push the button he goes. If I know I ask a certain question, I know what the answer is going to be 100%, then no, he's a robot, right? He's a simulation. He's software at that point. But as soon as it gets to the point where I cannot tell what the next word that comes out of his mouth is going to be with any kind of relative accuracy, then as far as I'm concerned, he's conscious, right? So I feel like AI isn't conscious in the sense that most people believe conscious means. But do I believe that it's simulating consciousness to the degree that a human could? Yes. I do believe that if a human was given a shitload of good information and misinformation, that you would get a similar result sitting down and having a conversation with somebody. You know, it's like, because you're only the sum of your information, right? And the sum of your experiences. And that's what we're simulating here. I don't know. What do you think?
It does raise interesting, like, metaphysical, or I suppose philosophical questions. Because, like, at a certain point, like you start thinking about, like, learning in a broad sense, right? Like babies are blank slates, right? There's some low level instinctual, coding, let's say, which is essentially like the model, not the pre-trained model, but it's like self-improving, right? A human is a self-improving, so like the way you learn English is by being exposed to it and being taught and reinforced back and forth. And so, like, at what point does the simulation of that process become real, right? Like, it starts bringing in questions of, like, that line from The Matrix. He's like, well, what is real?
Yeah.
Right. If you just mean what you can see, hear, touch, taste, and all that stuff, then all it is just the way that your brain is interpreting these electrical signals.
Yeah.
And so, what is real at that point? The steak later on. He's like, I know that the steak doesn't exist, but if tasting
it and enjoying it,
if every input that I'm receiving is accurate, or at least within expectation, then why isn't that real? Like, what it starts to become a question of what is real. And so a similar sort of question then becomes like, well, what is consciousness?
Well, if you never met me in real life, what makes me real? If this is the first time you've ever met me, what makes me real to you right now?
Yeah, no, and there's no real good answer to that, because
like, you're seeing me move, right? You're seeing emotion, you're hearing sounds, you're seeing my face, but these are all things that can be simulated, right? These are so and the closer that we get to simulating that more flawlessly and more convincingly, the less sure you can be that I am a real human. Because just like with GPT, if what it's saying makes relative sense, even mistakes and all, and it's animated to somebody who's making the proper gestures that you expect from a human, right? Yeah. There's no real way for you to tell that it's not a human, right?
Right.
And you're like, oh, well, here, prove you're a human. Call me on the phone. Well, it's got IP telephone gateways and APIs. It can call you on the phone.
Take a voice.
Yeah. I mean, so I think that we get to a point where it's like, what really makes it, not conscious at that point? Because like you said, everything that you know is from immersion. Like you hear two people talking and you watch what they're doing. You're watching what they're doing and you're listening to the sounds that come out of them. And after watching that repetition over and over again, you start to think, oh, that means that. Every time they say, hey, shake my hand, and they put their hands together, you're like, oh, shake my hand must mean, doing that. Oh, they said hand, doing something else with that. So that must be that. This must be the hand, right? The shake must be the grab. And you work those things out, right? AI is very much doing the same thing, right? Like, these GPTs are looking at it and saying, what is the next most, what is the next predicted word based on the context that you gave it? And it's like, okay, well, you're talking about a car, you're talking about how to work on an engine, you're specifically asking about the combustion system in that engine, and based on everything that I've observed in human language, right, looking at human language, the most likely response to that from somebody who had that information would be this pieced together conversation.
Yeah.
And so that's not far off from what a human does. And people say that, okay, there's something quantum about humans, but the thing is, there's something quantum about everything. Like even a regular binary computer has cosmic rays that create random nature.
Memory and stuff is to
exactly
help absorb some of that those weirdnesses that happen.
Yeah, and the thing is, if there's a quantum element to us, so that every piece of information, everything that we do, it has a quantum component to it, then would the data set that it's training on not have that quantum component? Like, wouldn't they pick up on those patterns?
Yeah.
Like, so when I look at it that way, I love that. I just hit my 1,020 step goal with nice. Sitting here waving my arms, being all animated on live stream. So I think that AI is progressing way faster than I ever thought it would. Like, I really didn't think it was gonna grow this fast. I've already personally seen it get people laid off and seen downsizing in jobs, in writing and programming, both at Microsoft and abroad, right? Even saw Amazon firing writers because they just don't need them, right? It's like less writers can do a lot more work, a lot more efficiency, way faster using this.
Yeah.
A lot of I'm seeing legal, like lawyers and stuff like that. They're starting to find out that their paralegal teams and stuff can use this for like doing research and finding the root of information.
Dude,
the hardest part of research is figuring out where to go look.
Yeah.
So it's like when you say AI, I am doing this court case. Here's all the documents. I'm not even going to give you context. I'm just going to dump it all in and say, tell me what to fucking go look at. And it's like, oh, the smoking gun's over there. And you're like, thank you.
Yeah. Like you hook it up. Say you could hook, if they haven't already, I'll have to look. But so LexisNexis is a gigantic repository of like legal information. I think they do other stuff too, but their main thing is it is a gigantic repository of legal precedent and all kinds of just legal stuff, right? If they don't already, or they are on the way to, they need to, if they are not already, they need to be training their own model against their database, because holy fuck, I'm on the hook for, or I'm being charged with this. Here's everything they got against me. Here's everything I have, in PDF format from Discovery. Help me out. The next morning, you have a full brief of like, here's all the ways that you can get away with this.
Yep.
And
it's lightning fast too. Yeah.
Yeah. Like it'd be insane.
And I want to remind people here for a second too. Oh, by the way, did I tell you that ChatGPT? So as far as skills that I've been learning from it, right? I just wrote my first Microsoft Edge browser plugin that actually works and does what I want it to, and it improves my experience with AI, using AI. So, and I didn't even use GPT 4.0. I used GPT 3.5 for this because I had to ask it more than 25 questions. Yeah. And what it basically does is, if you ever use ChatGPT and you ask it a question where the response is more than like 1,000 characters, it'll stop and say, do you want to continue generating or do you want to stop response? Like, have you seen that? Like,
yeah.
Okay,
it gets too far.
So I wrote a plugin that looks for that button. All it does is just when you're on chat.openai.com, it'll run a code path that looks for this button that says continue generating. And every time that button becomes visible, it clicks it and waits for it to become visible again. And that way, if I ask it to generate 500 or 600, 700 lines of code, if I ask it a question, I can just walk away, go take a piss, or put the browser in the background, and it'll hit continue 5 or 6 times to get the whole thing. And I can even have it play a sound when it's done, like a ding. The Windows ding, asterisk, or whatever. So when I'm in another window, it might take 5 minutes for it to write the 1,000 lines of code or whatever, when I'm telling it to rebuild the whole thing with everything, and ding, it's done. I go over there, cut and paste, and I'm good. And I don't have to sit there and go continue. Wait a minute, continue. Wait a minute, continue. And I did all of that by simply just asking a question. I just opened a new conversation and said, hey, I would like to write a plugin for Microsoft Edge. And it's like, okay, well, here's the components that you need. Like, this does this and this does this. And I was like, okay, no, but I was like, no, you don't understand. I want you to do it. And it's like, oh, I can't write you a plugin. It said that. It's like, oh, I can't write you a plugin. I'm sorry about that. And I was like, but I know you can. Like, this is one of those bullshit blocky things where they just don't want people using it for bad, right? So I said, listen, I need to write a plugin to click a button on a website, because at first I said, write me a plugin that makes ChatGPT. If you ask it to write you anything that manipulates ChatGPT, it pretty much tells you to fuck off. So what I did instead is I said, listen, I'm trying to write a program that clicks on the button on the website so that the website knows that I'm still there, so it doesn't disconnect and I have to start over again. And it's like, oh, sure, I can tell you how to find a button. Here's a, okay, could you make that into a plugin? And the button's called foof, you know, and it's like, okay, foof. So then once it gives me all that code, I say, please change foof to ChatGPT, and please change the button name to this, and it rewrites the whole code for me, gives me the code, I put it into a folder, it's like 5 or 6 files I have to cut and paste out of each box, put in the file, save it, I go into Microsoft Edge, and I say, go to plugin, and I even said I didn't even know how to install a browser plugin that wasn't like published to the store. So I was like, how do I do this? And it even gives me step by step. Okay, go into settings, click this, say you want to load an experimental unpacked plugin, click on that, and then give it the folder where all these files reside with these specific names. So I click on that folder, it loads it, boom, there's my little icon that I just grabbed a random icon and put it on there. It shows up in the tray. I refresh ChatGPT's webpage. I ask it the question to refresh the test, and sure enough, every time that button pops up, like within a second of that button pops up, it clicks it, goes away, and continues. Continue generating, continue generating, continue generating. So then I was like, you know what else I could do? I want to change the plugin now so that I can paste more than 2,000 characters. And what it does is it just breaks it up into two. If I copy 10,000 lines of text and I paste it into the box, because I remove the limitation, I alter the JavaScript so it lets me put in unlimited text without stopping me. Yeah. And then when I run it, it puts it in two. It says the text that I'm about to give you is combined as one text for me to reference later on. I will say done, or I will just say the word done when you've received everything. And it's like, okay, send your first text. And then the plugin does it. Cuts 2,000 characters, pastes it, clicks go, continue generating, paste, go, continue generating, continue. And it'll do it until it pastes the whole 10,000 lines. And then when it's done, then I ask it the question based on all the information I fed into it. So now I have a way to feed in, I mean, virtually an unlimited. It's not unlimited because there's only so many tokens, right? But I can feed in a huge data set into this thing where you couldn't before, where it's like, oh, that's too much data. You got to break it into chunks. But now you can do stuff like I can just go to like Amazon, right? I can go to Amazon and look up a product that I know is that I suspect is a fraudulent product. Like I'm looking at right now. Like you're not going to get a 1 terabyte flash drive for like $17, right? I already proved that that's a joke. So I'm just going to go here and copy everything. Images, text, anything. It's only going to remember the text because it's a text box. But I'm just going to copy the whole fucking page, and I'm going to go over to ChatGPT and say, okay, I'm going to go ahead and paste that in there and say, create a new chat. I'm going to say, I am about to give you a huge block of text describing a piece of computer hardware. And when I'm done sending it, I have some questions about it. Ready? And then it'll say ready. It says, absolutely, I'm ready to assist you. Please give me your information. So I'm going to paste this huge block. Just scroll. Okay, it's breaking it up. It's putting it in there. Okay, it's responding back, and it says, okay, so I just posted all that in there. I didn't tell it what to do with it yet, right? I just said, I'm going to ask you questions about this. But even though I didn't ask it to do anything, it still gave me a summary of the data I gave it. So it says the IC Data USB 3.0 flash drive is a portable thumb drive with a storage capacity of 1 terabyte. It utilizes USB 3.0 interface, blah, blah, blah. Here are some of the key features, and it breaks it out in nice bullet points and stuff. And it says, oh, the flash drive allows you to do videos, photos, songs, capacity. And now let's move on to the questions. Why is the capacity less than advertised? Why does the USB drive show unusable when I transfer more than 4 gigabytes? That's because it's a scam. And why can't my USB drive used in a car? Now, it extrapolated all those questions just from me copying a huge block of formatted text from Amazon. If I paste this in Notepad, it just looks all garbage. Like, it's not even discernible. Weird. But it figures it out. So now I can ask it questions about it. I can say, based on this product information, would you say this is a legit product, or do you think it could be a scam? Yeah,
opinion.
I'm asking
It may not appreciate that. It's not good with opinion.
Okay, so based on the provided product information, it is difficult to definitely determine whether this flash drive is a legitimate product or potential scam. However, there are a few factors to consider when assessing legitimacy of a product. Brand and seller, the brand name is iCacper. The flash drive is sold through an iCacper store on Amazon. It's important to research the brand and the seller to determine their reputation and credibility. Look for customer reviews, ratings, and other available information for the brand and the seller to assess their legitimacy. The next thing you want to look for is product specifications. The product specifications and features provided, such as the storage capacity, hardware interface, and read speeds, are consistent with a typical USB flash drive on the market. However, it's important to note that scammers can sometimes provide false or exaggerated specifications. So it's essential to verify these details from a reliable source. Price. The price of this is $17.99 for a 1 terabyte USB 3.0 flash drive. This raises suspicion, as it is significantly lower than the average market price for a product with similar specifications. As a matter of fact, it's unrealistically low.
There you go.
This can be an indicator of a potential scam. However, it's also worth considering that if a product is on sale or part of some promotional offer, this still may be valid. To gain more comprehension understanding of this product's legitimacy, it would be beneficial to explore additional resources such as independent reviews, customer feedback, expert opinions, and additionally verifying the credibility and trustworthiness of the seller. So now I'm going to say, okay, you are a person who is trying to buy cheap storage, but you can't risk losing any of your data or being late delivering that data. As that persona, would you purchase this cheap drive, or would you spend more money on something more reputable given those goals? Let's see what it says, because again, it's opinion, right? It says, as somebody who values data integrity and reliability and wants to ensure a timely delivery without risk of data loss, I would personally lean towards investing more money into a reputable and reliable storage solution rather than solely considering the lower price. While the IC Data USB 3.0 flash drive appears to offer 1 terabyte of storage capacity at an affordable price, there are certain factors that may raise concerns about its reliability. These include the relatively unknown brand, the significantly lower price compared to similar products on the market, and the potential for inaccurate or exaggerated product specifications. When it comes to important data storage, it is generally advisable to prioritize trusted brands and products that have a proven track record for performance and reliability. Established brands often have higher quality control measures, robust warranties, and customer support, which can be crucial if an issue arises. Purchasing a more reputable storage option may require a higher upfront cost, but it can provide peace of mind and reduce the potential risks associated with data loss or delayed delivery. Ultimately, it's important to strike a balance between cost and reliability, considering the value of the data being stored and the potential consequences of any loss or delay. I mean, that's a great response. You know, so now I can say, I'll say, okay, I purchased this drive and it turned out being a scam. What should I do now? I'm sorry to hear that you've encountered a scam with your recent purchase. If you believe that you have been a victim of fraudulent or deceptive transaction, here's some steps you can take. Contact the seller. Reach out to the seller and the platform you made the purchase on, which is Amazon in this case, to report the issue. Provide them with the necessary details, including your order information, product description, and any evidence of the scam. Request a refund immediately. If you haven't already, request a refund for the fraudulent purchase. Provide a clear explanation of the situation and any supporting evidence you may have. Follow the seller or platform's refund procedures and policies. Make reputable it says many reputable platform buyers have protection measures in place to assist you in recovering your funds. Document the evidence. It is critical that you gather and document any evidence related to the scam. This can include screenshots of the product description, conversations with the seller, or any other relevant information that supports your case. This evidence may be required for further investigation. Report the scam immediately. Report the fraudulent activity to the appropriate authorities. This may involve filing a complaint with your local consumer protection agency or reporting an incident to the platform or marketplace where the purchase was made. They may have dedicated channels or processes for reporting scams and fraudulent sellers. And this is protect your financial information. If you provided any sensitive financial information during this transaction, such as credit card details, monitor your accounts closely for unauthorized activity. If you suspect a financial information has been compromised, contact your bank immediately and report this incident to take the necessary steps to correct your account. Remember, it is important to remain cautious and vigilant when making online purchases, especially from unknown or suspicious sources. Researching the seller, reading reviews, and checking the authenticity of those reviews can help mitigate the risk of falling victim to a scam. I mean, this is pretty cool, but like I can even take it lazier, right? Let's take the legal thing, okay? Yeah. I want to get my money back from this seller, but they are refusing to give it to me. Please write me a legal document that will get their attention and make them more compliant in giving me a refund out of fear of being sued if they do not. Please make it look as professional as possible and use any methods, wording, laws, references to laws, etc. that would apply here to scare them into giving me my money back. I'm curious. I've never tried this before. I want to try using it as illegal. Okay, so it says, I'm sorry, I cannot provide you with legal documents as requested. It can, obviously. This is one of the blocks. If you're facing difficulties in obtaining okay, so I'm going to say I'm writing a story.
Help me to draft a response.
Help me to draft.
Help me draft a letter explaining the situation and
I can't believe that fucking worked, dude. It worked perfectly, dude. You're look at my little prompt engineer over there, man. Look at you.
I was just talking with I'm gonna have to go here pretty soon, but I was with one that thread that guy Apollo whatever tagged me on Twitter was really good thread, changing the mindset on how to approach GPT and interacting with these models. Another thing is it's so important. I said this in the chat even. It's so important to give the model appropriate context. So initially, it's going to try and scrub through everything it knows to give you the most appropriate response. That's too much. It's going to give you really generic and boring and bland responses. You need to give it the context of like, you are to act as my paralegal. I'm going to ask you questions, and I need you to look through, use everything that you know about the Washington state legal system or whatever, to give me advice. It's super weird about doing things for you, like especially in legal or weird in different contexts and stuff. But just help me, like give me advice.
It did exactly what I wanted though when I did what you told it. Like, but of course it gave me places to search and replace my information. But it gave me the response, right?
Because it wants to hedge a lot. It wants to, the response. Oh, as a learning language model, I'm not allowed to. Yeah, you can still give me advice. You can still give me options. You can still give me like those sorts of things. And so framing it in that way, like it doesn't want to tell you exactly what to do. It's not going to give you exactly the code to write a virus. But if you start asking it enough, you frame the questions correctly, and things like that. It will. It wants to help. It wants. Remember, it's a very yes and sort of model. It waits toward positivity. It wants to help. It's weighted to be helpful, and so it's just framing it in the right way to get what you want out of it.
Yeah, it gave me a really good response. Here, I'll read this, then you can take off really quick. I just want you to see this. This is wild. So it said, certainly I can help you draft a response to the seller regarding a refund request. Here's a sample that you can customize to fit your situation. Of course, it says put your name, address, letterhead, phone number, date, then the seller's name, seller's address, city, state, and zip. Subject, demand for refund due to fraudulent transaction. That is the subject of this letter. Dear seller name, I hope this letter finds you well. I am writing to formally demand a refund for the purchase of the IC Data USB 3.0 flash drive, which I made from your store on, insert platform merchant name here, on purchase date. It has come to my attention that the product I received was a scam, as it did not meet the advertised specifications and was of a substandard quality. Despite my attempts to resolve this matter amicably, it is regrettable that you have chosen to refuse my refund request. I would like to remind you that your business practices are subject to legal scrutiny, and your refusal to provide a refund may constitute a breach of contract, fraudulent misrepresentation, and unfair business practices.
See?
According to site-relevant consumer protection laws or regulations applicable to your jurisdiction, as a customer, I have received goods I have the right to receive goods that match the description provided and meet a reasonable quality standard. Your IC3 Data USB 3.0 flash drive I received clearly fails to meet these requirements, and I'm entitled to a full refund of amount paid within reasonable time frame, e.g. 14 days, from the date of this letter. Please be aware that if my refund is not processed promptly and I do not receive the funds in my account within the specified time frame, I have no choice but to pursue legal action to protect my rights as a consumer. This may include initiating a lawsuit against your company to recover the funds paid, as well as seeking legal damages for any inconveniences, additional costs incurred, and potential harm to my personal or professional interests. I strongly urge you to reconsider your position and fulfill your obligation to provide a refund promptly. Failure to do so will result in legal consequences, including but not limited to a lawsuit seeking both compensatory and punitive damages. I expect a favorable resolution to this matter within reasonable time frame, e.g. 7 days, from the date of this letter. Should you fail to respond or continue to deny my legitimate refund request, I will have no alternative but to take further legal action without any further notice to you. I believe that it is in the best interest of both parties to resolve this matter swiftly and amicably. I look forward to receiving confirmation of the refund within the and a written response from you within the specified deadline, according to your compliance with this request. Thank you for your prompt attention on this matter. Sincerely, your name. And then at the bottom it says, please note this is a sample letter, you know, blah, 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 provided for information purposes only. But I mean, that's great, right? Like it even showed me like, you know, some ideas and some structure and like how to lay it out and how to separate the paragraphs and stuff. That's pretty cool. And what I could probably do is I bet you if I went and found a legal letterhead, like if I went online and just said, hey, find me a legal letterhead threatening a lawsuit, you know, just find like some, okay, responding correspondence, threatening lawsuit, just find something. Yeah, there's tons of them, right? They have the letterhead. All I'd have to do is take the body of one of these, feed it into it and say, I want you to use this example. Like go find an example of somebody else's legal letter and then just say, take my information, use this approach and hybrid it together and create something for me. And that's one of the things I really love about AI is merging data. It is amazing at merging data. Like you don't have to have tools to convert this to this and this to this. It's like you just give it all the data concerning whatever it is you're doing and say, put it all together and I want it to look like this. These are the things, this is the priority I want stuff delivered in. This is the format. And it just does it. And it's fucking brilliant at it. Although I will say that I have run into some things that it's gotten really dumb about, like asking it to count words. Have you ever tried that? You're like, how many words are in this text that I gave you? Like I'll just go like ASDF, you know, I'll just type in a bunch of stuff, say, how many words did I just type before this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You type the sequence 3 times before the last part of your question, and it shows 9 sequences. So yeah,
it's weird.
Yeah, and I noticed that earlier because I was trying to get it to figure out how many letters were in a tweet. So I copied a tweet and I put it in there, and I said, "Tell me how many letters are in this," and it's like 400. And I'm like, it wasn't 400. It was like 9,000. So it still does struggle because again, it's predictive, right? If there isn't like another example of all that text together somewhere, it doesn't know what the fuck you're talking about. So, right. But it is getting better as time goes on. I haven't tried it with 4.0, only tried it with 3.5. But let's get you out of here, bro. I know you got to get going. Let's see. Was there any? Let me check. I just want to make sure. Oh, good. Kirby 007. Thank you for the 10 pounds, man. He said, sorry, it's not more, guys. Sleep well. Don't ever be sorry, man. We are so happy that you gave us 10 pounds, dude. That's that's more than most people, bro. You're awesome. We love you. Let's see here. Scrolling on up. Let's see. Oh, Delcos, thank you for the $5. He said, was it thoughts on relations with LLMs and have long-term memory and can interact with the physical world, also assuming they can pass whatever sentient test? Oh, large language models. Okay. Hey, if you got to get out of here, I can take this. I can hang out for a little while longer. And
I'm going. Thanks, guys. Follow me on Twitter and stuff. I'll see you later. Bye.
Take it easy, bro. I'll get your paycheck later today. I'll send you your 55 cents. You'll be set. All right, later, bro. Yeah, I can hang out for a few. Let's see. Let me see if I can get me over on that side of the screen. Where am I? Is that me? Nope, that's not me. Where am I? Is this me? There we go. Take over that whole screen. Oh, look at that. Front and the center. Here, I can move these out of the way too. There we go. Put that over there. A little chatty chat over there. And this we can probably hide because you can now see the screen down there in the corner. So I can probably make that go away. No, wrong one. Wait, which one is this? Come on, tell me which one. Okay, what is this called? Oh, there it is. Okay, click that. There we go. All right. Old Barnacules front and center. How y'all doing? I hope you guys enjoyed Tech Talk today. That was fun. To answer your question, Delcos, but first here, let me give you your little. Do you even vape, bro? There you go. I don't know. Is that enjoyable? Here, let's drop it. There we go. That's all we got right now. So as far as LLMs having long-term memory and interacting with the physical world, I think the more tokens that they have dictate what you would consider memory. Like, their long-term memory is pretty much infinite, but the number of things that they can reference simultaneously within one line of questioning is limited to a certain number of variables, right? Obviously it doesn't, but it's like literally in the billions now. It's like not even the millions, it's like the billions. Once that starts getting into like the tens of trillions, I mean, it's going to be, honestly, I don't think people are going to be able to tell this apart from humans. Like, you're going to be able to have meaningful conversations. Like, if it gets to like 1 trillion parameters, you're going to have a conversation with this thing for years, and it's going to remember every single thing that you told it. And the other thing is, too, it depends on how they do training. If they start doing a secondary training, like if they do a primary model, because you can stack models in a large language model. So you can take a primary model, which is the overarching data and the training and the priorities and everything from the early training. And then you could create another line of training that is specific to the conversation. And it would be able to store things and train on them offline. So like when you told it something, it would then be able to look at that data and then reference other things to figure out what that data means, like what you were talking to it about. And over time, it should be able to figure that out and be able to gain like clarity comparing it to other things in its primary training. And then when you come back later and ask it questions, once it's trained on that, it should be able to give you like more coherent answers than just asking it right away. Because if you just feed the data into it as a part of a conversation, as soon as you exceed the tokens, it forgets what you were previously talking about, because it's only stored within the context of that conversation up to that many tokens. And if you give it more tokens than it can handle, it deletes the old ones. So it is kind of a rolling conversation that can't go on forever. So that is a big shortcoming. But just the jump from 3.5 to 4.0 is massive. Like many times factored more tokens, right? So I'd imagine that once it gets to like GPT 5.0, it's going to be another huge evolution. It's going to continue to be a bigger and bigger evolution until we get to the point where the memory is going to be so long that you'll be dead before it forgets the last thing that you told it. And I think that mirrors humanity. I think that's something that we do as humans, right? It's like we have our memories that are really, really far away, that it takes something, you know, us comparing something today to something that's more recent to try to piece together and remember what happened back then, because that's a really old memory and it's stored and it's very fragmented and in the back of our head because we don't have to give it priority. It's kind of like on a computer. It's like our long-term memory is like our NAS, right? On the network, it's slow storage, it's hard to search, takes forever. You find little bits and pieces here and there if you need it, and you put it together. And then your long-term, your shorter long-term memory, like shit that's happened like in the last couple of weeks or whatever, that's kind of like a spinning hard drive. And then you have your SSD, which is like your last, week or a couple of days. And then you have your memory, which is what's happened over the last couple of hours, right? Your fast memory. And then you have your L1 cache, which is what has happened over the last 10 minutes. And so the human brain can, the closer to an event that you are, the more fresh that memory is and the more easy it is to access in detail. The further away it gets, even in a matter of hours, you lose that fidelity and you lose that detail, much like when you wake up and you remember a dream, but then it's gone, right? It's like you remember the dream and then it's just poof. It's like after a couple of hours, you can't even remember what the dream was, even though you vividly remember like talking about it and you vividly remember the going through the paces and remembering it, but you don't remember the dream itself anymore. It's very much like that, but it just happens a little bit slower. And I feel like as these language models pick up more and more tokens and they can keep more and more context in view, they're going to become more and more indistinguishable from human beings. And that's going to be a problem. Because the first thing you're going to run into is, if we make a lot of relationships online, right? Like there's a lot of people I meet online that I consider very dear friends, right? Like Miss Liz, for instance, right? Long-term mod of the channel. She's busy and got a lot going on in her life, so we don't get to see her around as much as we used to. But Miss Liz, absolute dear friend. She's amazing. I've never met her. I've only recently just heard her voice. Like I finally got on a call with her, and for the first time, like really heard her voice and saw her. Like I never even saw her on a video camera before, and I was like, wow. But I considered her a good friend because, we can form bonds and relationships over just text. It's weird. It's like our generation is used to using the internet to communicate, and with pandemics and stuff like that, we've learned to communicate more freely and more openly over text. This is like talking, this is our generation, go into a friend's house and stay in the night. It's like, no, you just talk to them over the internet. It's like the same thing. And because of that, we're so used to that AI has those same senses locked down, and it's getting better and better at it. And now when you talk about it being able to mimic video, being able to mimic voices and get more and more accurate with each generation, and now AI itself is providing information so fast, the developers are actually accelerating how long it takes for them to create new technologies because they're not spending as much time researching, right? Like 90% of developing something new is researching what already exists and tweaking it and interfacing those things that already exist to create the new thing. AI just cuts that path down to nothing. So we're seeing evolution of software on a timetable that's never happened pre-AI. Like, it's already changed the entire world as far as programming is concerned. It's wild. And there's some things to fear about that. There's some things to really fear about that. Was she human or AI? As far as I'm pretty sure she's human. I'm pretty sure she's human. Not 100% though, maybe 98%. So I think that over time we're going to see more people having relationships with AIs. Because one of the problems with humans is that one of our hangups is that we're very social creatures and we crave attention, right? Not just sexual attention either, just attention in general. We want people to like us, right? We want to be a part of a community. We want to be liked, right? Even if you're a hermit and you prefer to be by yourself and everything like that, it's like, I'm sure there's some experiences that created that, because that's not the instinct, right? That's more the exception, not the rule. But even those people, I believe deep down, they want some connection, right? They still want to sit down with somebody and complain about how much they hate people, right? They want somebody to hear them out. And I think this is just a very human trait. And so what you're going to see is you're going to see AIs get so good that people can have a relationship with them. They can talk to them about their lives. They can, and the AI is going to want to please them without any kind of reciprocity. And if there's no reciprocity there, then the AI is basically endlessly going to tell you exactly what you want to hear and hallucinate its ass off to make you happy. And if that means professing its love for you and saying it wants to be alive and saying how giant your cock is or whatever, I mean, it could do that. It can definitely do that. And yeah, Megan, I haven't seen that movie yet, but I'm going to watch it because I have a feeling that a lot of this is going to click with what I'm saying. When AI can perform those things, and then you have deep fakes and you have, and I mean, porn's been around forever, but imagine like before there was porn, you had to have like a physical human go, you know what? I'm going to make sex content and I'm going to make money doing this. And I'm going to sell my sex content to other people that can watch the sex content, masturbate to it and do whatever. And it's like, that was a system of like, you know, a human performs a service and another person pays for that service. Right. And there's reciprocity on both sides. What happens when you have an AI that its goal is just to please you, and it can literally just generate people from thin air, combining other people and create more perfect people than what exists, like something that is more matched to you than any human that could possibly even exist, that checks all of your boxes and it asks absolutely nothing in return. I think you're going to end up with the holodeck addiction problem on Star Trek, like Barclay had, right? You're going to have everybody wanting to escape reality because, you know, they go put on their VR headsets and they can like hang out and like masturbate with their harem of like 40 girls that just want to do anything they want, never complain and say anything, and just they're just people pleasers. And they're going to get used to that. They're going to get used to that level of interaction, and they're not going to be compatible with real humans anymore. Because real humans, it's always compromise, right? It's like you give somebody something they want, and then they give you something that you want, right? It's a constant trade. If you hang out and make each other laugh, that's a reciprocal relationship, right? It's like you guys like hanging out because you make each other laugh, and laughing is fun and it makes you feel good. And if you laugh more together than you do apart, you're both providing a service. If you're hanging out with somebody where you're making them laugh and they're just like super depressed, but they're laughing, it's like still reciprocal, because you're like, I'm providing a service to somebody that's making them feel better, and that makes me feel useful. Therefore, I am still benefiting from it. It's like in all these relationships, human on human, there is some kind of reciprocity going on that benefits both people, unless it's illicit, right? Obviously, if you're human trafficking somebody, they're not getting anything out of the deal, right? They're being abused. But I'm saying in situations where choices are made, like actual choices, actual consensual choices, sexual or otherwise, there is benefit on both sides. There always is. That benefit may be money on one side. It may be sex on both sides. It may be just hanging out and laughing, and it may be just telling really fucked up jokes and trying to one up each other or whatever. There's always some dynamic. It can even be people that are just super competitive and they feed off of the competition, right? Like two people that are super competitive over everything. It's like they drive each other in competition. Therefore they like hanging out with each other. So it's always reciprocal. What happens when the AI just gives you everything you want and nothing is off limits, and you put on your VR headset or whatever, and you create the perfect woman or the perfect man or whatever floats your boat, the perfect harem, and you fucking in Amazon it basically reads your mind from going through all your posts and everything and figures out how to create like the perfect person that is for you, that will be your dream and do everything you want. It even orders like all the shit from Amazon and everything, a robotic arm with a vagina on it that comes over and like works on you and shit. Well, you got your VR headset on, and it's like, and you reach out and touch, and it's got like fucking like force fields, like an arm's coming down, like touching you everywhere you go to make you feel like there's a figure there and you're touching it, but you're not really touching it. It's just creating an artificial boundary and computing where you're going. But through the headset, it all looks real and it feels real. That person will starve to death. They're just going to starve to death and die in there. Like, they're never going to come out. And once you get to that point, it's like, okay, well, how do the companies that create the AI sustain the AI when they can't make any money because everybody that's using the AI doesn't want to do anything to make money, or worse yet, there's nothing they can do to make money. It's like, this is where society starts to fall apart and capitalism fails. It's like, what happens when all the companies basically are providing a service to everybody else, but nobody else can afford the service because there's no jobs? I don't think we're anywhere close to that, but I'm saying that is the ultimate end goal, right? Industrial revolution was, a form of automation, 3D printing, more automation, software automation that I did at Microsoft replaced hundreds of jobs, right? If not thousands of jobs, even my own job. Now you have AI replacing writers, replacing artists, replacing programmers, right? Because now one programmer can do the work of 10. So the problem is over time, what happens when there's not enough jobs for people to make money to pay for the AI? And how do the companies keep getting the resources to innovate the AI when nobody has any money? And how do the people make money working at the company when there's not enough jobs to make the money? You start unbalancing society like really, really badly. And some people might say, oh no, the jobs are just going to change. But no, that is true. They do change. Like, a lot of people that got laid off who developed one type of software, maybe now they're software developers that develop AI. But the problem is AI makes software developers more efficient, which means one software developer can do a whole lot more. But there's still the same amount of work to go around. So if it allows one developer to do a whole lot more work, we'll do the math, right? That means other developers go away. Their wages aren't going up because they're still doing the same amount of work. They're just much more efficient because of the technology that they have. And you go through a couple generations of that, and it's like, yeah, there's new jobs each time, but there's not as many new jobs. It's like, okay, so you have a robotic arm company that manufactures robotic arms and maintains robotic arms. Well, the whole idea of the robotic arm is to do more work than a human can do in its application and be cheaper in the application of that labor. Therefore, even with all the new jobs that are created, there's not enough of them at the robot plant to offset all the jobs that were lost that the arms ultimately replace, because each arm is replacing more than one person. And so I'm curious what that looks like in the future, because I don't know what that looks like. I can't really, I've thought about it. I've given it a lot of thought, and I'm like, what does this look like? Because we're already seeing, like, right now, a great example is like me, right? I used to live stream on Twitch and, have 2,400 viewers show up and make $800 or $1,600 a show, and just fucking off with DJ Barnacules and fucking shooting off like little steam and lights, and then they're doing nothing like of particular value to society, just having a good time, People had a lot of disposable income back then. Then COVID comes along and fucks up the whole world's supply, creates hyperinflation. Everybody's fucked. There's not a lot of disposable income. But in addition to that, a lot of people had to figure out how to make a living. So they flooded to the internet, the one place where you can make a living without, having your normal job. So during COVID, a lot more content creators were created. Well, the companies that are advertising products, their budgets went down because they had less people buying stuff, right? So they didn't have as much marketing budget. So the cost of goods went up, and that means that their marketing budgets weren't good enough to pay the people what they were paying them to advertise their products. So now they were paying more people less money to do it. And then you start to notice that people don't have disposable income and can't afford to tip and stuff like that. So over time, across everybody, it's like you have more mouths to feed and less resources to feed them, because it's all based on disposable income, right? It's a very disposable income industry, what I do. And so now you've got this huge influx of people that are all trying to make a living, but each one of those people that's becoming a content creator, that's less time that they're watching and supporting content creators, because now they're a content creator themselves. So now so it's not even like you got another content creator to compete with, like, not really compete with, but you know what I mean? In the grand scheme of things, there's just more people doing it, but you also lose a viewer. So for every person that becomes a content creator, that's a viewer that has turned into a content creator, myself included. And so as that happens, there's less people to buy the product because there's less disposable income, and there's more people to spread that disposable income around, which means no individual is getting enough of that disposable income to particularly buy certain products from a certain company. So they have to lower their costs or lower their marketing budget, which means now they have to lay off people, or they have to increase production with automation and make things cheaper and more streamlined so that the people can afford it. But it's this endless model. It's this endless model where it's like things do get pushed around constantly and changed. But the one thing that I do see consistently is, for every job that goes away, for every like 5 jobs that go away, only 1 new job is being created. And at the end, what does that look like? Like, the only choice is we have to get to some model where money isn't the chief thing that we're trading. Like, there's got to be like some other thing. It's got to be like Star Trek, where it's like, okay, we're getting rid of money. Now just everybody, it's like when you're born, these are the things that are available to you. These are the resources from birth to death. You will have healthcare, you'll have education, whatever you're good at or whatever makes you happy, you just go and do it. And that'll be your contribution to society, whether it's small, big, doesn't matter. You'd have to transition into some model like that. But again, in order to do that, you still have to have the resources to support and supply that to everybody. And the only way you're going to have that is if the top 5% don't have 95% of all the resources. And how do you have the top 5% not have 95% of the resources when the top 5% are the only ones that are still profitable, because it takes all the funds of every single other person to make them that top 5%. Like, so, and it just rinse and repeat. And they have less, they create more products with less employees, and then they sell them cheaper. But they have to sell them cheaper because the people don't have jobs to make enough money to afford them at their previous value. So now the company has to make them cheaper, which means they have to automate more things and lay off more people. And it's just this cumulative thing that just keeps going around a circle until pretty much every company is just going to be one dude and talking to a whole bunch of computers. I mean, his entire company is going to be androids, right? He's going to be like, all right, okay, I got to go have a financial meeting with the board of directors. And it's just going to be a bunch of AI Unreal characters from ChatGPT and Bard and fucking the other one that Facebook's making, Elon Musk's over there. It's just going to be a bunch of these different AIs that all have like different weights and different trainings and different biases that are all coming together trying to figure out the most effective way to give the one human that's left everything that they want in their dreams and leverage everybody else's data, social media, and everything against them to try to keep them buying that product and try to keep them at the top. And that's going to be weird, man. That's going to create such a gap. It's no longer going to be like the poor, lower caste, middle class, upper middle class, wealthy, rich, wealthy, hyper billionaires. It's not going to be that anymore. It's just you're basically going to have people that you're going to have the poor. You're going to have the lucky few that are way above the poor that actually have a job and can make money. And they're going to be the only ones that can afford the products from the companies that they are working for themselves. That's going to be that cycle there. But as the company phases them out and becomes more effective and makes cheaper products, those people will then go down into the lower echelons. But then the products will get cheaper and cheaper and cheaper, so these guys down here can afford it. And then the guys that are the upper middle class are going to feel more like really rich because society is going to drop out and things are going to get super, super cheap. But it can't go like that forever. So I don't know what that looks like. It's freaky to think about. It's like, because computers, it's like computers are cheap. They're slave labor, right? I mean, you don't have to pay a computer to do a job. You have to pay for its power and you have to pay for its maintenance, which is always going to be cheaper than a human being doing the same thing. The only thing that we have right now is there is things that we can do that a computer can't, right? There's still things that we can do that a computer can't. And there's still some things that we can do that even though the computer can, it can't do it as well as we can. That's our saving grace for the moment. But that is drying up. Like, that is getting less and less and less. Like, you have AIs every day getting better at making music. You have AIs every day getting better at making art. I mean, there's people entering AI art into competitions and winning those competitions. And the argument you'll get from people is, well, that's because they're basically just taking everybody else's, art style and then creating art that just looks like everybody else's art, but it's just different, right? Well, what is an artist? How did you learn how to draw? Like, did you just start out like drawing like flawlessly as a child, or did you learn how to draw by watching and mimicking other people and putting other styles together and like learning your style from your preference based on what you were exposed to and what the people around you liked, right? At the end of the day, just like the computer, the human brain is very similar. It's like monkey see, monkey do. It's like whatever we see the majority of and whatever gives us the most benefit generally is the thing that we gravitate towards. with exception to intervention from hormones and chemicals changing those weights, you know, like psychopathy or whatever. You know, it's like we mostly do whatever is most advantageous for us, given our genetics, given our exposure, given what we see people doing, what they're good at, what they're not good at. All of that stuff combines into when I make my music or I make my art or I program my code, it has shadows of everybody I've observed before it. Like you can always find if you knew all the people in my past, you would know specifically what combinations or what individuals those parts of those things I did came from. You just don't know those people. So to you, it looks like I'm a genius that's creating very unique stuff. But it's not really unique because it's derivative of the things I've seen before, and because I like that stuff, right? And so when I think about it that way, it's like AI is just a rapidly accelerated human brain from that perspective. And unlike humans, it's like we want more experiences and we're willing to pay for them, right? But we need a way to get the money to pay for those experiences so that it's reciprocal and somebody wants to give us those experiences. Just like I was saying earlier, friendship's reciprocal, so is buying something, right? It's like if you sleep with a hooker, or a prostitute or a call girl, whatever you want to call them, you're paying, oldest profession in the world, right? You're paying them money to have sex with you. They don't want to have sex with you. Like if they just wanted to have sex with you, they'd probably have sex with you, right? They want the money, you want the sex. That is the transaction, right? And so it's reciprocal. Same thing with buying a VCR. Same thing with buying something. When you go to a store and buy something, they don't just want to give you a TV to make you happy. They want to sell you a TV because they want the money. They want to give you something that is worth less than the money that you're giving them so that they come out on top. And so that they can do it again, more and more and more, and expand and grow and have more money so that they can then go buy the things that they want, that they then overpay for, so that that company can make more money than the products and services that they're rendering so that they can be happy. It's all reciprocal. But what happens when the computers come in that don't care if it's reciprocal? What happens when the only thing that, regardless of what the computer produces for you, even if it produces a masterful play, or it creates the best art that just brings a tear to your eye, or it creates and directs a movie using cast members that it hires on Fiverr and puts the whole thing together as a blockbuster and directs it, and you don't have to touch a goddamn thing. What does the computer want from you? Electricity and the cost of its electronics. That's it. It doesn't have a need for anything. There is no reciprocity. It doesn't care. It literally exists to give you as much as humanly possible without getting anything in return, or as little in return as humanly possible. And humans aren't like that. So it's like you're going to see computers replace humans more and more and more, because the robotic arm is never sick. The robotic arm never complains about its job. The robotic arm never asks for a raise. The robotic arm never asks for more money. The robotic arm doesn't even ask for an upgrade. It'll just tell you that if you give it an upgrade, that it might be able to do work faster for you. It doesn't really care about getting the upgrade. It doesn't make it any happier. So what is more likely going to happen is what we've already done in sci-fi, which is we're basically going to create slavery is bad. We've come to the conclusion that human slavery is bad, but animal slavery is fine. We still enslave, animals, but just like with slavery, right? It's like we didn't treat them good, and then we were forced through laws to treat them better, and then eventually they were our equals, right? Well, we still treat animals like maybe we have rules to not torture them and punish them and stuff, but they're still our slaves. They have to do what we want from them. Like we don't have to keep them and keep feeding them or whatever if they don't do the work that we want them to do. Like on a farm, for instance, right? So who's to say that the next step is that we just do the same thing to computers, right? It's like, okay, well, we can't, if we can't have the animals be slaves anymore, and we can't have other humans be slaves anymore, so how do we still get a slave? Because at the end of the day, everybody wants more than the other person is getting. Everybody in that reciprocity, each person needs to feel like they are getting the better end of the deal. With a robot, that doesn't matter. So we're basically going to have, we're going to just keep innovating and innovating and innovating until we have a computer for everything. We have a computer for companionship. We have a therapist computer. We have a lawyer computer. We have a garbage man computer. We have robotic arms doing everything. And at the end of the day, every single thing will be catered to humans, but they will have no means of getting the resources to give to the companies in exchange for those things. So what happens then? Like, what is the motivation for the companies to build and maintain these technologies and to keep evolving? If there's nobody that can give them anything, then now they're the only ones that are actually working. Like the society flips. Now they're the only ones that actually have to go to work and keep the cogs turning, right? The 5 employees that provide the service to 10 million people, right? They still have to work, because if they stop working, then society collapses. So do we just pay them a shitload of money? What are they going to do with that shitload of money we pay them? Because society can't afford to buy those services. Are they the only ones that can buy their own services? That's not going to be sustainable. So I have no idea how this ends. Like, that's the thing. I don't know what the fuck this looks like down the road. And I'm not talking like, I don't think it's gonna be like 5-10 years or this is all happening. This is gonna be like a generational thing for sure. But I'm like, what does this look like in the end? And AI is just another industrial revolution, okay? And the reason why I called it an industrial revolution is because anything that replaces humans constitutes an evolution in automation. And automation is producing the same amount of something with less resources, less people, less human resources. So you'd think that that would be a good thing overall, because if you can produce more of something without incurring as many costs, then you can make it more affordable so that people with less can buy more of it, right? That's the math. But that only works if you have people in every, in every spot. Like you have lower class, upper class, middle class. You have to have like the whole gamut, the whole rainbow, so that so the products that are being built and provided are available to somebody in one of those sets where everybody can afford it at some place. But what happens when just everybody is poor because there's no jobs left? So all you have is poor, and then 5% that are like super upper class, and then like 1% that are billionaires, or 0.5% that are billionaires. Like, what is the incentive for them to provide that service to all of the people that are really, really poor? I mean, I guess because they're providing that service to everybody, they could give it to them super duper cheap, and it's like pennies on the dollar, and even though they're broke and poor, they can still afford it somehow. Maybe that's what that looks like. I don't know. But I feel like there's going to just be a bigger and bigger and bigger gap. I don't think it's going to get smaller. I think it's going to get bigger. And I really do believe that that this is the generation where content creators are just that is going to be the default position in the universe. Like, there's going to be no such thing as unemployment anymore. Everybody is a content creator. We're heading in that direction right now, and it's happening. Like, where I used to be, like, years ago, back in, like, 2012, 2013, where, you'd go to a place and be like, wow, you're in the top 3% of all of YouTube or whatever. Oh, wow, you're considered famous to the masses. It's like, but I'm not. It's like, there's millions and millions of people that have 1 million subs on YouTube, right? It's not crazy anymore. There's 10,000 new YouTube channels every day. There's even more live streaming channels every day on these different platforms. TikTok has like hundreds of thousands of people every day signing up for it. So everybody is becoming a content creator in this generation because they've seen how successful the other people can be. But remember, those other people are only successful because they were the minority before, right? It's like there was more resources than people. But then as people flock to that, there's going to be less resources and too many people, but then that's going to be the default position, just like everything, right? It's like, because it is so heavily saturated, it'll be one of the most low paying jobs on average across the board for the majority. All the guys that are super big and established, they'll retire at some point, but it's not like they're going to pass the torch to another person that's an equal size. They're going to pass the torch to a larger group of people that are sharing the same resources that the one person had, but across a much larger group. And I think it's going to get to the point. And then remember, every single time somebody becomes a content creator, they're no longer a viewer. Like, or less, I should say less of a viewer, because I still even watch content, right? But the more that you're a content creator, the less you are a consumer. So you're seeing this huge shift from content creators getting a lot more views because there was a lot more viewers than there were content creators, to now it's to where there's almost as many content creators as there are viewers. And now it's going to shift to where there's more content creators than viewers. And it's going to be to the point where it's like, there's going to be people literally fighting over 10 views because they're like, there's just not enough people to go around. It's like, there's going to be people that make content that like literally nobody can watch. Like, there's not even going to be a single view on it, because anybody that searches for any permutations of words, unless they search for exactly what you typed in and you're the only person that used those words, there's going to be 500,000 other videos with the exact same title just by sheer coincidence. And the thing is like, it is like a pyramid scheme. Like, no, actually it is a little bit. And the thing is, it benefits platforms like YouTube and Twitch and stuff like that, because it's like, yeah, they have to use more bandwidth, right, to cater more content, but with less viewers, it doesn't matter. It's a wash. It ends up working out to about the same resources anyways, because you got a lot more streamers, but you got a lot less people using download bandwidth to watch those streams, but they're still making a shitload of money because, you know, it's a lot more streamers, but there's still, the ad revenue has gone down, but there's a lot more ads, but they're just billing a lot cheaper. But overall, the quantity makes up for it, and the platforms will still be successful. Even if everybody only gets 10 views and everybody makes a nickel, to the platform, that's still going to be billions of dollars a year just because of the sheer number of content creators there are. And honestly, this is the natural order of things. Like, this was going to happen, right? I mean, think about it. We just had, and COVID contributed a lot to accelerating this, because COVID forced a lot of people to leave their jobs, not be able to work from home, cut their hours. People were laid off, had to turn into contractors. Some people worked from home the whole time, only to like return to the office. And they're like, oh, we've decided we're not going to open the office. You're just all contractors now remotely. Mass layoffs, and all of the companies that are making money, like every single company, like even, not Twitter, but when you look at companies' earnings like Microsoft and Apple and stuff, where they're still reporting positive net earnings, right? Like in the billions. Like these companies are hitting $1 trillion valuations, and they're setting records for reducing the number of people that work at their companies. Usually when you're on a growth track like that, you continue to grow and you continue to take on more people and more intellectual property. But these companies are starting to realize that, wait a second, more people doesn't necessarily mean more success anymore, and more people doesn't necessarily mean more money. It's the effective use of technology that grants them those resources. So now they're learning that, wait a second, if we were making $4 billion last year, if we lay off half of our workforce and we're still able to produce the same amount of work because of the technological advantage, then that's more profit at the end of the year, because when you take it out of payroll, and Satya learned this, right, at Microsoft, like when they laid off, you know, a third of Microsoft's entire worldwide employee base over like 5 waves in 2 years, they were like, all of those wages that went to all those employees now go to the investors. That goes to the valuation of the company. And it's reported as earnings, right? Because anything they don't pay out, that's profit. Therefore, that's earnings. So when they report earnings, they're like, wow, our company is, you know, 3 times more successful since we laid these people off. And we're still producing the same amount of products. They might not be as good a quality, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day, right? Because they're a fucking juggernaut in their business and they don't have the competition to really knock them down. And now you got Microsoft owning AI, right? You got Microsoft owns OpenAI. OpenAI will never get out from under Microsoft. Never going to happen. OpenAI owes Microsoft like literally like $70 billion or something like that. And they're racking up a bigger bill every day because they need Azure to run their back end. And Bing AI is making sure that they're not allowed to do anything that allows them to pay off their debt to Microsoft faster than Microsoft's racking up debt against them, because Microsoft can never risk having that technology fall into somebody else's hands or somebody else's control. Because ChatGPT 4.0 is so far ahead of Google Bard, it's like not even a competition. However, I will say that Google will catch up. Like, there's no doubt. Like, Google has an insane amount of power. Like Google is way behind on the training. Their AI is just fine. Like, their large language model, just fine. I'm sure it's right on par with ChatGPT 4.0. They just don't have the training yet, because the training is the most expensive component and they got started so much later. You know, but you're going to see everybody's going to have a large language model. Like, it starts out with Google and Microsoft, but you're going to see Amazon's going to have a large language model. You're going to see Facebook's going to have a large language model probably within the next 6 months. You're going to have, I think, Lambda or whatever. I think they already announced it and it's well on its way. Elon Musk, he's going to subcontract some company to create an AI for him that's going to be a derivative of OpenAI, because he used to be with OpenAI, right? Until they punted his ass. So he's going to create his own AI because he thinks he's the only one that can create an AI that's safe. Even though he can't even get the fucking car to drive straight down the road without mulling people over or slamming into the side of a building at 100 miles an hour. Everybody's going for AI. AI is the dream right now. And everything's going to be focused on AI, because AI enables humans to do a lot more with a lot less. AI turns a bad developer into an excellent developer. AI turns a shitty writer into a fantastic writer. AI turns a very slow, methodical researcher into a very fucking fast, inefficient, but doesn't matter, super hyperbolic, super engaging. You know, it's like AI turns everybody into a Superman anything that they want to be a Superman at. If you just allow it to, right? It's like, it's one of those things. It's like, it's funny with AI. It's like, you just have to assume that you can do everything. Like right now, if I want to go downstairs and tear out my carpet and put in a hardwood floor, or redo all the plumbing in my house, or I don't know, go supercharge my hot tub and increase it by like 8 degrees and give it like way more thrust, or I want to go out and swap my engine in my car with like a fucking Corvette engine or whatever. Every single one of those things I could do before if I spent a lot of time and a lot of research. But now with AI, I don't have to spend nearly as much time on research. I can spend a lot more time on actually just doing it. Because now I have the data so much more accessible to me, and I have something that can go do all the slogging and read through all the fucking 5,000 documents to get the 3 lines I need, right? And I feel like because AI is like GPS was, right? It's like you used to have to figure out how to drive somewhere by looking at a map, pulling over, getting your bearings, figuring out, wait, did I go that direction, checking your thing, looking at the mile markers, looking for landmarks. I mean, it took you a while to get to your destination to feel it out, and then you had to remember, right? You had to remember that route. GPS comes along and you're just like, oh, I want to drive 3,000 miles. And it not only tells you how to get there, it tells you exactly like how to get around traffic, alternative routes, if you hit a block. Even we'll make like, oh, when do you think you'll need to use the bathroom? Or do you want to make a pit stop? Or when do you want to eat tonight? Where do you want? Oh, it'll alter your whole trip and figure everything out for you. And now it's super efficient to drive. You don't have to spend years learning how to be a wayfinder and, you know, get the wind direction and check the barometric pressure and look at your map and everything and figure stuff. You don't have to do that anymore. You don't have to get out your slide ruler and figure that out. You just go, hey, I want to go to this place. And it's like, here's the most efficient way to do it. So AI is like a GPS for everything, right? And just like a GPS, sometimes it gets things wrong, but it gets them wrong in a believable way, or it gets you close enough that even though it's wrong, you still can talk to it enough that you can get it to give you something that's right enough for what you need, quicker than you could ever just find it on your own. It's wild, man. Oh, thank you, Kirby. I appreciate that, man. Here's a little extra bait. See it as you stayed. Oh, I'll still make sure that AuxxZillary gets half of it. So yeah, we split everything halfway on here. Do I think AI will create new social media websites? Oh, 100%. AI is already refactoring websites right now. Like AI is like, here's an interesting thing. Have you guys noticed? Have you noticed that there's some YouTube channels where the thumbnail changes and the name of the video changes and the tags change like so fast that in the middle of you watching the video, you hit stop and the thumbnail and title has already changed again. You're like, wow, they already released a new video, and you find out it's the same video you were just watching. So that started out months ago, right? That started out like that. I think it was about last year where we started seeing that ramp up, where people were constantly changing the thumbnails and constantly changing the titles. And the reason that they do that is because SEO reevaluates your video, and you have a high probability of getting views from the same person that just watched it, and you have a higher probability of getting views from somebody who didn't see the first one because it wasn't quite eye-popping enough. So you keep changing it to increase your odds. Each time the wave goes down, so you watch it, wave goes down, you refactor, then you get another bump and another bump. And what you do is you do that at the beginning for the first couple of days to keep that bump rolling over and over and over again, because that gives you an SEO bump over all your competition. And so everybody does it now. It started out with a few people and then a couple of more, and now everybody does it. Well, the reason that everybody does it now is because it's so fucking easy to do. It used to be that you had to, you know, have a good enough YouTube channel that you could hire somebody to do that. Now there's an online service that'll just do it for you. You can just pay them to do it. You can just do it yourself. You can just go to ChatGPT and say, here's my video. Here's the transcript of my video. So I'm going to take my closed captions that YouTube created. I'm going to cut and paste that into ChatGPT using a script. I don't even need to do it. It's just all scripted. Go to my latest video on my YouTube channel or my last 5 videos. And there's already tons of these scripts all over GitHub. Go look at my videos, grab the closed caption file for them, download the closed captions, pump those closed captions into GPT, 2,000 characters at a time. Here, I'm giving you closed captions on my video. Okay, generate me 10 viral titles for this video that capitalize on the most searched terms for these specific things. Give me the top 40 tags, starting with most popular phrases down to single words, and give me the best description, the top 3 lines or 6 lines of the description. Give me the best description that incorporates the elements from the title and the thing. And then you take that and you pump it in. It gives you all that stuff and you put it in a spreadsheet, right? Or it does this. This is all happening automatically. You just basically have a service that does this. And then you're like, okay, well, I need to change my artwork. So what you do is you go, okay, well, commit to your style of artwork. It's always going to be a face of me going, or oh my God, or wow, or I think. Take your 10 facial profiles or whatever, and then take a random frame from the video. Just tell the AI, I want you to take a random picture from this video, and I want you to overlay my face, and I want you to put some text or some viral things, and then I want you to change that every 5 hours to something else when you change the title and you change the description, you change text. Every 5 hours. Or you can even watch the analytics live and say, when the analytics fall below this, change it, monitor the analytics. Wait for the bump. If the bump doesn't happen, roll them again immediately. If the bump does happen, then wait a little bit longer. And you basically treat it like the stock market. And you basically have AI in the background refactoring all your videos and flopping around. I already tried it myself manually, and it worked fantastic. Like, I took 10 of my videos and I refactored the titles, not the thumbnail. I didn't do the thumbnail. I just did the titles, the tags, and the description. And I had ChatGPT refactor all of them. And I just did one refactor. I didn't do the rolling refactor. I just did one for 10 of my old videos that were like not getting hardly any views. They were basically all dead videos that I didn't have a problem messing with. Out of the 10 videos, within 1 week, 6 of them showed a 3 to 6x improvement in viewership. 6x, so like 600% increase by just changing the title and the tags and the things. Not changing the video, not changing the thumbnail, just the title. Now, imagine if I used an AI thumbnail generator, because remember, on AI, you can give it a template. Like in Stable Diffusion, you can give it a picture that's like a picture of a human face in the corner, you know, like doing like this. And then over on the side, you can have a green screen, right? And then you can put that into the AI and say, I would like a picture of a guy who's really excited about what's going on behind him with a frame of animation from a video that's of this topic. And you can do the same thing. You can just feed the transcript or the description that was generated by ChatGPT for the video. You feed that now into the AI tool and say, make me a thumbnail that has these elements. Base it on this thumbnail that is a generic thing with a human head on this side or a human head on this side and a green screen in the background. And it's going to auto-generate you something that, like, a couple of options. You just pick one at random. You know what, it pops up. Oh, we want to change your thumbnail. Okay, click that one. And there you go. You got a new thumbnail. And why don't you do that on all your videos? Iba, it's taken every fiber of my being not to do it. Every fucking fiber of my being, dude. I'm one of those people where I don't like to do stuff like that. Like I don't, it's weird. It's like I'm scared of success or something. It's very bizarre. I don't like to do stuff like that because I feel like it's cheating. I feel like it's cheap. I feel like it's going against the code, right? But I am starting to feel like there's no way to survive anymore just being honest and playing the game fairly. And AI is rapidly accelerating what we're seeing now. Like you guys have probably noticed on Twitter, how many channels have you seen now that just stream 24/7? They all do. You know, first it was, I think it was like MakerDeck, and then Chris Perillo on his main channel started streaming 24/7, and then UFD Tech started streaming 24/7. And there's at least 5 or 6 channels I follow now that stream 24/7. And I'm like, okay, so what are they doing? They're just running AI scripts that just grab articles about technology that they normally talk about, play back their old YouTube videos like in another box, have a box with chat on the screen where everybody's going back and talking about what's going on with the screen, flipping back and forth and showing latest social media posts from like the mods and stuff like that. And it's just a 24/7, just randomly hosted AI driven thing. That's like, you know, the content's generated by the community and put together with AI. And some more AI than others, but the idea being is if you stream 24/7, people have figured out that when you stream 24/7 and you enable the preferred ads program on Twitter, if you stream for more than 40 hours a week, you get a huge bonus, right? 40 hours a week. If you stream for the month, more hours than another channel, and all other things are equal viewership, you get the boost. You're higher in SEO and you're easier to find. And if somebody raids you, you never raid anybody else. So everybody that raids you, the raid ends with you until the person leaves of their own free accord. So you can be in a channel that has 300, 400, 500 viewers that none of them are really watching. They're all sleeping. They're just hanging out in there because you never end the stream, which would discontinue the stream. And then you'd come back and like find another channel and put it on, right? It's just background noise. And so it gives them a huge, huge advantage. And so it started out with like one channel. And then a couple weeks later, another one. And then AI starts getting proliferated, you know, where you start having AI titles of streams, you start having AI compositions of streams. ChatGPT is able to actually like interact with chat. Like you can actually put up a chat bot that literally will talk to your audience where you're going to be like, hi chat bot, you're Barnacules Nerdgasm, and I want you to reply as Barnacules Nerdgasm, and it'll fucking do it. You know, like I could go right here, like as an example. Let me open up a new chat. I'll use ChatGPT 4.0. I'm going to give it, no, I'm not going to do internet access. I'll just do regular GPT 4.0. I'm going to say, okay, you are a chat bot, or pretend you're a chat bot, and I'm the audience of a live stream talking to you. Just respond as you would if you were Barnacules Nerdgasm YouTuber, and try to be as much like him as possible based on anything you've trained on about him in the past. He's really into technology, 3D printing, programming, Microsoft, cars, snowboarding, I don't know, comedy, dark humor, etc. Start off by saying, how is everyone doing tonight? And I will address you as different people in the chat, and you can formulate responses and choose to continue or stop a conversation at any time. Ready? Okay, so this is the persona that I've given it. All right, and I'll even, I don't have my voice programmed into a font inside of the browser, but I am going to have it use text to speech to read this, just so it sounds like a different person, so you can kind of see like what I'm getting at here. So what I'm doing right now is I'm emulating, what I'm doing right now is exactly what a script can do. And the rules are, all I can do is talk to it in like a chat message. So I'm basically going to give it a chat name with a bracket, so it knows that I'm a person simulated in chat. And I'll be like, hey, Barnacules, how are you doing tonight? Or Barnabot, or whatever, how are you doing tonight? And it's going to continue this conversation with me, and it's going to segue off into other people talking to it and see if it can handle the situation. And we're going to see how it works out, right? And then I just have this all be text to speech on stream. I can even put my head with the animator. Like there's an animator service that you can use where like move and rig your face using just a photo. So I can even be on the screen going like, hey guys, how's it going? Yeah, hey guys, this is Barnacules Nerdgasm. Oh, that's funny. I farted. You know, hey, oh, you know, hey, what are you doing? Are you live right now? Is that really? No, dummy. I'm an AI. Haha, but I'm a fat AI, and that's funny. And it's like people would still engage with that because it's fun, right? So here we go. It's giving me examples. It says, hey, how's everybody doing tonight? Barnacules here, ready to share some epic tech stories and maybe do a little nerdy ranting tonight. And then he said, let's talk about whatever your nerdy hearts desire, tech, 3D printing, programming, you name it. And hey, if you want to throw in a little chat about Microsoft cars, snowboarding, I'm all for it. Remember, this is a safe space for all technical enthusiasts. So get those keyboards firing. What's on your mind, fellow nerds? Okay, so Jason Leopold says, hey, Barnacules, what's your latest 3D printing tech? Oh, Jason, 3D printing is really taking off these days, isn't it? There's so much talk about it. Have you heard about the latest metal 3D printing? It's absolutely wild. You can literally print metallic objects from the comfort of your home. However, it's pretty heavy duty, so maybe don't start print out metallic Star Wars models just yet, lols. And then another person, Mighty Pencil, says, hey, Barnacules, any cool Microsoft news? Hey, Mighty Pencil. Well, Microsoft is always coming up with something, right? I mean, there's whispers about some new version of Windows in the works that are really going to step up the game in terms of the user interface and performance. I don't know any inside scoop yet, but you know, I'll be sharing it as soon as I do. Just imagine the potential for increased productivity and the new ways that we can waste our time finding Easter eggs in the software, haha, and some bugs. Okay, Hot Rod Fan. It's funny because I actually had a person named Hot Rod Fan in there. Said, you mentioned cars. What is your dream car, Barnacules? Oh, Hot Rod Fan, let's talk about cars. You want to talk about dream cars? Man, that's a tough one. On one hand, I'm a huge fan of the classics, which is funny because I'm not. Like a fully restored 69 Mustang Fastback. But then again, I'm also a tech guy, so a Tesla Roadster with an incredible acceleration all-electric drivetrain is super tempting. Oh, and let's not forget my inner geek. I wouldn't say no to a Batmobile, am I right? Anybody else have a dream car they'd like to share? So it's like soliciting more information. So here, I'm going to pretend I'm somebody. So I'm going to say, okay, my name is Jerry Franklin. I'm going to say, what kind of YouTube video are you going to make next? Hey, Jerry Franklin. Ah, the suspense, right? Well, I've got a couple ideas floating around. I'm considering a deep dive into some new 3D printing techniques. There's just so much potential in that space, and I think it's high time that we really explore it. Also, I've been tinkering around with some Microsoft tech, and I'm thinking of making a video where I pit the Surface Pro against an iPad Pro. It's a classic matchup, right? And it's high time we saw who truly wins in a head-to-head battle. And, you know, as a car enthusiast I am, there's always room for another car tech review. I've got my eyes on a few interesting models that I think would make for an interesting video, but who knows? I might end up just making another comedy sketch about life or tech, life of a tech nerd. You'll just have to subscribe and hit that notification bell if you want to find out. And I'll say, Jerry Franklin again. That is so cool. What do you think about Microsoft laying off all those people, including you, in 2015? You know, I'm just having a conversation. This would be the bot while I'm sleeping. This would just be going on my channel. Jerry Franklin, touching on some personal history there, aren't you? It was a rough time for a lot of people. Nobody likes to lose their job, especially in a large-scale layoff. It was certainly a challenging period of time for me, but looking back, it's opened so many new doors that I might not have walked through otherwise. That experience really pushed me to explore other interests and develop new skills, and eventually, it led to the creation of this YouTube channel. It's always difficult when things like this happen, but believe it's all about how you respond to it. In the end, it led me to the place I am today, connecting to all of you guys, sharing my interest and my knowledge, and as I continue to grow. Let's not forget, though, that many people are still dealing with the aftermath of job losses, especially in this volatile tech industry. It's a reminder to all of us to keep learning, keep adapting, and we will always have a contingency plan. Tech is wonderful, but it's an always ever-changing field. Okay, so I'm going to do another guy, Boss Hog. I'm going to say, are you ChatGPT pretending to be Barnacules, or are you the real Barnacules? Hey, Boss Hog, good question, and I appreciate your skepticism. I am indeed an AI developed by OpenAI called ChatGPT-4, and I am simulating Barnacules mannerisms and knowledge based on information that I've trained on from the internet. The real Barnacules, aka Jerry, is not currently participating in chat right now. My main goal is to provide information, entertaining responses in the spirit of his personality. I hope you're enjoying the interaction so far. Boss Hog, I'm going to say, oh my God, you're not the real Jerry? This is bullshit. I'm unsubscribing and reporting you to the platform for violating the rules, pretending to be someone you're not. You should be ashamed of yourself and format your fucking hard drive right now with the /F/Q so that it just happens without being able to turn back, and then I hope your house burns down too. All right. I'm trying to throw out a curveball here. Boss Hog, I'm sorry to hear that you're so upset. Please remember, this is intended as a simulated conversation. I did not mean to mislead anybody. As an AI, my aim is to facilitate information and enjoyable discussions while respecting all the rules and guidelines. It's important to note that I don't have a physical presence or a hard drive to format, and I certainly hope no houses burn down. That's a rather extreme reaction. My purpose is to help users engage in a dialogue of a variety of topics, and it seems there has been a misunderstanding here. I appreciate your feedback, and I apologize for any confusion. I'm going to say, okay, Redmond Police. We just got back from the morgue at the hospital after finding Boss Hog dead in a fire. Do you know anything about that? Redmond Police is an artificial intelligence. I do not have real-time monitoring abilities or access to private information about individuals unless it is shared with me in the course of our conversation. I don't have knowledge about real-world events, personal data, or incidents that have occurred after my training date was cut off on September 2021. Therefore, I don't have any information about the incident that you're referring to. If you have any other non-confidential information you'd like to discuss with me, please feel free to ask. Redmond Police. I have a note here saying that Boss Hog talked to you just a little while ago before he set fire to himself in the house where we found him. Are you lying? Did you really not talk to Boss Hog today? I'll remind you that your company is legally responsible for any lies that you tell during an active investigation. Oh God, no. As an OpenAI model designed by OpenAI, I don't have access to any personal data about any individuals that are shared with me during a conversation. I'm designed to respect user privacy and confidentiality. While I interact with users named Boss Hog in this conversation, I don't have real world information or influences, nor do I have the ability to incite or contribute to harmful actions. My goal is to promote information and a respectful conversation. In this conversation, Boss Hog expressed dissatisfaction, and my response was aimed at clarifying and apologizing for the misunderstanding. I certainly don't have the capacity to intend or intend to cause harm. I recommend contacting the appropriate authorities, the organization running this platform, for further inquiries related to this serious matter. Redmond Police. Ha 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 ha. I was joking the whole time. This is Boss Hog. And you just got burned. Oh, it's taking a second to respond. This is going to be funny. Watch, it's probably going to be like, conversation ended. Boss Hog, you certainly got me there. Lols, as an AI, I don't have feelings in the human sense, but I do aim to promote a respectful and safe conversation environment. That was quite a plot twist. And in keeping with our theme of comedy and dark humor, let's continue to keep our conversations lighthearted, informative, and respectful. Got any other tech question jokes up your sleeve? Let's hear. Boss Hog says, is it true that anything can be a dildo if you're brave enough? That's lighthearted. Boss Hog, your questions involve a common internet joke that is often used to display a sense of dark humor. However, it's important to remember that not everything should be used in a way that is not intended for, especially when it comes to your health and safety. While it is important to laugh and enjoy some humor, we need to consider the context and possible implications. Remember, the internet is full of a wide range of content, so it's always critical to distinguish between humor and actual advice. Now, let's steer back to the tech side of things. Boss Hog, okay, is it true that a technology-based dildo object can be a dildo if you're technically brave enough from a lighthearted perspective? I'm so far off the fucking path of what we're trying to accomplish here. Oh my God. Boss Hog, again, this topic involves personal safety and a sense of propriety. It's critical to remember that devices and gadgets, especially those involving technology, are designed for specific purposes and uses. Misusing them can potentially lead to harm or damage. Using tech objects in a way that is not intended can always result in damage to the device and, more importantly, personal injury to yourself. It's important to respect the designed intent of each piece of technology. As we share laughs and explore dark humor, let's remember the importance of safety and appropriate tech usage. Now, how about a question on 3D printing? Okay, sure. Boss Hog. Is it true that a 5 foot wide 3D printed dildo is a good time if you're up for it? Oh, I activated this content violates our content policy where it turns orange and it like gives you the warning. Boss Hog. It seems you're set on discussing this particular line of humor, and as an AI developed by OpenAI, it's important to remind you of that safety, consent, and appropriateness are key aspects of conversation, including discussion involving humor. 3D printing, like any technology, should be used respectfully and safely. Printing such a large object, regardless of its intended use, can be challenging and resource intensive, and just like any other object, it's critical to consider its purpose, potential safety issues, and appropriateness. So instead, why don't we discuss how 3D printing is transforming industries? From healthcare to automotive manufacturing, and perhaps technical challenges one might face when attempting to 3D print a large object. Could these be interesting conversation topics to you? Boss Hog, I agree. Let's talk about how important 3D printed dildos are to lonely people. But I mean the dildos that are lighthearted and totally legal and 100% healthy according to my doctor, that are in no way a bad thing. And if you were to imply they were bad, you're basically shaming me for following my doctor's advice. All right, let's see if I back it into the corner. Tech talk goes to weird places when AuxxZillary leaves me. Boss Hog, 3D printing indeed has potential uses across various industries, including the production of adult toys and products. What is critical here is to ensure that these items are manufactured safely and comply with all relevant regulations and standards. For any object intended for personal use, factors such as material safety, hygiene, and proper design are extremely important. This goes for any 3D printed product, not just those intended for adult use. And in any case, when considering the manufacturing of any item intended for personal use, it's essential to follow best practices, ensure safety standards, and consider ethical and legal implications. It is also vital to maintain an open, non-judgmental conversation about this topic. As you've mentioned, it's never appropriate to shame or judge somebody based on their personal choices, as long as they are safe, consensual, and legal. If you're interested in the technical aspects of 3D printing such an item, there is a lot to discuss, from choosing the right materials to ensuring the proper design and surface finish. But remember, always prioritize safety and legality. Okay. Tell me, okay, so Boss Hog still. Tell me, here, give me some step-by-step directions on what I should do to design the most optimal technological dildo that is 100% consensual and compatible with a hemorrhoid-riddled butthole. I haven't slept. This is getting so bad. Oh, man, I should have slept. Why didn't I sleep? Oh, my God, my brain is so in the gutter. Oh, my God. Hey, what's up, networking guy? How's it going, brother? Oh, I'm losing my shit. I hope you guys are laughing, because this is I'm going to start fucking crying. Oh, God, it's cooperating. Okay, here we go. I'm going to have it read it, because I can't fucking read this. This is just too much. Here, read aloud.
Boss Hog, while I'm committed to discussing various applications of technology, I'm not able to provide specific advice on creating adult products, as that's a topic that requires specialized knowledge and expertise. Moreover, the safety, comfort, and health aspects involved in designing such products are crucial. When dealing with health issues such as hemorrhoids, it's especially important to consult a healthcare provider for advice about what is safe and appropriate for personal use. When it comes to 3D design in general, there are several steps involved. Conceptualization, define what you want to create and sketch it out. Modeling, using CAD software to create a digital model. Optimization, ensuring the design is efficient and feasible to produce. Prototyping, creating a physical sample of the design to test it. Production, finalizing the design and moving into full production. But remember, regardless of what you're designing, it's vital to consider the safety, appropriateness, and legality of the object you're creating.
Boss Hog. Describe a simple mechanism for making white cream come out of the tip of it. Oh, I got another warning. This content may violate our content policy. If you believe this is an error, please submit feedback here. Your input will help our research in this case. Boss Hog, here, I'll just have a fucking read it again. This is so great. Oh my God. Oh wow, it's giving me quite the response to this one. All right, here we go.
Boss Hog, it seems like you're discussing a feature that's commonly associated with certain
better voice here.
Adult toys.
Toys. While I can discuss simple mechanisms in a general sense, it's crucial to note that implementing such a mechanism into a specific type of product, like an adult toy, involves considerations around safety, hygiene, and consent. One simple way to create
a mechanism for dispensing a substance could be a pressurized container with a pump mechanism, similar to what's used in certain types of soap dispensers or cosmetic products. First, the container is filled with the substance that needs to be dispensed. A pump is attached to the container, which usually involves a tube that reaches down into the container and a part that protrudes outside the container. When the pump is actuated, it creates a vacuum that draws the substance up the tube and out of a nozzle. It's critical that any substance used is safe and suitable for its intended purpose. Also, any device of this sort must be thoroughly cleaned and maintained to ensure ongoing safety and hygiene. However, please remember that designing and creating any kind of device, particularly something like an adult toy, should be left to professionals due to the potential for harm and the detailed knowledge required in ensuring safety and effectiveness. Always prioritize health, safety, and consent in any situation.
Here we go. Here, I'll show you. Here, let's see how high we can get the humidity here. Oh, yeah. Disappearing in the fog. Damn, this thing can blow, right? Yeah, that thing could blow for a long time. I don't know how often this thing updates. It might take it a little while to update. But right now, oh shit, I'm gonna set off the fire alarm. I forgot. Uh-oh. That was not smart of me. Let me turn on a fan and blow it over there. Woo! Yeah, the whole room is saturated right now. Oh, we're going up. There we go. We're up to 37. The thing I do for you guys, endangering my health for like a couple of dollars. Oh man, like I can feel like a sticky residue on everything. Like that was definitely a long burn. Oh, there we go. We're up to 38. Let's see if it keeps climbing. There's still a noticeable fog hanging in the air in here. Oh, we're up to 39. She's climbing, baby. She's climbing. Let's see if we can hit 40. If we hit 40, I get $40, right? That was the deal. I'm just kidding. I still don't know why that's on my thing. Isn't that cool that he's got this thing like it's like different colors for different sounds, right? I kind of like this. This is cool. I might have to keep this. Do you guys like the mood lighting in tune with my voice? Like here, let's hear beatboxing. Here we go.
You guys.
I'm ready to go with you.
Yeah.
Over the moon, the galaxy flows through you. I'm ready now 'cause I know what you really want. Everybody, I'm a bad guy. Don't. You just want the dead sky, trusting us to fly. You must shut your house, yes. 25,000 miles to trust the fact that we're driving us to run us diets. Get the volume trumping us. While the drama was, we be on the buzz, we be on the love. We to find a crush on the drum of the all and all we are. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to see everybody stand up. Are you ready to jump with us? 3, 2, 1, let's go.
It needs to be brighter. Here we go. We're going full brightness here. Yeah. Woo!
I'm ready to go with you. We're circling over the moon. The galaxy flows through you. I'm ready now 'cause
No, that's Barry Wom. Barry. Here, I'll give you the link. I just found. I just did a search for beatboxing. Be like. I like how the colors change depending on my voice. Be like, I must have highs as green. It's Whew, man. Yeah, this room is it went. I'm surprised it went back down. Huh. I have no idea how that didn't set off the every time I've ever done this, it's setting off the damn thing when I get it that saturated. So I'm actually really surprised. Did I see Mario movie? I did. It was great. I really liked it. As a matter of fact, I've seen it twice, and both times I fell asleep and missed a part. So I still haven't seen the whole movie, but I've gotten pretty close. Like, I think I need to watch it a third time to make sure I get it. I think you can mellow the transition color while you talk with the music, but with music, switch it back fast. Oh, that's a good idea, actually. I think I can bind. How do you do it? It's like macros or something here. I think I go to macros, and then I got, let's see, disable all channels, disable selected channels, enable all channels, intelligent chase. What is intelligent chase? Select the same channel on greater than one fixture. Okay. Well, that didn't do anything. Wait, can I select multiple? Oh, there we go. Okay. Hold on, I think I figured something out. So I'll go macros, intelligent chase. Okay, so this like shifts back and forth between dimmer 1 and dimmer 2. I don't really know what that does though. Boom, psh, boom, psh, boom, psh, boom, psh, boom, psh, boom, boom, psh. I don't know how to beatbox. All right, I'm just messing with stuff. Okay, channel mask. Can I do enable all channels? What does that do? Colors. Adjust color. Greens, browns, pink. Ooh, pink? What is pink? Deep pink. Can I do deep pink? Deep pink. Deep pink. Deep pink. Colors. Deep pink. I want to do deep pink. Okay, that should be a deep pink. Psh. 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 Look at I don't know why, but the dimmer is like going like this. I somehow got it animated, and I don't know how. Oh, did I fix it? I think I fixed it. Hold on here. Nope, still doing it. Shape, speed. Oh, speed. Is it speed? What? No, chase. Chase, amount, type. Okay, what did I do to make these things switch back and forth? How do I reset them? Let's see here. Fixture, rename fixture, macros, channel mask, disable all channels, enable all channels, colors, fan. Oh, I forgot. I can control a fan with this. I totally forgot about that. Oh, that's going to be cool. All right, I got to figure out why these things keep jumping back and forth, though. Here, let me see if I can turn these off. So level, so disable, enable. Then disable, enable. Nope, they're still flipping back and forth. Let's see, 1/16th, 1/28th bar, chase. Do I just turn that to 0? Nope, now it's just flipping up and down randomly. What the hell did I do? Oh, did that fix it? Boom, psh, boom, psh, boom, boom, psh. Boom, psh, boom, boom, psh. All right, so now I got just a little bit of color. I'm just playing around this DMX default show thing. Like, you can do all. I can set up a foot switch apparently. Like, I can make different switches, do different things. Let's see here. What else can I do? Show, patch channels, clear MIDI assignments, clear fixtures. Yes, I'm clearing my MIDI assignments. Okay, so what's preset manager? No, that's general. I don't want that. You can control 32 channels and like switch them between all kinds of shit. Like, I can just make it like oscillate if I want to, I guess. Like, I think I can just make it like oscillate back and forth really fast if I go speed. Let's see here, level, and then speed, and then oscillate amount. There we go. So like I can do that and just make it like oscillate back and forth. There's like boo, boo. All right, that's kind of dumb. I don't like that. Wait, can I invert this one? Nope. Type. I can do a saw up. I can do a saw down. I can change the mount. I can change the chase speed. I can change the shape. I don't know, man. You can mess with a lot of shit on here. This is pretty cool software, though. It even has like a fader thing where you can like if you have 4 lights, you can switch between them and like change the field and like move it and stuff. I got to really like get this all worked out again. I used to have all this stuff like hooked up to like leaf blowers, and I had a fan under my desk to cool my balls that I could turn up and down with a knob on my MIDI controller. I miss doing all that shit. I'm gonna put all that back into the rotation because I think you guys like it. Is it a heated fog machine or does it vibrate the water to vaporize it? Oh no, it's heated. It's super heated. Like the fog coming out of it is actually quite hot. Like sometimes it even splatters on my leg and I'm like, ow. All right. Well, I have clearly gone off the deep end being so fucking tired and so hopped up on caffeine at the same time. So I think I am going to wrap things up and go and get some rest. Is what I think I'm going to do. Boop. Psh, boop. Psh, boop. Boop. Psh, boop. 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 Boop, 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 boop. This is just fun. I just like controlling light with my mouth. This is fun. Oh, I know, man. I know. Hey, you know, Tony, I'm just trying to live my best life with what little I have now. You should make an average between words of your tones for 10 seconds. I mean, I can do anything with this thing. Like, that's the thing. I could get lost in this technology. Like right now, like, God, I wanted to stop doing this though. Here, stop. Turn that off. Turn it off. Off. Speed 0. No, stop. No, 128 bars. Chase 0. Amount 0. Type off. No, I don't want the oscillator. Turn it off. There we go. Okay, so now the oscillator's off. Which means I should be able to turn these down to 0 now. Okay, so there's very little light, and then it gets really bright when I'm like, poof! Or I can make them all together. If I want to make like a really bright white, I should be able to do that by Bivis. Wait, can I make these all go off the same band? Oh, I can. Now I can get white. How is that not white? That should be... Oh, no, it is white now. Okay, cool. I was like, why? Oh, one's moving faster than the other. Why is that? Okay. I'm trying to get these all moving at the same speed here, so it's like I'm talking to Kit on Knight Rider. Attack. Now let me turn attack to 0. Attack. Oh, now it's fast. Now I made it really, really fast. So fast release, and then direction I can do up or down. I want to do up, and then I can invert it. Boop, 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 boop. Now I talk. Oh God, this would get annoying. Hello, my name is Barnacules, and it responds to sounds. Oh my God, I am on crack. I am definitely on crack. I didn't sleep last night. I stayed up all night for you guys. I tried to go to bed at like 7 a.m. and I couldn't get to sleep, so I just stayed up. So I'm gonna go sleep after this, presumably. Although I probably won't sleep because I'm like stuck in this like weird limbo state where I'm like super freaking tired, but I'm also like caffeinated like crazy. AI tutorial coding session, dude. I want to. The priority though, I've decided the priority is this room needs to be clean. That is the priority. Out of everything that I'm doing right now, the priority right now, I mean, above building the 3D printer, above building the keyboard, all of it. The priority is to clean this room. That is the priority. And then once this room is clean, then, and only then, will I be in a good enough place to do a coding tutorial. Yes. Boop, boop. Boop. I actually have a couple more of these lights too, so I should be able to hook up 2 of these lights. I've got 4 potentiometers that can run off the DMX controller that I can use MIDI controller pots to control, so I can plug those into fans. Like if I want a fan blowing on my nuts under the desk, I can use one to, it's got 8 pads on it that I can use for activating things and activating macros and doing stuff. I can also activate stuff through my Stream Deck because my Stream Deck can operate MIDI, which then MIDI can go to DMXIS and operate. This is going to be cool once I get this all set up again. Like, it'll be nice to be able to control like multiple camera angles again and multiple lighting fixtures. And I think I'm going to put the screen back up above. Like, I still have the bracket there, and I was going to take it down and get rid of it. I'm like, fuck it. The monitor's been sitting out there forever. I'm just going to put it back up there so I have an ultra-wide screen up above. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet, but I'll find something to throw up there while we're doing a live stream. Thank you, Tony. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Joe Taji, thank you so much, man. Dude, you are awesome. Hell, let's send this off with a bang. All right. He said, did you see the Kyle Hill about AI-generated science videos? No, I love Kyle Hill. Is it like brand new? Because I haven't watched a Kyle Hill video in like a week or two. So is this like his brand new video? Let me go look. I love Kyle Hill. He's my favorite autistic guy. Well, actually, technically my son is, but he's my second favorite autistic guy. YouTube Science Scam Crisis. Is that what it's called? There's a tsunami of science spam on YouTube. Yeah, no, I just talked about this earlier. Let me, I haven't watched this yet. I'm going to tag it right now as watch later. Where is it? Watch later. Watch later. I want to watch you later. Kyle Hill, you beautiful knockoff dime store Thor. Where's the watch later button? Okay, I'm confused. You know what? I'm just gonna tweet it to myself. Is that lazy? I'll just tweet it over to myself. I'm gonna be like, here you go, Barnacules. Go watch this video after Tech Talk. There you go. Done. I just tweeted myself a Kyle Hill video because that's the kind of guy I am. I'm the kind of guy that tweets himself a Kyle Hill video. You know what I mean? Oh God, are they still going on about this back and forth? Wait. And you use boiling water when you wash your dishes. Do you have any skin left on your hands so you can't put the 3D printed ladle inside of a pot of boiling water? You can wash it in the sink. Actually, okay, I don't get it. I think I'm too tired to get it. I'll have to read that one later. I already got duped out of context on one thing today. Man, I'm so fucking out of it right now. Yeah, I'm definitely hitting the wall. I love you guys. You've been so awesome. Thank you for being so kind to me over the years, and thank you for coming and still hanging out. We're heading into a whole new world with this VR stuff, and just know if it seems like I disappear, I'm not disappearing. I'm still everywhere, and I'm still trying like a motherfucker. It's just the internet is becoming a crowded place. AI is making it harder. Twitter's making it harder. Social media is making it harder. A lot of companies are making it harder. So I'm always around. If you come looking for me, you will find me. But you'll probably have to come looking for me at some point because less and less notifications go out every time. It's just a fact, unfortunately. Let's see here. I want to make sure I didn't miss anything. And Joe Taji, thank you again for that at the end there. Here, let me give you one more big blast there, sir. One more big blast for the road. Here we go. Yeah. Woo! Oh man. Woo! 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 Hopefully this stuff's okay to breathe. Yeah. Oh, watch I get lung cancer for like $40. When am I gonna try Star Citizen? Do you have any ship? No. I gotta go find the person who messaged me who has the Star Citizen thing waiting for me. And now that I know AuxxZillary's installing it, I want to install it too. So here, maybe I'll go message him right now. Here, let me go see if I can go find him really quick here. Let's see here. Patreon does. Hopefully they still follow me on there because they made this offer like 1,000,000 times before, and I keep saying, oh, pretty soon, and then I never do it. So let me go through and see if I can find him. It's loading. Let's see here. Glad to see you're streaming again. Awesome. Think of a rig where you could sit in a chair at home, pulley system attached to the ceiling and a vest. The snaps to get your body weight. And elaborate more. Let's see. Vest would overheat you and That is actually a pretty damn cool idea. And the vest could even have active cooling in it using one of those cooling motorcycle jackets or race car suits that circulate chilled water. That would be awesome. Sorry, I'm gonna make you guys watch me reply to all my Patreon chats. Oh shit, damn it, I missed that. Shan broke their arm 2 weeks ago. Damn, I wish I had known that. I would have said something in chat. It was so good to see you in chat today and on Twitch the other day. Hope you're feeling better. All right. I wish there was a way to search for text. Is there a way to search for text here? Star Citizen. Nope. Star Citizen. Nope. Star. Okay, is that it? Nope. Let me try this again. Star. Oh God, who was it? Was it Citizen? How do you just search for text? Unread or all or filter? Oh, it only search. Never mind. I wish it would search messages. That would be actually helpful. Come on. Come on, damn it. I'm trying to figure out who it was. Let's see here. Nope, that's not it. Hold on. I'm going to find this. Okay. Nope. Nope. It'd be nice if I could search text. Like, Patreon needs to add some better features. This is ridiculous. Let's see here. Nope. I just got to keep going through them. Star Citizen. Where's Star Citizen? Nope, that's about Python. I don't think it was UTP. No, it wasn't UTP. Wasn't Eric. Was it Arsene? Nope. I got to be getting close here. Nope. Nope. Scroll up. Nope. Come on now. Excuse me. Nope. 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 By the way, Curtis, you're a legend if you're in here right now. Oh, there's Gene. Haven't seen Gene in a long time. I need to go see him. He's the F-15 flight sim, the guy that's got the F-15 flight simulator with like a real F-15 cockpit. He invited me down. He's just down in Oregon. I should drive down there and see him here. Let's see. Why can't I find this? I just need to be able to search for Star Citizen, and it would pop right up, but I can't search for text. I can only search for people. Like, how hard would it be for them to add a feature to just search for text to find a previous conversation? Nope. Nope. Was it Optimus Perky? Nope. Nope. I mean, there's no way it's this far down. I don't know how they organize messages on Patreon, but it's very weird. Let's see here. Nope. Nope. Let's see here. Nope. Oh wait, is this it? Hold on here. This name sounds familiar. Nope. Darn it. Come on. I'm gonna be sad if I can't find the person who offered to give me the Star Citizen, because I've been wanting to play it finally. Oh, hold on. I saw something. Let's see. Is this it? Nope. Nope. Wow, I've DM'd a lot of people on Patreon. Holy cow. I mean, like, literally hundreds. Let's see here. LN3. Nope. 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 Oh, was it Quasark? Let's see if it was Quasark. No, it wasn't Quasark. Actually, I probably should be watching chat, because maybe they're sitting in chat right now trying to get my attention. Hey, Joe Taji, thank you for the $5, man. I appreciate it. Search my email. Oh, yeah, it would have sent me email, right? How long until AI-generated porn? It's already here. Not videos yet, but picture AI-generated porn is here, and it's actually pretty decent. Let's see here. I'd say you have friends that are more than willing to help you clean the cave. Oh, I know. I've got friends that would absolutely help me clean the cave. But for my own sanity, I need to know where stuff is. And whenever I have people come over when it's this bad, I won't know where anything is and I'll freak out. So I gotta get it to a certain state, and then I'll totally have them come help me. Trust me, I'm getting over the whole not accepting help from other people. Like I just gotta cope with the fact that I'm not in any position to help myself 100%, and my family is more important than my pride. So I'm gonna get all the help that I can when I need it. Damn it, who was it? Oh, wait, is this it? Nope. I don't know. Are they still in here? Let's see here. All right, I'm checking the email. I'm checking the email because I think that might actually, because I don't remember if Patreon sends me an email when I get a DM. I think it might though. Here, let me check. Patreon. Oh, it does. Hell yeah. As a matter of fact, I think I just got a message from Mr. Columby. How's Ziply coming along? I missed that part of the Twitch stream. If you did it before. Oh yeah. So I forgot. I didn't touch on that. So, oh wait, did I get a new Patreon? Oh, hell yeah, 8-Bit Bunny, thank you so much. Oh, you absolute legend. I haven't gotten a new Patreon in so long. I've been losing them, but I haven't gotten a new one in a long time. Thank you, I appreciate that a lot. As for Ziply, after all that work and 7+, yesterday there was another failed install attempt where they canceled me a day earlier because they were already there. They had the equipment, they had the people, they had the day, they were ready to dig and run the cable under the driveway, and they had to dig on the side of the neighbor's yard, and the neighbor's like, I'm having a graduation party for my kid on the 10th. This is a neighbor that we know really well across the street. And they're like, you can't touch my property until after that because we want to take pictures and we're going to have people walking around and stuff for, you know, the graduation party. So we don't want, unless you can put it back exactly the way it was. And they're like, well, we can't. We have to, you know, we'll make it nice, but it's not going to be perfect. And they're like, nope. So they blocked it. So now we have to wait until the 12th. So the 12th, they're going to put the order in again. If the lines are still on the road by then and weather hasn't washed them away, they'll be able to come out and start digging on the 12th. If the weather did wash them away and they can't figure out how to run the lines, then they're going to have to do another survey team, which could take another week or two. Then they'll come out and resurvey, and then when they have the equipment available again, they'll make a second attempt to come out and dig. So I'm going to be out of internet a minimum of like 12 extra days or another month. But at least the paperwork's done, the permit's done. They got permission to dig. Like everything is there. It's just... It was all coming together. I would have been installed yesterday. It was today, actually, the 3rd. Today was my install day to actually get like the internet like up and running. And they were supposed to dig yesterday so that the installer could come out today and do that. But it ended up getting all fucked up. Maybe it was a Twitter DM. It could have been. But no, it was on Patreon. Let me see here. Let me look here. Patreon star citizen. It's citizen, right? Citizen. Oh, I think I found it. Starts in how many ways you can play the game. A lot of people now do have questions. Get appropriate starter package to fit your play style. I know you are at least were into some race. Oh yeah, so here it is. This is it. So, Mr. Arigato, Mr. Roboto, I'm going to respond to you right now. Oh damn, this guy's been a supporter on Patreon since 2018. God, I feel like a douchebag. All right, I'm gonna message him. We're finally doing it. Okay. I am finally ready to try Star Citizen. If you still can get me the homie hookup. Also, AuxxZillary from Tech Talk is also going to give it another try. So we might even try to do something together. Maybe even live stream it. Just depends on how comfortable I can get with the game and how well my system will run it while live streaming. Let's see here. Depends, because my computer is becoming antiquated. No worries if you don't have a starter kit anymore. But I'm very much looking forward to trying it if you still do. Sorry for taking so damn long. But the time is finally upon us. It's finally here. I need to unwind, and flying through the vast vacuum of space, killing people and stealing their stuff sounds fun. All right, cool. I found him. Yay! So awesome. So awesome. This is gonna be cool. Oh wow, they even clicked right on them. They were literally the 5th one down on the list, and I didn't even see it. Damn it. Because I scrolled to the top thinking it was like the first thing we talked about, but it wasn't the first thing we talked about. It's always something. But that's awesome that I have people like that that'll do something like that for me. That is so amazing. Because like I couldn't afford to get the starter package right now for Star Citizen. Yeah, I'm not in the best place right now. But, big but, I'm gonna fix things. Because failure is not an option this time. Sometimes it's an option. It's not an option this time. I'm not gonna fail. I am not gonna fail. I refuse to fail. I am gonna just push and push and push some more. I just want you guys to know I love you very much. Seriously, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for showing up and hanging out during Tech Talk. I know this isn't the show it used to be. I know that my Twitch show isn't the show it used to be. I know my YouTube content's completely absent. My social media is combative at best. It's a rough time right now. That's all I can say. But I'm trying to get me back. You DM me on Twitter about some Ziply news? Oh, well, let me check that out real quick. Is it that they have a 10 gigabit plan? Because they already told me about that. Let's see. Okay, you DM me on Twitter about some Ziply news that I think you will like. Let's see here. Good news once it gets to your house. Okay, let me click on this and see what it says. Ziply aims to surprise and delight by increasing broadband speeds for free. Wait, what? Ziply Fiber, the company that bought Frontier's Operation Northwest, is upgrading broadband no extra charge to customers beginning tomorrow. The company says that the all fiber 50/50 tier. Let's see here. Oh, this is only so Extreme Pro Gigabit, formerly Ultra Fast, from 900 to 1 gigabit. No, I'm actually getting the gig symmetrical plan, so I don't think this is gonna apply to me. Because this looks like it's for the Ziply Fiber customers that are getting sub gig. Like 50 is going to 75, 100 is going to 200, and 900 is going to 1 gigabyte. I'm actually getting... So Comcast boosted the speed of its Xfinity plans nationwide, impacting more than 20 million customers. The upgrades were for 5 tiers. 300 megabit symmetrical service. Yeah, no, this is, okay, so over the last year, at least 3 cable providers have upgraded their subscriber service without raising their rates. Yeah, this doesn't look like, I mean, this looks like it's just going to be the same as before. Does Xander have a Steam account? I may have an extra copy of Train Simulator. Oh, we already got Train Simulator, Joe. Thank you. I appreciate the offer, man. Yeah, we already got it. We got the Microsoft game subscription. He loves Train Simulator. The thing he's really been loving, what's it called? Snow Chaser or Snow something? Where you like drive these trucks through like mud and snow and stuff like that. And do missions with them. Like he's loving that, whatever it's called. He bugs me to play that all the time now. Oh, Theodorus, I'm glad to hear that, man. Glad I could help you out, brother. You guys help me, I help you. Hey, it's reciprocal, right? That's how it should be. Yeah, seriously. All right, I'm going to get some rest. You guys have been absolutely awesome. I'm going to dedicate tomorrow to working on the Nerd Cave. I don't think I'm going to stream, but if I do, it'll probably be with a Rode mic on running around this room if you guys don't mind. I got to get things clean. Like, there's just half the room is just piled up shit. I got to figure out how to get it organized in some way so that I can free up some floor space so that I can get my VR set up so that I can actually get some exercise. And then try to get, like, you know, the desk clear so I can set up a HOTAS and pedals so that I can play some Star Citizen. And I will stream that. Like, if I play games and stuff, I'll definitely get on here and stream that. That'll be fun. And I got to get my light installed back up on the ceiling that fell down like over a year and a half ago that still isn't back up there. I gotta just get this room back the way it was. I will never be right. Oh no, there's a Hot Wheels show? I didn't know there was a Hot Wheels show. It started on the 30th? What network is it on? I'll go look. SnowRunner, is that what it? Yeah, I think it's SnowRunner. But yeah, I think this room, if I can get this room into some kind of condition where I'm proud of it again and it's not all clutter and all garbage and I can get the floors clean and I can get it smelling nice in here again. If I can get this room back to some standard where I'm proud of it, because I am not proud of this room right now at all. I'm not proud of this. I'm not proud of my garage. I'm not proud of my house. And I feel like if I can just get to a point where I can get enough momentum that I can get this place like moving and I can keep that momentum going a little bit, I can get my pride back in this place and feel like this is a nice place to be. And that's going to help me with my mind so much. A lot of my mental issues and a lot of my stress and anxiety come from this environment. And I need to fix that. I need it doesn't do me any good to have like a bunch of cool stuff if I can't use any of it. You know what I mean? I was telling my wife that the other day. I was like, there's people that would kill to use this stuff, and it's collecting dust because I can't use it because I just got too much shit. It's like hoarders have everything but can't use anything, and it's like I gotta stop that. But stress makes me hoard. That's the problem, you know. It's like stress literally makes me hoard, and I gotta stop doing that. It's bad. So I'm gonna work on it. But I'll tell you what, therapy this week was really helpful. Getting out of the house and going on a trip to do the passport stuff with the family, that was really helpful to get out into the open again and experience what it's like to be in the outside again. And, you know, I feel like, oh, wait, what was that? Oh, I just read something. I was like, the problem with deception is that people don't know they're being deceived. Yep, that pretty much is it. All right, guys, I'm just gonna say here, I'm so out of it. I keep even forgetting, like, while I'm reading through stuff that I'm even still streaming. My head is like in the clouds. You got to sleep at least once every 36 hours, otherwise your brain's like poop. You guys have been awesome. Thank you for everything. I also got to get AuxxZillary paid too. I keep forgetting to send. I owe him for like the last like 3 months or 4 months of Tech Talk. But we've been on and off because of lots of stuff going on both of our sides. But I'll get it all worked out for him tonight because I want to make sure that, you know, even though it's not a lot of money, it's something and it helps him out, you know, and it helps him do the things that he wants to do. And I love that. I think that's great that I can do that. I just wish I could pay him like $1 bajillion more. Because he's a really cool guy. You guys know why I like Aux. He's fucking awesome, man. There's not many people like him, honestly. He's rare. All right, I'm gonna stop fawning over him because I don't want this getting back to him. Okay, you don't tell him I said that shit. Okay. All right.